I'm saying that we're using our... See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down, instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need a parental coalition of a man and a woman. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They're doubtful, they're indecisive, they can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grew up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to
It's on you, and that's why these haters is at you. So just keep on doing you, baby. You don't have to give these fools an explanation. I admit it, I made
I'm here to support Rkelly because I believe he's innocent.
What have you seen in the trial so far? Do you think it's a fair trial?
Yes, I believe it's a fair trial, and I believe now y'all can really hear the truth. It's not a one-sided story no more. He's been defamed in the media, and every media is biased. So now y'all get the truth.
Do you believe some of the witnesses, Javonda Pace, the stories that she told?
No, they're too inconsistent.
It's on you, and that's why these haters is at you. So just
the invasion of his privacy, the stealing of his emails, using those emails, selling them to bloggers or giving them to bloggers for some type of gain, intruding in his private life, leaking material to the press about how much money he has in his commissary account. This is coming from BOP officers. So there is criminality occurring, and that is because of who he is. And then yet on top of it, this issue with him not receiving medical treatment that he needs. Again, I don't care if it's Rkelly or anybody else. I would be complaining about it. People, obviously it gathers their attention when it's Rkelly, but this is an ongoing problem for so many prisoners. But, I have a forum here to be able to talk about Rkelly specifically, and I'm going to take advantage of it because it's an ongoing problem, and he is specifically suffering from medical negligence right now. The invasion of his privacy, the stealing of his emails, using
write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit! Write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit!
I've been through in my way past to hold somebody, let alone 4, 5, 6, 50, you said. How stupid would I be to do that?
I didn't say you were holding...
That's stupid, guys.
I didn't...
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to, love me if you want, but just use your common sense. How stupid would it be for me to, with my crazy past and what I've been through, right now I just think I need to be a monster and hold girls against their will, chain them up in my basement and don't let them eat and don't let them out unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle.
Robert,
Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing.
Robert.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. I've been through in my way past to hold somebody, let alone 4, 5, 6, 50, you said. How stupid would I be to do that?
I didn't say you
That's
were holding.
stupid, guys.
I didn't.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to, love me if you want, but just use your common sense. How stupid would it be for me to, with my crazy past and what I've been through, right now I just think I need to be a monster and hold girls against their will, chain them up in my basement and don't let them eat and don't let them out unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle.
Robert,
Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing.
Robert.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
Hey. I hope y'all can hear me because my thing is, like, my sound is messing up real bad. Because earlier when I had two people that was doing the class with me this afternoon and they can barely hear me. So I hope y'all can hear me. Hey Regina, Miss Hollywood, Bree, Perspective, what's up, sis? Hey Felicia, hi K baby. 312. Girl, they saying your name all through these YouTube streets. They calling 312 the gorilla of the streets. Alright, that's perfect. So, we're going to get into a couple things on this Friday. I hope y'all having a good Friday. I hope y'all had a good week. There's a lot of injustices going on inside of these prison walls. And one of the guys, a family member, contacted me on Tuesday. So I promised them that I will talk about his story. I mean, when I tell y'all it's really going down in these prisons, like it's really going down. Like, because they private owned businesses, I don't know what's going to take place. Like, I really think families are going to start going in front of these prisons, like, and protesting and probably asking for, I don't know if LNI is a part of the prisons or like how they get their pet, like their like how the city will come in and like inspection or whatever. I don't know how that goes with the prisons, but from what I'm hearing, like the sinks are broke, the toilets are stopped up, the heat is like halfway working, the air is just halfway working. It's like because the toilets is backed up, I guess the poop, the nasty stuff is coming out the sinks, so the water is like brown. Um, a lot of COs are cracking doors open for inmates to fight. Just a couple weeks ago, the one guy that was attacked in Fulton County, how he was attacked was because the COs popped his door, just like I was talking about the other day with Robert and Farmer, and they're extorting them. The guy, okay, the guys that was trying to beat the guy up, they extorted him and told him that he better get his family member to send them cash apps or they was going to stab him. So he contacted his grandmom, and she sent them $150. This before she knew it was extortion. He just was like, "Grandmom, can you send such and such to this cash app?" But later on found out that it was so that he wouldn't get beat up. Um so a lot of them is using cash apps. So that's definitely going throughout the state jails and the federal. The COs is popping these doors and letting people run in there and beat them up. Now, if y'all remember when Ronnie was on here and we had the interview, and I had got a little irritated a little bit when he was talking about how the inmates runs the blocks now. So if you have charges of something with kids or snitching, the inmates put you off the block or they beat you up. Do y'all remember that? And he said Robert went straight to protective custody because of his charges. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. When he got there, he wasn't convicted. They was just the charges. So like y'all really was thinking he was a pedophile. And he was like, oh, it don't matter. And if everybody was watching Surviving Rkelly. So at that time, all we seen was that he supposed to mess with kids. So that's an automatic when you come on the block, the inmates kick you off. And that's why I said the COs, some of them be running stuff in there, but some of them don't. The inmates run the jail because the COs go home. The inmates got to stay there. So some COs don't even be trying to get in no type of drama, nothing. So they let them run it how they want to run it. They come to work, go home. But I really felt the type of way um that he said they had kicked Robert off of the block. And then he wound up talking to all the leaders of the uh the gang members and told them that he wanted Rob to come back on the block because he was an officer and he wanted to hear Robert's side of the story so he could write a book. And he said, of course, Robert talked to him, but he wanted Robert to sign a contract. Robert didn't trust him because right before he moved Robert close to them, um, what's the guy name? The guy that from Mexico. Well, the famous guy that sell all the drugs. His nephew was there, and he said he was only there on like tax evasion or something like that. But they sent an inmate in there with a wire on, and El Chapo, that's his name, and his nephew only had like 5 years. But they wanted to get information out of him, so it was another inmate that was there, and they made the inmate wear a wire and told him to go talk to El Chapo nephew, see if you can get some information. Well, El Chapo nephew started talking, and he wound up getting 25 years for the things that he, mentioned. And Robert was on the same block with them when this happened. So Ronnie said Robert didn't trust him at all. Well, not at all, but he didn't trust him for as the contract. And y'all know Robert already went through so much stuff with contracts and all of that. But he still was friendly to him. He just didn't want to, sign no contracts for no books. And he said Robert said he eventually going to write his own book. So my point is, Robert wasn't convicted then, and he said that like basically, because I'm like, okay, so what if you wasn't there? He just wouldn't have been able to be on the block, and he was like, no, he would have had to go to protective custody. So these other inmates who have been getting recently stabbed, jumped. These COs, BOP officers are popping these doors. Mind you, the grandmom said that at nighttime, her grandson told her the night shift COs, they be like sleep and some of them cool with the inmates and they'll pop doors and it's pitch black. So you in your cell sleep, you hear your door pop and somebody just run up in your cell beating you up. You can't see. So you barely trying to be able to see who it is. And By the time they run away and the COs notice that you beat up and you calling for help, it's like they don't know who did it. And it happened to her grandson twice, and then they extorted him for the money. So these facilities is getting out of hand. I hope everybody check on their family members in Atlanta, uh, Fulton County, Clayton County, the federal prison in Atlanta, the federal prison in Pittsburgh, Mahogany. What's this one right here? I think this supposed to say I think this Holmesburg right here. Um and Pick, which is here in Philadelphia. And then of course Cook County. So I'm teaming up with this lady who is a part of Reform. I was working with her a lot during election, like the last 7 years, but I didn't do it within the last two. So prior to that, and she was doing all the reform. They was trying to push that bill for a lot of people that was locked up over like pounds of weed and all that from the 90s and stuff like that to try to um get them out of jail. So now they're calling for either the wardens or the sheriffs of these facilities to get funding. Let me see how much she told me. Hey Natasha, 313. Okay, $3 million. They looking to get request to fix like all the locks on the doors, the plumbing problem, the utensils. Cause she was telling me that even the trays that they got. First of all, them trays is old as heck in the jail. Like they so old, it's like rust on the bottom of them, and them trays is dangerous. You hit somebody with one of them trays upside their head, you mess around and cut they head open. Them trays is dangerous. They need to get rid of them. All the utensils they use in the kitchen is old as heck. They need cleaning supplies like Lysol, spray, all of that stuff. They have none of that. They're using old mattresses, and the way the doors is in Clayton County, she said to me that the inmates, they got it where they can pick the lock. So they don't have a new system where they can just buzz the door. The CO still have to go around and do the old lock with the key type of thing. So if anybody wants to participate, if you in them different areas, I'm gonna put out the information tomorrow in my community wall. She's gonna have a person in reform in Chicago, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Georgia, yeah, the same thing. Um, Philadelphia, Virginia, and I think this supposed to be. I think this say New Hampshire. Oh yeah, New Hampshire. Okay. Um. Oh yeah, and Louisiana. That's on here too. And they said Louisiana, and they don't have Alabama on here, but she said she's going to look into it. But I also had got some emails about Louisiana and Alabama being very, very, very bad right now. That they like it's so packed that they sleep. Everybody sleeping in day rooms with little the little thin mattresses. Like it's bad. First of all, Cook County, where Robert at, the captivity is supposed to be only 350 inmates. They're housing 600. This is how greedy they are for money. Instead of for trying to keep the facility safe, if a fire or something happens, how you expect to get double the people out that's not even supposed to be in there? So this is why they doing them. They call them the tri-tier cells, where they got 6 inmates in one, and they used to be the meeting rooms, or like where you had programs or church or arts and crafts. They turning them into cells. Where Robert at, and putting 6 dudes in one cell. Disgusting. And this is why I believe that COVID was spreading so rapidly, because You got 6 dudes in one cell. 3 of them got COVID. What is the social distance? Where they like they're gonna get it. The person, even if they try to cover up with the cover of the cough, they're gonna get it. They all using the same toilet, the same sink. They're gonna get it. So, oh yeah, 312, girl. Yes, girl. You know they always gotta say somebody name out here. And far as Robert goes, a lot of people was saying that Robert was transferred. He's not transferred. Robert is still at the prison. And like I said, because Jennifer Bonjean got her debriefing extended, I believe that Judge Donnelly is going to let Robert just sit there until after Jennifer go up for this appeal. Because the only other thing I think she might do, if she's being like in a way type thing, um, is transfer Robert to Brooklyn and just let him sit there until she's ready to send him to whatever home jail she want him to finish his time. But again, she still has to do the opening brief for the appeal, which will be in New York. And I think because of his medical conditions recently, that's probably why they don't want to go transfer him to another facility right now too. So I know people were saying he was transferred. I don't know where they got their information from. All I knew earlier this week is that his emails were uh cut. I know people say, oh, when they say the inmate is not available for the court links, that means that they get. Now, what I was told was sometimes when they are getting transferred, of course, they're not going to be, able to access through the emails, but they don't cut them off. All they do is transfer to another facility and log right back on because they keep the same inmate number. So that wouldn't happen even if he transferred. It wouldn't say that he's not eligible at the time, and that's what it's saying with the email. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all. So this channel is shout out to my daughter because y'all know I didn't want to do it at all, but my daughter just kept telling me, "Mom, do it." Um, um, I don't know. All I know is I was told today Friday. I was told Wednesday from a very valuable source he was still there, and that we do know when they transfer him, that's not going to be nothing that they're going to announce. Same way when they transfer him from Chicago to New York. When I found out that Friday, other people put it out first. I waited because I knew if the media didn't say it, that's precautions of not saying nothing because they got to make sure they get him there safe. Nobody trying to break nobody out or nothing like that. So they're not going to announce it when they putting him in a van and driving him over or whatever. No, they're not going to say nothing until he's actually at the facility. Um, but yeah, when he moved to New York, I had found out that Friday, and then the media finally talked about it that Tuesday. And when I was trying to tell individuals that Monday, he's in New York. Oh no, he's not. He's there. He's there. Okay, well, just wait for the media to tell you. But when the media tell you he's gonna already be at the other location, already transferred in, everything transferred over. But as of Wednesday, today Friday, I don't know what's going on today. I just know Wednesday he was still at the jail. Now, if y'all remember, I said at the beginning of the month, like the first, that it most likely will be around the 18th through the 22nd. Her briefing was rescheduled, I believe, to the 17th. So that's why I said Judge Donnelly is probably because she asked for him to be moved 4 days after his sentencing. But because of his medical condition is why he didn't move. When I went to his restitution hearing after his sentencing, she wanted him there. But Robert asked Jennifer Bajin, could she ask Judge Donnelly, could he stay because of that his leg, and can he just come through the video? And she granted it. And that's why when I went to the restitution hearing, they had him on a video. And that's how I knew he still was walking with that cane. He had the cane in Chicago, and then he had the cane after the trial. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't talk to nobody today because I was at work. So I'll find out something later on this evening. But I know Wednesday I was told he was still there, and Robert said, well, it was told to me that Robert must have told his family that he don't they don't want nobody calling up to the MCC. Um, he appreciate everybody that was caring about his medical condition, and what happened was he forwarded the message about him being in pain and the pain coming to his stomach, but he never said in the message, I need y'all to blow up the phones at the MCC. And from what I was told, that he apologized because he said he didn't know that that's what people took it as. He was just trying to get to certain people to get to Jennifer, because again, Jennifer, his family that was on the list, or Joy would be the only people that would be able to go up to the MCC and get a visit where, or they can see the staff to be able to get them to go check on him. Nobody else would have been able to do anything. So he didn't say in the message, I need y'all to blow up the phones. He just said, I need some medication. So, yeah, they don't want nobody calling the MCC, y'all. I believe if anything is a problem or an issue, just call Jennifer Bajin. That's the only thing I could say, or Ashley Cohen, his lawyers, because nobody else is going to be able to do nothing unless their family and they're on this visiting list, or Joycelyn. So that's why I had said that day I had talked to 3 people after I talked to his family once he sent the email out. And the first thing I did was called his family. And luckily, they received the same email we all received from Robert. So that's why I said he just forwarded the same email to everybody. Um, I understand everybody got scared. Emotions was running high. I get it. But I kept saying the first thing people should have did was, oh snap, let us call his family. Who the first people who can get there? Let us call whatever family members he got that's in Chicago. Because if you always on the other side, what were you gonna be able to do? Or if you always in Ohio somewhere, what were you gonna be able to do? So the best thing to do is to call somebody that's in Chicago, that's on his visiting list, that can get there in no time, get in the car, go over there, or call his attorney. That's it. So, I am kind of sad that his emails got taken from him, because it's like every time something happens, it's always like, damn, the fans and supporters played a part. Now, I told y'all that the week, not this week before that, that the other side was typing up on the BOP website, and I don't care how they feel, I don't care what they say. I didn't even see them writing posters about me because I talked about it 2 weeks ago. This how much I paid them no attention, because I just found out the other day. But again, why would you be coercing people to write the BOP and put Robert's name in there, his inmate number, and tell them that you want his phone calls and his emails to be taken away because he got supporters out here who are attacking and threatening people and victimizing victims by him calling and saying stuff. First of all, what victims is he victimizing by calling to talk to people about this man's rights being violated? No matter how much y'all hate him, they had no right taking this man's personal information. And first thing first, they had no right listening to him and his lawyer calls. That's the most violation of them all. Then him and his lawyer's emails, and then all the rest of his personal emails. I don't care how much you support the accusers. They had no right to do that. And if this man did so much, why would an email have to persuade a woman to do otherwise? If he was abusing her and everything else, why didn't she say all this before seeing emails? That's because it wasn't none of that going on. So when you persuade somebody and tell them, oh, he ain't never coming home. Oh, look, he don't care about you. Look what he writing to her. Oh, yeah, look what he told the lawyer. You're coercing her to testify against this man because y'all wanted to push the narrative that she was 17. That was the case because all of them 32 uncharged acts, y'all want to say, oh, he was messing with boys. And all. He wasn't ever charged for them. He wasn't charged for Javante. So she want to make a scene out here, but he don't have no charges for her. He don't have no charges for sleeping with Aaliyah as a minor. So it's like, why would you call or send emails to the BOP to tell him to take his privileges away? And that man did nothing to y'all. That man ain't say Larry's name. That man ain't say none of them people names over there. He didn't even say Ezriel's name. He said my ex-girlfriend. So like everything this man do upset y'all. Why do y'all watch people that support him? Why do y'all follow channels, people that support him? It's only going to make you upset. Because the people that support him is going to continue fighting for him. They're going to continue screaming that this man has been treated unjustly. People going to continue to do what they have to do to support him. People are going to continue to praise him. People are going to continue to pray for him. Why would you watch somebody that you don't like that's supporting the person you don't like and get mad and try to gather people up to go tell the BOP lies? That man never threatened y'all. That man never called one person and told them to attack nobody. Take it up with the person who you feel like is attacking you. Stop trying to put Robert in the midst of y'all insecurity. Like, I don't understand it. It was all, oh, we want him to get guilty verdict and all. Okay, y'all got that. Why y'all still here? Y'all said Chicago, he was going to get 100 years. He was going to get thrown under the jail. He was going to get life without no parole. No, that didn't happen. The man beat 7 charges. The major one, obstruction, conspiracy. Where's the RICO? So, I mean, y'all got what y'all wanted. Why continue to follow somebody you don't care for? And then get mad and try to go report people bullying, how the heck is somebody harassing y'all and you coming to watch other people? Make that make sense. If you don't watch the person, you don't got to worry about being mad. You don't have to worry about whatever they say gets to you. Stop watching. Because if anything, you're stalking and harassing. You're taking your time to go click and enter in to watch R. Kelly supporter, you're sitting there watching their platform, watching what they say, watching how they move, watching what they post, and then run back to your platform and say, hey, let's contact the BOP and tell them that we want R. Kelly phone calls and his emails to be taken because he got people out here harassing and bullying people, and he's out here victimizing victims. They can't even um uh heal. No, none of them are saying anything. Y'all on YouTube. They not in our bushes watching us, and if they are, they ain't saying anything. I see Javante traveling to all of these different channels. She chose to be in the mix to this. If this man did so much to you, he's convicted. Why wouldn't you move on with your life? Why would you want to be in a circle of people that's still supporting him? Y'all can't stop nobody from supporting this man, and that's what y'all angle is. And that's bullying. And to sit up here and write, oh, they out here reporting people to YouTube for how is somebody harassing because they title say Rashana testifies at trial and really reported the person for harassment and bullying. Rashana testifying at trial? Didn't she testify at the trial? These women not even coming at nobody out here reporting their channels. Y'all starting to act like y'all the YouTube accusers, police or something. It's other people out here being in domestic. You didn't hear about the young lady, the mother that just died, and the son that was eaten by an alligator. The boyfriend killed the mom. Then the other guy that went on a speed chase with his 2-year-old daughter, him and the mom fight back and forth. He killed the daughter. Why don't y'all invest in that? It's a whole lot of women and girls out here who needs help and advocates. Why still continue? And then they say, oh yeah, I was watching such and such channel and she was saying this, that, oh, I was watching his channel. Why are you watching? Like Jennifer said, that's starting to become a little obsessive. It's like y'all really obsessed at this point. So when you go running trying to tell, how? Ain't nobody coming to y'all. Y'all coming over to other people that supports him. And you knew this since 2019. When y'all were trying to shut us up since then. With a whole scammer father who y'all need to be talking about and need to try to get money back for those people that were really victimized by that man. But y'all let that man come right through, do what he wanted to do, lie, while his pimping wife was pimping his daughter. Even before they tried to charge Robert for California, the mother, after the Dolphin Hotel, she went and took Azriel to the next concert in Jacksonville, which was only 2 weeks after the Dolphin Hotel incident. Then her and Azriel stayed in Cheryl Mack's hotel, and Azriel said she went to Robert's hotel that night while her mom was still in the other hotel room, and Azriel said she slept with him while the mother was in the other hotel room. Then Azriel flew out to California after that by herself, flew out to Vegas by herself, flew out to Connecticut by herself. But y'all was out here rooting for pimps. Talk about that. But to keep reporting this man, and this man has done nothing. This man don't speak on none of y'all. This man never spoke on none of y'all. Half of y'all that's reporting him, he don't even know who you are. You just hating him because that y'all other people over there are. But move on. This man has put food in y'all kids' mouth for the past 4 years. Y'all ain't even got enough respect to thank him for that. Y'all consistent commentary on him, R. Kelly supporters, whatever R. Kelly supporters is doing, him, his family, him, R. Kelly supporter. Y'all ate off of that. Y'all gain monetary gain off that. Why y'all ain't giving the females no money? Y'all gain money, and there's a lot of y'all that got platforms that's monetized. So with that being said, like, karma is real. So to keep reporting that man for something he didn't do and false reporting at that, go take it up with the person who's making videos of you. Go take it up with the person who's putting your name in the title and speaking of things you allegedly did or whatever. Go take it up with that person. Because Jennifer Bonjean said nobody speaks for her firm nor her client. So stop trying to add Robert into other people speaking on y'all. And if you don't like what they speaking, stop watching them. That's simple. Y'all must be that bored and have nothing else to do that y'all only come to watch Rkelly supporters, the ones you hate. Doesn't make any sense to me. Hey Ray, hey Faith, hey Shelly. When I seen them, ain't nobody's fool sitting up there contacting the BOP officers saying Robert got people out here threatening them and they so scared. They was on live and somebody. No, let's keep it real. Y'all mad because Sharon Wimbush is putting out here that she talked to Larry's co-defendant wife or however it went. And that he supposed to scam them people and lying on his kid's disability and made the man send all the money to his wife and her kids. No, take that up with her. Robert don't know nothing about none of that and could care less. But stop reporting that man for stuff he didn't even do. That's weird. Soon as something happened, oh y'all, let's go live. Oh, y'all heard what happened to R. Kelly? Yeah, because they said this, that. Why do you care? You don't like him. Y'all call him pedophiles and rapists. And why would you care about any updated news with him? Why? You only raising your blood pressure. You only making yourself even more sick. And a lot of y'all got medical issues. A lot of y'all over 50, 60. Enjoy your life. Why are you putting your health at risk because you want to take it upon yourself to go follow his supporters, go watch his supporters' channels? You can't make nobody take their channel down. You can't make nobody stop speaking on what they want on their channel. So stop watching. So anything that you're mad about or anything that y'all want to try to go false report, just remember that y'all took it upon yourself to go watch people channels. Y'all took it upon yourself to go sit in their bushes and screen record. That's stalking. Why would you go stalk somebody you don't like or you don't like what they're saying out their mouth and then go report Robert because you're mad you can't stop this person from talking? Like, we got proof. So to keep saying that he got people threatening people and all that, everybody can replay all of his interviews he did. He didn't say not one person name on the other side. All he spoke about is emails being taken from him, his lawyer phone calls being recorded, given to parents, given to federal witnesses. All of a sudden, a person come up to the jail, cussing them out, admitting that they had seen these emails and heard these phone calls. Y'all coerced this girl to go up to the Trump to mess with Joy. That's a fact. Instigated the whole time instead of letting Joy get the items and leave. Exactly. Oh, y'all can't hear me. Oh my God. Dang, how long was y'all not hearing me? Oh my God. How long didn't y'all hear me? Oh no, I'm not repeating all of that. I ain't repeating all that. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't repeat all. How long was y'all not hearing me? Dang. I can't repeat all that. But anyway, like I said, just please leave this man alone. So, in my opinion, I don't know if they can reveal this to Jennifer, but they should be able to let her know if complaints came in, because they tried to say, yeah, it was a bunch of phone calls coming in, and some people called and was disrespectful, and I guess disrespecting the officers or whatever. It's supposed to have been several officers that said, we're going to go look into it, and then come to find out the lady who was on call um, for the medical, she wasn't coming back into the next day, 8 o'clock. She had left early that day. So I believe that's why Robert was like, saying, I'm in pain, I need meds, because he put in the med slip and it didn't get answered because she was not there. Like, they don't let you just walk up and go to med. You can't do that. You got to put in the slip. Then they come collect the slips throughout the day. They take it up to medical, and then whatever nurse on staff or doctor on staff, then they'll go ahead and put in for an appointment for you to see them. It's crazy it has to go that way, but that's how they do it. They don't just let you say, hey, can I go up to medical? It don't go that way. So he didn't know, but the lady didn't come into the next morning. That's how he was able to get the medicine that next morning. But they're trying to say it was because of the cause of the emails getting taken. But I believe 75% was them reporting um them reports to the BOP. And I got proof that they did it. I got proof that they gave the address out to everybody and told them, oh, if y'all want to report it, if y'all, want to, here's the information. This is how you report it. You put his inmate number in, the whole thing. Now, if you go back and watch, did any of y'all see Robert say anybody name over there? Did y'all ever see Robert say Larry's name? Never. So why would you be reporting him to the BOP? It's ridiculous and it's sad. Like, when I seen that, it really hurted me, because it's like, this man is doing nothing to y'all. He gets under y'all skin that bad that y'all just reporting this man. These accusers is not even out here on that type time, except for Faith Rogers' mother, Javante. They out here all in the messy stuff. A whole pastor's wife. And Javante supposed to be a mother. She supposed to have all these businesses and supposed to be an advocate and doing so much. Why are you on YouTube cussing out Levi and other people that claim that they for Rkelly? On here sounding like a freaking crazy person. Why are you not healing? And why would you want to even listen to channels talking about him? Doesn't make sense. Real victims don't roll. A real victim is not going to sit on a platform to listen to people that's supporting somebody that they claim abused them. Hell no. They wouldn't even be able to tolerate it, let alone sit there and listen and keep talking about them. Yeah. And remember when I told y'all I had got a privacy complaint the other day? So usually when they send privacy complaints, they tell you who it is. But I found out who it was, because this he's out here and his team is out here sending privacy complaints on everybody in the Rkelly sector. On his community wall last week, he told them that he needed 500 people to shut down 30 channels, and he need them to do it for 30 days and report everything as harassment, bullying, spam, and misleading. So they're even lying in the reports. They're lying. And if you get over 150 people to keep reporting one person, YouTube will listen. And that's the sad part, because they're lying. So one person trying to fight back 30, 40, 50 people saying that they bullying and harassing, and then YouTube would just tell you to take the video down. And then you gotta fight back now. Like, no, they're lying. And then YouTube would be like, okay, well, this is federal court, so you gotta provide your information, and then you can go and counter sue it. But the whole thing with that is you gotta give up your information. Your first and last name, your address, your phone number. And now this is when it come in with the docs and stuff. Because YouTube will give the person your information. Because they try to work it out where they'll say, well, hey, do you want to contact the person to see if they can just take the video down without striking them? Or they'll ask you, hey, would you like to just contact the person that gave you the strike to see if y'all can work it out, without them. But who wants to give those people their information? Like, really? Who wants to do that? And then they're using fake names. They're using fake accounts. This man got over 6, 7 fake accounts running around here trying to strike everybody for a privacy right. How you going to try to send me a privacy claim on a video that's of Angelo? The video was from a year ago. All it said was Angelo Clary and Team Truth split, and he speaks on Larry McGee. How the heck is that a privacy claim? That ain't no privacy claim. Your name is Larry McGee. You were in Team Truth with Angelo Clary, and Angelo told y'all to stop using the name Team Truth. But you really searching people platforms. You really put a privacy claim for a video of mine from a year ago. Like, dude, you don't got nothing else to do? Your name is Larry McGee. And now they saying his name is what's the guy name who he said was his nephew? What is it? The Sante something. That's his name too. So it's all this back and forth. But watch your channels, because they're definitely trying to strike and put in false claims. If you talk about Robert, or if you speak on anything about him, he's telling his peoples to strike everybody and report you. The only thing I can say is stand up on what you believe in, fight it back. All you have to do is prove to YouTube that they're lying. Once you go through your video and break it down to YouTube, I didn't harass anybody. I didn't mislead anybody. This is no spamming. I didn't bully anybody. These people are coming to my channel, watching my video, and then trying to report it when all they have to do is unsubscribe. That's it. That's all they gotta do. But they don't have nothing going on over there, so they continue to watch everybody over here, which I think is understatement for me. So again, my daughter went and set the channel up, y'all. So as y'all can see at the bottom of it, and y'all know I didn't want to do it. I didn't do it in 4 years, but my baby did it for me, so I went on to let her do it. If y'all look at the bottom, I think it is. This channel is so this channel is added with the Google AdSense, the super chats. What else is it? The super thanks. And when she get home, she's going to finish doing the members only. I didn't want to do it, but whatever, it's over. She did it already. So what I'm gonna do is, out of the money that comes, 50% of it I'm gonna just give to Robert, and then I'll just use the other 50% for the channel. So that's how I'm gonna do it, because I really didn't never want to do it. And when I tell you, it's really not that easy how everybody be like making it seem, because I play a lot of videos and a lot of music. You can't monetize that. You can't. So that's why you see a lot of channels that just talk, because That's the only way you can get a video monetized. You can't get no outside music. You can't get no copyrighted music in it. Um, yeah, you can't play like outside videos and then try to monetize it. It won't work. So it's a lot going on with this. She's teaching me because I damn sure don't know how to deal with all this stuff. It's very difficult. And now when I have class again on tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I got 3 more people. And shout out to the 6 people who already finished with my YouTube class. Shout out to them. Doing very good with their channel, and I learned a lot more now since my daughter has monetized the channel. They have the ads now, so for people who have channels and you got ads, you can get paid with the ads. Then you can have a fundraiser. So like you can start a fundraiser on your channel, and it can be like to any organization, any like the Heart Association, um the Injustice. It was like a couple up there that I seen that was for the Innocence and the Injustice something. I never seen it before, but they was from California. And then there's some up there for uh the homeless shelters. It's like 30 of them up there. But you can also take like your earnings that you get from YouTube, and you can donate a percentage to organizations every month. So I'm gonna see how it go, but I know for a fact 50% of it I'm gonna give to Robert, and then I'll feel better about doing it. And that's how I was able to find out that he was sending all these privacy claims. Because one thing about being monetized, of course, you gotta have over 1,000 subscribers, and you have to have over, I think, is it 4,000? Yeah, 4,000 watch hours a month. But you have to go through all of your content, and they got this new thing where they can run a check through it, and they'll tell you if you can get partial money for that content, or you can get the whole money or none at all. And they break down the revenue for each video. But the best thing, I told individuals the other day that was in my class, the best thing to do is if you like trying to get like rich, then just have a platform and come on it and talk. That's it. Show your little, like, I guess, receipts or pictures that you want to show. Make sure it ain't nobody else's where they gonna hate on you and try to strike you. And don't play no copyrighted music. They have a thing in YouTube now where you can pay money to have music playing on your lives or your videos that's not copyrighted, but you got to pay for them. And then they'll tell you which videos is not copyrighted music. Or of course, if you got your own music or somebody else's music, you know that YouTube can claim as a copyright, you can use that. But that's what I would say. Just be on your platform and just talk. That's the only way. But if you sharing other people's videos, if you playing music a lot, like I always be playing Robert music, you can never get those monetized. If you doing intros and outros, don't put music in them. Just make up intro, outro that's naturally yours. Because if not, you can't get nothing from it. So yeah, I believe it's super chats. And I think it's a super thanks on there. And I don't know if I'm gonna do the memberships. The only way I'm gonna do them is if y'all like want to do it, because I noticed a lot of y'all are subscribed to other R. Kelly supporters, right? And there's a couple other R. Kelly supporters who have members only. So I don't want y'all to be paying members only for me, members only for them, members only for this person, members only for that person. So I was thinking that if I don't do the members only, then if y'all could just hit the like button, and then I appreciate it. Because if you're going to be paying multiple channels for members only, that doesn't make any sense. So long as y'all can hit the like button, I appreciate it. And then I guess I'll have to um get everything through that. Hey, Henretta, I'm calling you. Not calling you. I'm emailing you in the morning, baby girl. But I appreciate everybody that's been hitting the like button and sharing the videos, and who've been rocking with me for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, a year. I appreciate y'all. Oh, Faith, girl, you had me and my family cracking up off of your comedy videos. Girl, you need to start doing your comedy again so we can laugh. Girl, I was cracking up. You remind me of that lady off of Medea, the light skinned one, with the big boobs and the glasses and the wigs that talk real funny. You talking about my name, maybe D, maybe D. Girl, you had me laughing. That is too funny. I was going to share it, but I don't know if you want me to share it out here. And if you do, then I'll do it later, because I got to let everybody see you doing that little comedy stuff. That is too cute. So for us to finish, this is the guy who I said earlier this week. His family contacted me. They wanted me to tell the story about what's happening to him inside the jail. So I'm gonna go ahead to them, and then we'll get on this Trump stuff, and then we'll be done. Oh, and the Justin brothers, who was snatched out of the politics for protesting for to stop gun violence, and they pulled them out. One name is Justin Pearson. The other one is no. They both of their names is Justin. Both of their names is Justin. So the first one I'm gonna let y'all hear. His name is Paul. Did I put his thing up here? I thought I put Paul's up here. Oh no, I didn't. Let me go back. I'm sorry. I thought I did. Okay, here we go. So the first one is I got you. If you really trying to push that, I told you that my mom is real cool with Patty Jackson. I don't know if you know Patty Jackson, but she's over here in Philly. She worked for WDAS for a long time. My mom used to do a lot of WDAS parties, Steve Harvey's, Butterball before he passed away. So they always having at the Laugh House, but that's the thing, you always out there. We'll talk. We'll talk. And I think you should do one of their open nights or one of their open mics. They travel all around, but you good with that. You definitely need to keep going with that. Just to give everybody some type of laughter, because it's too much sadness and beefing and everything else. Oh, 312. The crazy thing is, I'm teaching my YouTube class, so I got 8 people left for these next 2 weeks. I'm done with 6 people, but that's what I'm teaching them. The YouTube, the Facebook, the Instagram, and the Twitter, and how they can make money off of all 4. And the young lady, she's older, but not that old. She's also helping me behind the scenes because she's a YouTube. Wait a minute, I don't want to mess her name up. She's a YouTube influencer marketer. Yeah. And she knows all about SEC. When you have a YouTube, you have to have at least 3 and it's 10 of them, but your titles, All of that matters with having a YouTube channel, and you want your YouTube to get discovered on Google and other reporters to start picking up your stories and your your videos and reporting them on their websites, different reporters and journalists. So when I went to Spectacular's class, I learned a lot of stuff and how to make money off of social media. And that's what a lot of the celebrities do. A lot of people think they getting money from their music and all that. Nah, they getting a lot of money from social media. On Facebook and Instagram, you don't even have to show your face. You can create a channel and just post. Find viral posts that went viral. And the good thing about it, just like YouTube, you can repost videos, you can repost posts on Facebook and Instagram, and you get revenue for it. You can collaborate with somebody that has a business that's booming and they need to get their posts out. You can repost their stuff and get revenue for it. So that's why I told a lot of people in my class who had channels within the Rkelly sector to make up new channels. Have one for a business if you got a business that you're trying to promote, and then create another channel for separately that you just want to create content, post viral posts, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, to get revenue every month. Now, right now, the shorts on YouTube is making a lot of money too. And with YouTube also paying them for the ads. So if somebody's watching your live and you have ads running off through them, you can get paid for that. And just putting up short videos. A lot of people do it on TikTok. Post them on YouTube. You get paid for your short videos separately from your views, your super chats, your Google ads, and your super thanks. And Facebook, same way. All you got to do is get viral posts, repost them, and you get paid just for the viral posts that you're posting. Try to look for posts that went viral on Twitter, Instagram, and you can repost them as many times as you want. But if it's somebody that has a brand or somebody who's doing content, reach out to them. Hey, is it okay if I repost? And they're going to want you to, because it's going to bring people to them, and you still can get paid for it. So I learned a lot. If y'all don't know, that's the guy from Pretty Ricky, and that's how he became a millionaire, due to this him with the social media stuff. And when I was in his class, he taught us so much. He gave us a lot of information and the links, how to get the viral posts, how to be able to know what to put in your on your Instagram and your descriptions to make people come to your channel fast. Know how to put the links, the add to all your social media accounts within one click and post all of them within one click. I learned all of that stuff. So definitely shout out to him. It is expensive. I only went to his class because I had got chosen to a lottery, and then the fourth week we had to pay $150 to do two more sessions because they charge $1,000 for 6 weeks. But the information is awesome. You will definitely leave with information, and you definitely will gain revenue if you do everything that he's telling you to do and you stay consistent. Like if you got a job or you got a career, all you got to do is put at least 2 hours into the social media posting every day, and you will still get probably twice more revenue than you get in some people getting in 9 to 5s. This is why a lot of people quitting they 9 to 5s and they just making money off of social media, because right now it's like the highest paying um like job now. And then if you have a business, you promote your business with all of the subscribers and all of the followers you got in somebody else's business. So I think it's a good thing to see a lot of color people posting other color people businesses, and seeing people starting these small little businesses, makeup, all the little kids starting lipstick businesses, keychains, and all type of stuff. So we gotta do what we gotta do for our people, y'all. Cause when we was growing up, we ain't had this. These kids ain't gotta work hard or nothing. They can just sit home and make 6 figures. Okay? So this is Ralph, and this is the young guy who I talked to his family on Tuesday. He was stabbed 18. Sorry, y'all know I do my notes. I don't be wanting to forget what I gotta say. Yeah, he was stabbed eight, 18 times, and he broke uh both of his legs because he was running to jump off the second tier so they could stop stabbing him, and he messed up his back. The sad thing about this is, you know why they stabbed him 18 times? He was sitting on his bed, and this is the day they received commissary. And a couple guys that don't get money like that from their family don't get commissary. So basically, they don't get bags when commissary come in. Was robbing him for his commissary, all because they asked him to give him some of the stuff, and he was like, I don't got that much. I can try next week or something. But he like, I didn't get a big bag this week. And they like, no, we see your bin is full of stuff. But he like, I need this stuff. He stayed to himself. His cellie, unfortunately, was at work the day that they came up in the cell and stabbed him. And the sad thing is, the CO popped his door. They were on lockdown for about an hour, and the CO was supposed to be doing count. But instead, she popped all the doors. So now you got all these inmates traveling up and down the tier. You can't control everyone. That's why you're supposed to keep all of them closed, and you only pop one by one as you walk and do count. You're never supposed to pop all of them because you got people down there, people up there. How you going to see everything? And he had to jump off the tier down to the first tier, and that's how he broke his 2 legs. And do y'all know that the hospital kept him for 2 days and sent him back to the jail? He's in a lot of pain. He feel very sick. Of course, his legs is healing back together. They gave him 1 crutch when both legs were broke. He's still healing from the 18 stab wounds. Like, he's so lucky that he didn't die, that they didn't puncture a main artery. He's scared. His girlfriend, cousin told me that they think he might die in there. And the sad part about this is, you know why he's in jail? He got 180 days for a shoplifting charge, which is a misdemeanor. Yep. So they're on he has to finish out his time. And I think he only got like 60 days left or something. And they don't always put you in protective custody because when he came back the first day, he was on a medical unit until he got his gauze off his legs, I guess, so they can breathe the scrapes or whatever from jumping. And they just put him in general population. And the guys that stabbed him, only 1 person it whispered around in jail, but the other 3 don't nobody know that they did it because nobody told. And the sad thing is, of course, he don't want to tell because they told him that if he tells, they're gonna kill him. And in jail, that's why I was telling y'all, when they fight and stuff, if you cop out and go to medical, they think that you're gonna tell the nurse. You supposed to let them take you to medical. Like, you so hurt that they like, oh no, this person gotta go to medical. But you're never supposed to be like, please, can I get out of here and go to medical? Because they automatically assume you're gonna go tell the nurse. And as a nurse, they have to do their job. So if you don't tell them nothing, of course they don't know nothing, but they're gonna report it. So that's why you see a lot of guys try to just rock out and just deal with it and don't go to the nurse because they know the nurse is gonna have to report it. And if you do tell the nurse who it is and all, they have to report that. But the sad part is when they go report it, do you know that they put them right back in the general pop? And then they go find the people who they told on, put them in the shoe, not act like they don't got friends in the jail and all that who they could go tell, oh, such and such snitched on me. I'm in the shoe for 30 days or whatever. Then they get out 30 days. This person's still in the jail who told, and now they trying to put a hit out on them and everything. I mean, they set them up for failure. They don't protect you. And this is why a lot of people don't like to tell. Because what am I tell for? I'm going to get my behind whooped, stabbed again, and this time I'll probably die. So the only thing left to do is, oh, I got to make me a homemade weapon. Because y'all ain't going to protect me. Y'all ain't going to save me. And this is why you see a lot of guys in jail start to get weapons and stuff. This is why you see a lot of guys get extorted. Because they don't be wanting to fight. You don't want to get no more time on your case. Because you probably about to come home. And if you get in trouble for fighting, or somebody gets stabbed, or somebody get hurt, you can get 2, 3, 4 years added on to your time. So that means you got to finish out that time, and then you got to come and give them a whole nother time for this new charge you got. Then if you want to see the parole board, you go see them. You probably about to go home, and the paroler say, "Oh, we heard you got a disciplinary points, so we're denying your parole." Now you gotta wait to see parole board 2, 3 years from now. It's sad. So I told her that I would share the story. She's a nurse, and she said she know for a fact he was not supposed to be sent back to the facility. Again, he got stabbed 18 times, broke 2 of the legs by him trying to run. He jumped over the tier. So like it's tier 1 through 9. He was on the second tier. So he had to jump all the way down to the first. And it's like real high to do that. But shoot, he's like, I ain't trying to get stabbed again. And like I said, God is on his side because 18 times. So let me let y'all hear the story.
If we're looking into reports, a Clayton County jail detainee was stabbed 18 times and broke 2 legs trying to escape. We've been reporting for months about attacks inside the jail, and Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie is live in Clayton County now. Mark, this may have started partly because of food.
Yeah, and we attempted to reach Sheriff Levon Allen by email, text, and phone. But much of the information for this report comes from a young woman who tells us she spoke by phone last evening with a Clayton County jail inmate stabbed 12.5 times and suffering 2 broken legs.
He told me I've been stabbed 18 times. He told me he's been stabbed in his head. He said he was hit upside the head with a metal piece. He said I've been stabbed in my hands, my legs, my ankles.
Monica Johnson told us she's a registered nurse, but one doesn't need professional medical expertise to be horrified.
I have a fear for his life being in Clayton County jail. It's like, if I wake up, will I get the news that he's dead being in that jail?
Horrified by the injury, she says her boyfriend, Ralph Renard Perry, told her he sustained in an attack by other inmates in the Clayton County jail last week, including 18 stab wounds and breaking both legs, trying to get away from his attackers when he jumped from one floor to the floor below, trying to escape.
He also said he hurt his back when he had to jump from the top floor from trying to get away from the stabbing.
A City of Lovejoy official told us Ralph Renard Perry had been sentenced to 180 days in jail for a misdemeanor shoplifting charge. What did he tell you about why he was attacked?
So he said he was sitting in a cell and he had his food around him that he had bought from commissary. And he said that basically they wanted to take his food.
Ms. Johnson says Perry told her in a call from jail Sunday evening he had been in a local hospital a few days where his fever reached 105 and his blood pressure, he indicated to her, was also dangerously high. And as a nurse, she wonders why he's not still in an outside hospital. What's giving you the strength to cope with this?
I would just say my spirituality with God, just a lot of prayer and time with him.
This is far from the first stabbing we've heard of recently in the Clayton County jail.
I got stabbed and beat down so bad.
And where were you stabbed?
My back, my mouth, and then my arm.
Last month, Robert Welch said in December he was stabbed and beaten while in the Clayton County Jail after he violated the conditions of his bond for aggravated stalking in a domestic situation. But he's determined not to do it again, not just because it's the right thing, but because jail conditions are so bad he fears he might die. Welch's attorney, Byron Morgan, said he hasn't seen the jail as bad as it's been lately in more than 30 years of practicing law in Clayton County. Earlier this year, my colleague Audrey Washington reported on an incident that some of the images were blurred for TV. The video was hard to watch, and according to the mother of the victim, the video showed 5 Clayton County jail inmates attacking her 21-year-old son. Audrey reported he was stabbed 23 times.
I mean, stabbings to his head, his ear, his chest area, stomach.
Audrey reported that in a statement to Channel 2 Action News, Sheriff Levon Allen said he became aware of the assault on January 4th and that he said in all 5 inmates were identified and charged with attempted murder.
Those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous.
Clayton County Commission Chair Jeff Turner has said that in February the commission approved on an emergency basis more than $3 million at the request of the sheriff's office to fix locks, broken windows, inoperable toilets, and other issues contributing to deplorable conditions in the Clayton County Jail. Now back live, Clayton County District Attorney Tasha Mosley has told us she is aware of widespread violence inside the Clayton County Jail and has been working on a lengthy indictment against dozens of people involving allegations of aggravated assault, extortion, illegal contraband, and more. She says the sheriff's office is cooperating with the ongoing investigation. Reporting live, Mark Winnie.
If we're looking into reports.
So, this is the couple, and she is so sweet. Her cousin name is Raina. That's who contacted me. I don't know if she's in the bushes or not. Like their story really saddened me. This is her cousin, boyfriend. This is her cousin, the girl that's on the screen. I told her as much as I can, I'll keep continuing to share the story. Even when he went back, they took the phones from him. He had went to call her. And one of the guys who was a part of the stabbing, and this is why I said it's really sad. I told you only one person got caught because somebody else was talking and they told. He didn't tell them. But the other 4 guys who were a part of it, they're all still in the jail. None of them are facing any charges because he told her he will not tell. He will not do that. Of course, she's a woman and she's like, you should tell. And he's like, please, whatever you do, do not tell. So she didn't want to give me any of the names to the guys. He knows the guys' names and what they look like, but he told her, please do not do that. When he came back, a couple of the staff asked him. He said he don't remember. He don't know. She said when he got back, one of the guys, I guess friends is in there. So when he went to use the phone, when he came back from the hospital, one of the guys clicked the side of the phone, ended their phone call. Like, okay, some of the phones be like in the rec room, some be on the wall. His is the way that she said they have them, they in the rec room. So you got to go sit and wait until people get off or whatever. But you can like stand like next to somebody and click the thing, like a payphone, and click their phone call off. So he called her back 3 hours later. She was like, what happened? Why I got disconnected? And he said that one of the guy's friends is on his unit. And he said he think it's on purpose because the guy wasn't on his unit. But since he came out the hospital, it's 3 or 4 guys that's on his unit that's cool with those guys. Not them guys, but they cool with them guys. And they taking him like he's sweet. He's not sweet. He's not a punk or none of that. He just got this little bit of time. And he wasn't even supposed to get arrested for it. It's a misdemeanor. And the way she kind of put it to me, like the judge was just being racist and gave him 180 days for a shoplifting case. That's an old case. But you know how it is when you got what's they call bench warrant and all that. Some judges sometimes give you a fine, probation, let you go, but no. So she like, what is they gonna start extorting you now? and I guess they're jealous because he's alive. That's what I think. And he beat it. He's strong and he's still fighting for another day. Luckily, he has his celly. His celly not a punk. He just wasn't there that day. So he has that protection. And the celly's saying ain't nobody gonna run up in there. He just wasn't there that day. He got a couple other guys that's on the unit that also, like him and cool with him. But she did tell him, don't trust everybody. And the cousin told me that they were supposed to do a press conference in front of the jail, but he told them don't do it. What do y'all think she should do? Because his thing is, I guess, if she get too much attention, then it's going to come out, I guess, who the guys are. But remember, he told them he don't remember. When the people came and attacked him, they put like a cover over his head so he couldn't see who it was. But of course, they do know who it is. And I was explaining to her cousin that, and I'll tell her this again, like I told her, I agree with him. Like, I'm not up here saying, oh no, he should keep taking beatings or stabbing, but he's in there, we out here. If he do go tell on these people, the sad thing is the BOP does not help you. The officers in there does not care. You got a couple that really care and that'll do their job right. And it's usually like the older officers that have been doing this job for 40, 50 years, something like that. But them new younger officers, they don't care. Half of them is bringing stuff back and forth in the jail. Half of them know some of the inmates or their girlfriend cousins in there or their brother homie in there. It's crazy. And apparently he knows better than she do because he's in there. But she said that her cousin is stressing. She tired of seeing her crying. She's scared. Like every day, she just thinking she's gonna get a phone call and they're gonna tell her that he's dead. And then he don't want to make no knife and all of that and like fight back because again, he's trying to come home. He don't got like years and none of that stuff. So I just told her that I would keep, and this was kind of crazy a little bit because the cousin told me that he don't want no news coverage and all. So at first I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to put this out on YouTube then because it might reach to certain people. But she can vouch for me. She gave me the permission. She told me they won't do the news coverage, but damn sure for me to put it out here. So maybe they're hoping maybe some of his men family talk him into speaking on who these people is, because if they do get to the people right away, they couldn't get charged and they will be charged for attempted murder and they will automatically have to move them out of that jail away from him and all of that if they do their job right. And if he got to go to protective custody till he get out, that can happen. Or his lawyer, I was telling her too, can fight for earlier release and he can do the rest of that little 60 days on probation. I don't even know why they, after he got stabbed, why would they even keep him in there and he only got 60 days left? That's mind blowing to me. Right, and he never had a fight in there. He never had a disciplinary write up. He was in there teaching a lot of the inmates the CDL thing, teaching them so when they get out they can take their CDL thing. So he was in there being um destructive. He was in there doing good things. They just was extorting them. Some bum behind dudes that don't get food like that, don't get common. She said that two of the guys, they don't never get commissary. And the other ones, they like bullies of people who get commissary. So some guys that's like, nuts, scared, they just give them their stuff. And guess what? That's how they live. Ain't that crazy? Said they never messed with him, but they don't know what it was. This commissary time, he was on the bed with his food and stuff, and they told him to give him something. He said, "I can look out for y'all my next week, but not this one. This stuff gotta, last me. And his girl, he don't want her sending him hundreds and hundreds every week, so he's trying to, manage it. But she said that if he needed it, she got it. But he on the tip, like he in there, his girl out here, working, still paying the bills, holding down the house. So he wasn't trying to be having his girl sending him all of that. Cause she was saying he could have just gave them the stuff and said forget it and got some new stuff. But he a man. He like, I don't have it. I can try to look out next time. So he had to get stabbed because he didn't want to give up his commissary bag. Yeah, they know, but he never said no names. That's why you see on the news thing, she did, and the only reason she did that was because a reporter came up to the hospital when he was in critical condition when he first went to the hospital. And she went to the hospital, and that's how they got her with that. But they were trying to take a news coverage in front of the jail and keep doing it every day until either he get released or until somebody get charges. He didn't think they was going to send him right back. I don't think either. 2 days, stabbed 18 times and broken 2 legs. So this is why she like trying to go over his head. Like, no, forget all of that. I want these people to get. I want the guard to let them come in the cell, get in trouble. And he like, this is my life in here. No, just wait till. And I think he's trying to wait till he get out and maybe get a lawsuit. Because I was telling the cousin that, like, long as he got that disciplinary report, long as he got all the information, how they just threw him out the hospital in 2 days, the guard that was working, all that stuff can all get brought up. So maybe he's doing that. Yeah, but he never told her on the phone, who is it? Some way, I think she said, I forgot what she said, how he slipped her the guys' names. I don't know if it was on the phone. I don't know if it was through a letter or through email, but she did say he knows the guys' names. Because the celly was really mad. The celly's not no punk. He's an older guy. He just, they called him while he was in the thing. So he don't got nothing to worry about again, far as the cell. And I guess the celly, the job that he has, I guess some way he got the morning shift or something now. So he's going to be going out to programs and stuff when the celly go out, because that's when they try to catch you. And then the guard that let them do that, they know the guard too. So I guess they just hold him back. He just told her to hold back because he don't want to die in there. And then you got to think, some of them guys don't got nothing to lose. So they think is, shoot, I don't care about stabbing him, whatever, and I ain't going nowhere anyway. And I think that's what kind of dusty guys they are. I don't know. Like, I don't know how long them guys got or none of that. But usually that be the ones that don't have nothing to lose. So I'm praying for Ralph and his their family. And I'm gonna try to call her Monday and see what transpired or what and her name is Monica, his girlfriend. Um like if we can help any other type of way or something. And when he was at the hospital for them 2 days, his fever went to 105, and they still let him out in 2 days. And his blood pressure was rising high. They still let him out. And with her being a nurse, she said she know for a fact they was never supposed to let him out that early. So he ain't trying to fight with no 2 crutches and the stab wounds all bandaged up and everything, the stitches all in him. He's not even well. He's not healed. And the sad thing is all this is over commissary food, and now the cousin said that he can't even eat now because of the surgery from the stabbing and all that. So can't even eat the stuff he got. So prayers out to Monica and her family. I'm gonna call the cousin back Monday and see what else we can try to do. Or I did get them in contact with my girlfriend that's doing a reform, and to see if she can bring a little bit, I guess, more light on to his case. I guess once he get out and stuff like that, because um, like I said, she's doing a reform in all those cities and states I mentioned to y'all, and they're trying to put light on inmates who's been receiving injustice, um, neglect from medical care, who's been having to use them sinks with the brown water in them, and um, that's why a lot of them was getting COVID because it's dirty, it's not clean. They putting them in all themselves with all them different people. So a lot of these prisons is going to be getting hit with a lot of lawsuits, and a lot of officers are going to be getting fired. Yeah, 105. Yep. So next on my list is what's his name? Zaki. Oh, Zyaire uh Ratliff. Ratliff. So Zyaire is 23 years old, and Zyaire is Muslim, and he's at the jail that Larry's co-defendant is at. He's at the Camden facility in Jersey. Well, Zaire is a Muslim, and some of y'all know it's Ramadan. So Zaire doesn't eat in the morning, lunch, and then only eat after they serve dinner, because we only break our fast. The sun go down about 8:15. In jail, they eat dinner around 6 o'clock. So when you're Muslim in jail and you're fasting, at dinner they have to give you the morning. They usually give you the morning tray if it ain't something that's not cooked. If it's like something that's packaged up or something, you get the lunch tray and the dinner, and then they try to double it. So they try to give you at least two of each. So you get like 6 meals, because they know that you're fasting and you're not going to be able to eat like everybody else. And then by 5:45, 6 o'clock in the morning, you break your fast and go back to fasting again. So again, you don't eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So Zaire was in the lunch line, and I guess because they know he was fasting, the officer got mad that he was in the lunch line or something. In some way, like, I don't know. That's the part that I don't know too much of why he was in the lunch line. Maybe he was trying to get the lunch to store it. I don't know, but he was in the lunch line. And some way, the officer, the BOP officer, told him to get out the line or something like that. But he didn't just like tell him, okay, get out the line and talk to him, whatever. He gripped him up, slammed him, and started beating Zaire in his face, punching him all in his face, got on top of him, beating him up. Until a female officer come up and, stop it, the altercation. But he's beating him up in front of all these other inmates, corner him on the floor, went on top of him, punching him in his face, punching him in his face, which I'm gonna let y'all see. Um, so yes, because it was on the third tier camera. First, they didn't want to give the camera up because they want to take up for their officers, but they had to give it up because Zaire Muslim family was snapping, and when they seen him the day after, he's supposed to have a broken jaw, two black eyes, and a big lump on the side of his forehead, like near his temple. So they finally released a video, and yep, it showed that the officer was telling him to get out the line, but all of a sudden he grips him up, slam him on the floor, and start punching him in his face. Um, yeah, so they had fired the officer, And let me see, because he has to go to court. No, I'm sorry. He's suspended without pay because of the camera. Now, this is the crazy thing. Before they released the camera to the public and his family, do you know he still was working in a facility? They just put him on a different tier, different unit. And you know that they put Zyaire in a shoe. So he got punished when it didn't have to escalate like that. Now, he told him get out the line. He didn't get out the line or whatever. Okay, I see. But it was another way that they could have dealt with that. Why did you get so mad that you punching this, and I say little boy because they a little boy to me, this little boy pounding him in his face on top of him. So not only did he fracture his jaw, 2 black eyes, and a big lump on the side of where his temple, but y'all go throw him in the shoe. Now, did he not listen about getting out the line? You can't really tell because when y'all see the video, he just aggressively grip him up and slam him. So you don't know if he was trying to get out. You don't know why he was even in it. We don't know because that part, no camera. You just see when he start attacking him. And you see when he comes out to look like he's looking for another officer to help him. I guess when he told him to get out the line, you see the other officer come in. And that first officer, white woman, let him start beating the hell out of him. Until the black woman came up and got him to stop. But the officer that he went to go get, I guess to help him with Zyaire, she let him start beating on him. When she should have helped diffuse the situation properly. How was he able to grip this boy up, slam him, and start beating him up? Why did it take another officer when you was right there? So you can't really tell if he did walk off to get out the line or whatever, because that's the part you can't really see. But you do see him beating the hell out of him. And like they said, these inmates could have jumped the officer. He put himself in danger too. But all of them sat there and watched. You gonna see one inmate look like he slowly was trying to approach the situation, but the rest of them just sitting around eating their dinner. So he went to the shoe. So they definitely punishing him, and he's only suspended. And before the video was out, they let the officer still have a job. So why is he not fired? Why is he suspended without pay? And it's supposed to be like a court hearing, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. He's gonna get off. He's not gonna get fired. They're gonna just do the suspension, and when he goes to the hearing, they're gonna have they give the officers lawyers and all that to back them up, and he's gonna try to say that Zyaire didn't listen when he told him to get out the line, and because you can't see the camera at the part where he was at, he probably gonna say Zyaire swung at him or Zyaire striked at him. He's gonna make up something of why he slammed him and start viciously beating him in his face, and he's still probably gonna have his job. So I wanted to make some light on that because here we go, another prison where an officer is putting their hands on somebody's child that you're not supposed to do. And you had another officer to diffuse the situation way better. Why are y'all so angry? Y'all go through training and all that to learn how to frisk somebody, how to what they call it, retain them, and where you get their hands behind them. And I mean, y'all got makes, y'all got all type of stuff that you don't physically have to use your hands to beat on nobody. That's not your job. And then the messed up part is you're black. You a black officer knowing what they out here doing to our black people, and you beating on this black kid. So let me let y'all see this video.
Caught on camera a scuffle between a Camden County corrections officer and an inmate. That corrections officer was suspended without pay and ordered to undergo remedial training.
Now, the incident happened 12 days ago, but the surveillance video here just released today. News4JAX reporter Eric Avanier joining us now live to explain why the officer was disciplined.
The jail administrator says this was one of those incidents in which both the corrections officer and the inmate were both at fault, but he went further by saying that the corrections officer did very little to keep the situation from escalating to violence. March 24th, just before noon inside the Camden County Jail, 23-year-old Muslim inmate Zyaire Ratliff is participating in Ramadan, a one-month period of fasting and prayer. Jail administrator Rob Mastriani says the jail was accommodating Ratliff's religious practice.
They are not allowed to eat in the daytime, according to their religion. So we don't give them their noon meal.
So the noon meal is given to them with their evening meal. Despite that accommodation, investigators say Ratliff chose to get in the lunch line with the other inmates. This is him at the bottom of your screen, and this is him again from another angle. To the staff, he is not supposed to be here.
This particular inmate was in line asking questions that were not related to the feeding of noon chow.
As a result, Corrections Officer Jay Anderson asked Ratliff to leave the line. This camera angle recorded the verbal exchange between Ratliff and Anderson. After several commands to Ratliff to get out, Anderson gets another officer to help him. Then we hear what happens next. This is what the other camera recorded. A tussle between Anderson and Ratliff led to what appears to be strikes to Ratliff's face while he is on the ground. Then we see a female corrections officer stop Anderson from throwing more strikes before placing Ratliff in handcuffs. There are more inmates than officers in that block. Mastriani says this could have ended differently if those inmates chose to jump the officers. He also says this entire ordeal could have been prevented if Anderson tried to de-escalate the situation instead of quickly using physical force.
Verbally, we could have brought him out of the cell block, and then that issue would not have happened in the block with all the other inmates around.
While Ratliff was put on lockdown following that altercation, Anderson was later suspended for 1 day without pay in order to undergo remedial training. Now, considering how that altercation played out, I'm being told that the entire jail staff will have to attend a mandatory meeting to address what happened and to also prevent it from happening again. The jail administrator says that the video of that altercation is now a teachable lesson as to how to avoid such situations in the future. Reporting live, Eric Avanier, Channel 4, the local station.
Caught on camera a scuffle.
I want y'all to look one more time because I just caught this and I didn't even notice this the first time. Look how when the lady do finally, the other lady come, look how she's pointing at the officer telling him, don't come no closer. Her colleague. She points her pointer finger telling him basically back up. Like he was going to try to come and strike him again. Look. And when Zyaire is coming, it looked like he was walking away. He went and grabbed Zyaire and then slammed him because you could see his koofy sliding and everything. It looked like he was trying to walk towards the right, away from the situation. Now, this is another thing about fasting. I don't know how long Zyaire been fasting. He might have been fasting since Ramadan started, but they say if you take any type of medication, then of course you can break your fast and it's not recommended to fast. He could have been feeling not good that day. He could have been anything where he got in the line to get food. Now the way this sheriff is saying it, like, oh, we don't let them get in the lines. We don't give them no food and that. Wait a minute. That's their choice. If they fast, how you making a rule that, oh, anybody here Muslim, don't give them no food or nothing? Let them tell you that they don't want the food. That's for one, because everybody that's Muslim in Ramadan, everybody's not fasting. Some people take medication. Some people might be sick out of one of the days and might have no choice but to eat. And he might have didn't been able to train himself well enough because he's in jail. And this day he might have felt like he had to eat. So he broke his fast. How are you going to just say starve him if he's not saying, I don't want it? You don't just say starve him. That's not how they go. So I don't like how the sheriff said, oh, all of them that's Muslim during Ramadan, we don't feed them breakfast, lunch. Like that's your rule just to starve them. No, they have to say if they're fasting. You don't feed them because they Muslim. And apparently he got in that line because he might have been breaking his fast. Because you have some people that might get sick during Ramadan. Some that might just so happily have to take medication this day. Or again, like I said, something might have came up where he's breaking it. And some Muslims will just make up that day at the end. But I don't like how he just said, like, oh, all the Muslims, we just don't feed them. We don't give them breakfast or lunch. Yeah, their choice. But you mean to tell me if they decide to say, okay, today I'm going to eat breakfast and lunch, they can't get in the line and get something to eat? This is ridiculous. And like I said, you can see it looks like Zyaire is walking off. He grabs him and goes slam him.
Caught on camera a scuffle between a Camden County corrections officer and an inmate. That corrections officer was suspended without pay and ordered to undergo remedial training.
Now, the incident happened 12 days ago, but the surveillance video here just released today. News4 Jax reporter Eric Avanier joining us now live to explain why the officer was disciplined.
The jail administrator says this was one of those incidents in which both the corrections officer and the inmate were both at fault, but he went further by saying that the corrections officer did very little to keep the situation from escalating to violence. March 24th, just before noon inside the Camden County Jail, 23-year-old Muslim inmate Zyaire Ratliff is participating in Ramadan, a one-month period of fasting and prayer. Jail Administrator Rob Mastriani says the jail was accommodating Ratliff's religious practice.
They are not allowed to eat in the daytime, according to their religion. So we don't give them their noon meal.
So the noon meal is given to them with their evening meal. Despite that accommodation, investigators say Ratliff chose to get in the lunch line with the other inmates. This is him at the bottom of your screen, and this is him again from another angle. To the staff, he is not supposed to be here.
This particular inmate was in line asking questions that were not related to the feeding of noon chow.
As a result, Corrections Officer Jay Anderson asked Ratliff to leave the line. This camera angle recorded the verbal exchange between Ratliff and Anderson. After several commands to Ratliff to get out, Anderson gets another officer to help him. Then we hear what happens next. This is what the other camera recorded. A tussle between Anderson and Ratliff led to what appears to be strikes to Ratliff's face while he is on the ground. Then we see a female corrections officer stop Anderson from throwing more strikes before placing Ratliff in handcuffs. There are more inmates than officers in that block. Mastriani says this could have ended differently if those inmates chose to jump the officers. He also says this entire ordeal could have been prevented if Anderson tried to de-escalate the situation instead of quickly using physical force.
Verbally, we could have brought him out of the cell block, and then that issue would not have happened in the block with all the other inmates around.
While Ratliff was put on lockdown following that altercation, Anderson was later suspended for 1 day without pay in order to undergo remedial training. Now, considering how that altercation played out, I'm being told that the entire jail staff will have to attend a mandatory meeting to address what happened and to also prevent it from happening again. The jail administrator says that the video of that altercation is now a teachable lesson as to how to avoid such situations in the future. Reporting live, Eric Avanier, Channel 4, the local station.
Caught on camera a scuffle between a Camden County corrections officer and an
said, that boy was walking away. And you could see the officer telling her partner with her finger back, like, back up. Don't come no closer. You mean to tell me you was that hyped up that you was going to try to attack him again? And he has to go through training. I'm sorry, I thought he got suspended for no, he got suspended for a day. To go to exactly. Aren't you supposed to do that before you become a BOP officer? Like, this is getting between them and the prisons, between the officers outside that's supposed to protect and serve. Why are they so mad? They supposed to do all that training before they become an officer. This is why they get picked as being officers, because they supposed to pass all of those trainings that they went to. They supposed to learn how to do emergency medical care on inmates. They supposed to learn how to restrain. That's what I meant to say earlier. Restrain without um physically body beating a person. Even when they took away the knee thing, where they can't do like he did with George Floyd, they can't do that knee thing and the neck thing no more. Like, when you have a person handcuffed and you got them on the ground, they're not doing anything. There's no reason you should be putting knees on nobody's neck. There's no reason he should be punching them all up in his face. Once you put the handcuffs and you got them restrained, you got him down. What did you need to keep continuing to punch this boy in his face for? He couldn't fight back. Restrained him. You had him on the ground, and you could tell the little boy is petite. So, I don't understand it. And at the end of the day, these people need to get fired. Why would you let somebody come back to work around people knowing that this man might get upset like this again? And they right. Usually the inmates could have jumped them for doing that. But I guess they was like, oh, I don't want to get into my business. And they just stayed, away from it. But this is sad. He could have put that police officer, the woman, BOPO, he could have put her in danger. Because as her back is turned, and he's so steady looking at the young boy like he want to jump back on, them inmates could have jumped on both of them. Oh, thank you, Faith. They could have jumped on both of them. Exactly. They are the gang. Exactly. So it's like, I'm not trying to hear he need remedial training for a day. No, he need to be out for about 6 to 9 months without pay. That's somebody's son, somebody's child. He only 23 years old. And this is the facility that Larry McGee, co-defendant, I forget the guy's name, Adelina, him, where he's at. And from what I heard, that Camden jail is bad. I heard it is very, 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 very bad. Very bad. So that's why I said, with him out here attacking people, because Sharon and others is exposing, I guess, allegedly the things that he's supposed to did to his co-defendant, who he told on, but told everybody, oh no, he up and left and bounced, and when we got indicted and all this that. Well, now that man's out here, his wife, family, whatever, saying a lot of things about Larry. But that's that Camden facility that his co-defendant is at. And it's rough. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. I don't know if you was here earlier when I said Y'all know I ain't never want to be monetized, but my daughter went and set everything up yesterday, and what I'm gonna do is 50% of everything that I receive, I'm gonna share it with Robert, and that way it'll make me feel better because I didn't want to do it at all. I didn't, but I'm like, it's been 4 years. It's things I want to put into the channel. It's things that like I haven't bought stuff for the channel in almost a year and a half now. Like my green screen, all that, still have all that stuff back in the box. Um a mic and all that's still in the box. But y'all know Thursday next week I start with Black Ink. So we're gonna start our first magazine cover in the first couple stories. And I told a lot of y'all moderators that he needs about 8 or 9 workers that can work from home that can either do be writers for the magazine or for the I guess you could call it podcast because it's the Black Culture magazine, and then he's opening a facility where we're going to be interviewing people and touching on major stories that the media won't touch as far as our Black people. So he need writers. He's going to need individuals that can like basically share and repost all of our so basically a social media person to post everything on the channel, uh share everything, repost the new stories, the new interviews that's coming out. He also need a graphic person. He also need a person to um like go look for interviews and try to go get interviews and all of that stuff. So I just wanted to try to get I do all my thumbnails and then my daughter doing when I'm sleepy, and Lana taught me all of that stuff, sis. I ain't know I do none of that. I'm lucky to have a teenage daughter. She taught me how to do the thumbnails and stuff 2 years ago. But she ain't old enough to work with him. But that's what he need, like somebody to do all the graphics and all that stuff for the channel. And the writer for the magazine, all you doing is whoever the person that he hires to bring the breaking stories, set up the interviews, the writer is the person that's going to be putting together the story in the magazine. So you're gonna be the one writing this stuff up. Oh, thanks, sis. Oh wow, you said yes. It is that county jail. I had to do DNA testing on those prisoners for that court. Oh wow. Wow, yeah, I heard it is bad. I heard it is bad. So if any of y'all available, I know a lot of y'all work and have other things to do. And if any of y'all in the New York area, Los Angeles, Chicago area, and he's trying to build another location and because they got the Black Ink in New York, Chicago, LA. Oh, I'm sorry, Atlanta. And once he get all that out, he'll let me know. But if you in any of those cities, he needs workers for the actual podcast facility. And let me stop saying I guess that's podcast though, right? But he has his own, Black Ink. They got their own streaming network now. So it's not anything connected with the tattoo parlor. No. Um, everything is the Black Ink, Black Culture magazine, and then let me say platform. Platform. So he need workers for the platform and he need workers for the magazine, but the workers for the magazine can work at home unless you want to do assistant. And I think he also said he needed individuals that like to travel. So like you would be going back and forth to different court dates. You'll be going back and forth to different events, so we can get the stories and then possibly publish them on a magazine, or um try to get the individuals to come in to do an interview or come in to share their story at the platform. So y'all know I'll be at the New York and the Chicago one, but for right now, just the New York, because I can't promise that I'm gonna be at the Chicago one 24/7. And then I might be in the midst of moving to Florida, so I'll keep y'all posted about that too. I'm thinking, I don't know yet. I'm not always sure, but I might be. So for anybody that can work at home, I wanted to give y'all the opportunity first, and that's why I said I wanted to clean up the channel, because once I start, a lot of people are going to be coming to the channel to look for different stories or different people who we're going to be talking to over here. And he definitely knows that I support Robert, and that was one of the reasons why he reached out to me, because he said he liked how I fight for our people, and he wants to push that fight worldwide. And like I said, it's a lot of individuals in jail who is getting neglect treatment. It's a lot of staff, nurses who's not doing their job. These people need to be exposed. These facilities are making millions of dollars, y'all, off of all of these inmates. And you mean to tell me you can't fix sinks? You can't fix plumbing problems? Animals get better treatment. They're treating these people worse than animals. Wait a minute, sis. You sure you pressing the thing right? I don't want you to be keep doing it if you might be hitting it by mistake. If not, thank you. But they're treating our people like slaves. And something else that my girlfriend was telling me the other day, the one that worked for Reform, she said when you really think about it, you know, all the prisons, that's the penitentiaries, the ones where people doing life and 20 and 30 and 40, 50 years, where you go to your home jails at, not the little ones that you wait, that Robert at, where you wait to go to trial and waiting for court and all that. The other ones that's far out. She said that the working requirements, the ones that work, it is slavery. They got them doing the yards and doing yard work and um uh like stuff that the slaves used to do back in the day. Wearing them high boots, them black boots, and even when you look at the uniforms, it looks like the whole slave mentality. And then when you think about how much they pay, I was blown away. Because all my cousins that used to go to jail, they would come home with lots of money. But she said, oh, that's right, because they was working 10, 12 hours a day. Because it ain't nothing else to do. And the guy from Love After Lockup, Derek and Monique, I don't know if any of y'all watched the show. He was in the feds for 9 years and in the state, so he had to do 2 different sentences. When he first came home and they went to the bank so he could open up a banking account, he had 4,000 and some odd dollars. And I remember the bank guy was like, wow, this is good for you to just become home. He was like, I was working. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can get a job and they will definitely keep all your money. And when you get out, they will give you all of your money. I remember my brother, my cousins, they come home, they had a bank. Especially if you're doing like 8, 9 years or 5 years, any of that type, and it's adding up, adding up, adding up, yeah, they'll come home with something nice. But I think daily is only like 40 cents, 60 cents, or something like that, or like $1.15. But it adds up because of all the work they're doing the whole time they're there. So yeah, she said that they're trying to fight for that too, because the wages that they're paying them, slavery, the work that they, if you ever notice, you know how the jail get taken care of, the food that get passed out, the little bit of cleaning that does get done, the maintenance work, the construct, all that is the inmates. So you got to stay in their jail, and you got to build and clean and rake the leaves and the grass and do all the garden work. It's them. Even down to the burying the inmates that die at the facility, that families don't got families, or their families sign them over to the jail, and they bury them in the jail cemeteries. I'm talking about the ones that's far out. They even bury the inmates. So they the ones taking care of the prison. They the ones passing out the food, cooking the food, everything. So they can't go get plumbing tools and the real stuff that needs to be given to really fix the facilities. So the inmates try to do the best they can do to keep it clean, and because they gotta live around that. Oh, thank you, baby. I appreciate it. Um, so they treat them like slaves. You put me here, then you gonna make me work here too? And just for me to have some type of money, especially people that got life, they ain't got no choice. Unless your family gonna consistently keep sending you money, and it get hard for some family members, especially if they got the children. They gotta still pay all the bills in the household and everything. So they can, send a little something every week or whatever. But after a while, that's why a lot of the guys, once they get sentenced, they go get a job. Because you can send money home too. Some guys even pay child support through jail. And when they just had the what was that they gave out to people, the stimulus package, I didn't know until like a couple months after the stimulus came out, all the guys in the jail got the stimulus. That's why a lot of guys were sending money home. A lot of guys in the jail got Trump's stimulus package and Biden's. Yep. I didn't understand that. Why was they giving it? But I guess because they a citizen of the United States, and it was given to everybody. So even though they was in jail, they still have to eat, survive, and family. So yeah. So that's why a lot of them were able to send money home during the pandemic, because they was given the stimulus. And if some of y'all remember, when myself and others 2 years ago, we were doing the trading on my channel, and one of the supporters, her sister, had a platform where they teach you how to trade. And when I say that these young people was making bank, one of the girls was only 19 years old, and she was bringing in 50 grand a week. So you know what she was bringing in the money. And this is just learning how to trade. But once you become like a sponsor of it, you get money off of bringing people in. Like the more people you bring in, the more your what they call it, commission. But that trading stuff, man, they making so much money off that trading stuff. And they had it to where as though people in jail could do it and get money. So 2 years ago, I had a couple people, family members that was in jail, that we had signed up and looked into it, and they were able to get checks while they were in jail through trading. So if anybody got any ideas for um our loved ones in these jail facilities, if you got any resources, anything that can help, that I can give some of these families some information. And even still, a lot of people know that we're fighting for Robert Sylvester Kelly, and some of y'all know that I have 3 family members that's in the state and the federal right now. That been there not as long. Well, yeah, my little cousin, he been there the longest, Robert, but my other family members, they ain't been there that long, and they supposed to be pushing to come home. So while they still in there, try to make all of their time comfortable. And if we can find anything that can help, if anybody know any books, or if you know anybody that would like to donate their time, any imams, any pastors, I know the moms for what is it called? I think it's murdered sons, or sons murdered. They have been visiting all the different facilities from the East Coast to the West Coast, talking to a lot of the men that's in the jails because they have lost their sons to gun violence, or have lost their sons, some of them, to getting murdered in jail. So they're going to all the jails and stuff to talk to the guys, and um, they got little programs where they can complete for 4 to 6 weeks and get a certificate, which is good when you go back and see your judge and help you get time off. So stuff like that. If you know anybody that would like to donate or volunteer to go to some of these prisons to start a program where these inmates can have a program to go to that'll help them get their time lower, or help them for when they go see the judge, because that's what the parole board and the judges like to see, that you're doing something, that you participated in a program, or you participated in a job, something to get a better uh recommendation to come home faster. So moving forward, and again, thank you, sis. I really appreciate you. Seriously. Thank you. Moving forward, moving forward. Did I go over everybody? Yes. Wait, did I? Because Clayton County also had they're having a meeting next. Oh dang, I got an extra. I think I got it. I know it was like Wednesday or Friday, where they requested $3 million to try to get the facilities fixed. And I'm trying to think, do they have them fixed and they move the people in the jail to another jail, or do they fix the jail while they there? I don't know. So I'll be looking into that to see if they're going to grant this money. So they're going to try to go from uh Atlanta, Chicago, Alabama. No, Alabama. Yeah, Alabama was on there. Louisiana. No, Alabama wasn't on there. Louisiana. Pitt. That's Philadelphia. Pittsburgh, Chester County, Mahogany, and Holmesburg, and they got the money. So that's definitely not a problem. So moving forward, only one more I wanted y'all to see, far as these nasty BOP officers, these jail facilities that's hurting our family members. So that's why I always say, please check on your family members. Please, if you gotta send them $5, $10, it go a long way. Just remember, they take like $2 from whatever you send for like the tax fee. But trust me, when you're in jail, somebody send you $20, that go a long way. Trust and believe when I say, you can get your food and some toiletries and a little phone time with $20. Trust me. So instead of for your family member, happen to be in there hungry, sad, or send them some books, Send them crossword puzzles or send them something to get their mind off of the things that's going on around them, so they don't have to be asking nobody for anything, and definitely don't have to be working for the CEOs in there just to get some things, because CEOs would do that too. Make them do stuff for them and give them little candy bars and all of that type of stuff. So next is it this one? Wait a minute, I want to show y'all the wrong one. Now y'all remember with Robert about the popping the door thing. Remember the person I just talked about, Ralph? Same thing, popping his door stuff. Well, I'll let y'all see this facility. Same thing, popping the freaking doors. And somebody said something the other day about a warden or something. The wardens don't be there 24/7. This is why you have BOP officers. The warden just say this, say that, come by the facility here or there, but the warden don't be there 24/7. They be going to meetings and going to go look at other facilities to try to buy and build. Wonder why they got less schools and more prisons. That tell you right there what their angle is. They care more about putting our people in the prisons than them going to school and get education.
Misconduct tonight at the Fulton County Jail. A jail monitor has told city leaders that some deputies are intentionally unlocking doors and looking the other way, leaving inmates vulnerable to attacks.
And we have word of another arrest of an officer who's been fired by Sheriff Ratliff. Fox 5's Morse Diggs joins us now live with more on the story. Morse?
You're looking at an altercation inside the Fulton County Jail. Inmates fighting one another, not uncommon in Atlanta or any other penal facility. But what Atlanta City Council members learned this week is stunning. A citizen jail monitor said some officers have acted inappropriately by failing to make sure the floors are safe, that inmates are secure.
Unlocking cells and allowing other persons in custody to attack different people.
Wow, the reaction in the room at City Hall. The sheriff's office confirms Gloria Franklin, an officer, was recently terminated and arrested on a myriad of charges, including assault and failing to render aid to an injured inmate.
Keep the doors open, you get your butt whooped. It's pitch black dark, so nobody can see who's beating your behind.
That statement made by the grandmother of an inmate can be put in context now. Fox 5 conducted a series of interviews last summer. Various family members reported an extortion scheme. Inmates slight in stature threatened with beatings. The instruction? Get grandma and uncle somebody to cash app funds to the would-be attacker's jail account. Here's one exchange from those earlier reports.
Bro, stay strong, bro. Stay strong, bro.
Hey, man, I'm gonna get out of here, bro.
It is, in fact, a crisis in our jail once again.
The county commission chairman doesn't like the revelations about officer misconduct.
Even if he were at full strength, that does not prevent a rogue officer from doing the things that you have reported. But the overall safety can be addressed in the short term by bringing every man and woman that he has doing other things back into our Rice Street jail and across the street managing and providing security for the courts.
Now, government watchers tell me that these latest allegations about unlocked cell doors are worse than some other information we reported about a different female officer allegedly having an affair with an inmate. She, too, terminated and prosecuted for violation of oath of office. From Northwest Atlanta, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
If it's true, it's a shameful.
So, as you can see, like I was saying, the locked doors and the extortion. And everybody's using Cash App now. So when Everybody was saying, well, how they use it? Yeah, because my cousin, he almost 7.5 hours away, and he's using Cash App too. So when you have your family members who have access, you can do Cash App through them, or some of the inmates have day peoples with Cash App. So when they extorting these people and stuff in jail, they telling them, yeah, hey, your family send to this Cash App right here. Or y'all know the old trick. Some people in jail that sell stuff and all of that. And they have their family members sending stuff through Cash App. Which a lot of people that's in there selling stuff, I guess, is a way for them not to get caught. Because if you sending somebody stuff through their commissary or their jail records, then that's probably ways that they can, catch up to see what you're doing. But not if they sending it through the Cash App. So next is this one where the same facilities, I mean, they going crazy at these facilities. This young lady, BOP officer, fired because she's sleeping with the inmate. And then bringing him in their phones while he's recording her, taking pictures of her, and they do a shakedown. The phone gets found, and they find her all up in the phone, sucking on his fingers and stuff.
County detention officer off the job and facing some very serious charges. The video shows 36-year-old Kawana Jenkins engaged in a lewd act, and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office says it was with an inmate. Channel 2's Audrey Washington's live at the Fulton County Jail. Audrey, you spoke with the now former officer's mother.
Right, and she was clearly very upset when she spoke with me. Now, according to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, that cell phone with that explicit video on it was actually found during a shakedown right here inside the Fulton County Jail. From a detention officer uniform to a Fulton County Jail jumpsuit, 36-year-old Kawana Jenkins now faces a slew of serious charges. This week, Fulton County Sheriff deputies arrested Jenkins after an explicit cell phone video involving an inmate surfaced. We blurred and stopped the video before the more graphic part, but in the cell phone video, you can see Jenkins sitting in her uniform. Then a man's finger appears near her mouth. She next performs a sexual act on the man's finger before the video abruptly ends. Wednesday, we went to Jenkins' home for comment on the situation. Her mother responded through the door. Hi, Miss Jenkins. This is Audrey Washington from Channel 2.
She's not here. No comment, please.
Okay, no comment?
I'm her mother. I don't have no comment.
Officials with the sheriff's office told us deputies initially found the contraband cell phone and subsequently the lewd video during a shakedown of the Fulton County Jail. In a statement, Sheriff Pat Labat wrote, quote, "As Sheriff of Fulton County, I am committed to transparency and to holding each and every employee accountable to the oath they have taken to protect and serve our community. The actions of this one individual are certainly not a reflection of the men and women of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office." Tuesday, a judge granted Jenkins bond. Still, Jenkins faces improper sexual contact and cruelty to inmate charges. And the sheriff's office confirmed that the office did fire Jenkins. As for this incident, we are still asking whether or not this is her first incident involving an inmate. We have not heard back. And right now we are live here right outside the Fulton County Jail here in Northwest Atlanta. Audrey Washington, Channel 2 Action News.
So, remember when I said that you got BOP officers and COs who mess with the inmates? She's so stupid. She bringing him in phones, and he's taking pictures and recording her, and he got extra time on his time because he got caught with the phone. But they're charging her for sexual acts with him, sucking on his fingers and all that. She's the one getting in trouble for dealing with him. He ain't gonna get in trouble for that because they're gonna push him like he's the victim because she wasn't supposed to be having sex and dealing with this inmate. And she all chilling up in a room, not paying attention to the cells, in another room with him, sucking on his fingers and stuff. And they said she started sucking other places, but it was too graphic for them to show the video. But that right there, somebody's family member could have been fighting somebody at that time, or he could have been using her to get her away, to go sit in the office and all that, while somebody else is stabbing somebody, beating somebody up, or even trying to have sex or something. But you could tell she's young. Then her eyes all swollen because she probably was crying. There ain't no reason to cry now. And that's why I was telling y'all a couple weeks ago when we was talking on JoJo channel, when he said, who would mess with an inmate? Why would y'all mess? A lot of people mess with inmates. They still human beings. But some women and some men take it so far that they wind up losing their jobs. It was even a story once, a true story about, I forget the name of the movie, where the lady started messing with the guy in the jail, and she broke him out the jail, helped him with his escape, was giving him all his money, bringing him in all his stuff in the jail, and all the way to the point that he escaped, and all that because of her. I forgot the name of that movie, but it's a true story. It was on Lifetime movie network. So now what I waited to talk about, ding 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 ding, Mr. Trump himself. So as we all know, Donald Trump has been indicted. If you didn't know, now you know. He has been indicted, and we all know Michael Avenatti, who was Stormy Daniels' attorney. And Michael Avenatti was also the one who claimed he was the one that gave Kim Fox the tapes and CNN the tapes that he alleges had Robert Sylvester Kelly on them with a minor. Mr. Avenatti was also caught with a video. Somebody recorded him on the audio of him saying all the allegations about Donald Trump and Rkelly, 90% is false, 10% is true. Michael Avenatti also extorted Stormy Daniels and took all her money from her book that she released. And he also extorted a lot of his clients from Nike and other famous clients that he had. And from what I was hearing, that he was also trying to take Trump down because he was trying to run for president. Michael Avenatti was trying to run for president. Okay. But the man is a crook. Now, I know some of y'all going to probably say Trump is guilty. Some of y'all going to say he's not. Everybody know my stance when it comes to Trump. I don't care for Biden. I don't care for Kamala Harris. If we got to pick the two less evils, I always went with Trump. Business-wise. I always felt like a lot of the Democrats always trying to keep us in that slavery mode, in that handout mode, in that continue to stay on welfare mode. If you can say, hey, we can get these businesses and you on the same level that we are, we're not beneath you. That's the reason why I always have picked Trump over Biden. But that's not even what this is about. This is about the Me Too movement, time's up. And when we went to Washington for Robert Sylvester Kelly, Donald Trump was still in office, and his wife, Elena, I think that's how you say her name, she was going after the Me Too movement. And that was my stance, because at that time, Donald Trump was getting hit with allegations about Stormy Daniels and other women. If y'all remember not too long ago, remember I did the story on the lady that's, I think she's 70 years old, the one that's trying to come out on that was trying to come out on Trump, and then finally she was able to get back in court for him, and he was supposed to do a deposition. She said Trump raped her. at a store, or I don't know if it was a store or it was some type of facility in the 70s. Well, it's not her. I think they're going to come out and say it's her. I think that all the women, they're going to try to bring out a lot of women and say, like, all of these women are coming out. This is my thing. They kept trying to say Trump was going to jail for a long time, right? So my thing is this. I thought they was going to say, oh, he stole all his money, and oh, he he cheated the election. Oh, he was working with China. Oh, he was working with Russia. I mean, that's the type of stuff I thought they was going to come up with. But no, they came up with they're going to they have indicted him because of Stormy Daniels, and you have another female, if you guys don't know, and her name is Karen McDowell. And she was paid 6 figures for the story of her affair with Trump. So they're trying to say that Trump paid these women, Stormy Daniels and her, hush money. Now, see, where I'm confused at with this, right? I thought that Stormy Daniels never got no money. And this is why Michael Avenatti and her were going after him. I thought Stormy Daniels never got anything. And I thought she said that Trump raped her. But now she's saying that it was a willing, consensual sex. She was a porn star. Well, she still is in the entertainment business. And he was one of them gentlemen with the, like she say, with the nice suits, white guys that come to her club where she's at and she do the do. And now she's saying that he didn't pay her that night. And this is why she came out. She's saying that Trump paid her $130,000. But if some of you remember Michael, which was Trump's old attorney when Trump was running for president, now we're going to have to pull some receipts out, because I remember when Michael went to jail, and I was sure that Michael was out here saying that he paid Stormy Daniels. But now we're at a point where Michael's saying, oh no, Trump gave me the money and I gave her the money. Now, when Michael Cohen got arrested, if a lot of y'all don't remember, there's a couple things that Michael got arrested for. But I know one of the major things was supposed to be surrounded around this. And he's supposed to be one of the DA's high profile witness. Michael Cohen had pleaded guilty to lying to the Congress and facilitating the payment to Daniels. And like I said, he's expected to be the prosecutor's star witness. So if you pleaded guilty to saying you paid Stormy Daniels, why all of a sudden now Donald Trump is getting charged with the money? And like I said, we're going to show these receipts, because even Michael's lawyer back then even said that when he spoke to the grand jury, he told them that Michael told him he paid it because he didn't want her to come out, and he didn't want Trump's wife to know it, and that he borrowed it from a loan. Now it's supposed to be that Donald Trump said that he paid him through he gave Michael this money to pay him, you know, from being a lawyer. Now, I don't think that Michael ever got any money back from Trump. There's no receipts on him paying him back or anything. And Michael Cohen has said that Trump directed him to buy Stormy Daniels' silence, and that Mr. Trump and his family business, the Trump organization, helped cover the whole thing. The company's internal records falsely identified the reimbursements as the legal organization helped conceal the purpose of the payments. Now, where I'm confused at that is they saying that they didn't have any, like it was no records of reimbursement to Michael Cohen. So doesn't that say right there that how did Trump give him, like, okay, I guess they're saying because it wasn't no reimbursements, that's showing that because it was Trump's money, why would he pay him back when he the one gave him the money? But again, like I said, Michael Cohen said that he paid her out of money that he borrowed from a loan, which we're going to get into that. And this is for some of y'all that don't know. The black guy on the I guess this is y'all left. This is the the DA who is putting this indictment on Donald Trump. And a lot of people saying that the DA, his whole thing was that Mr. Bragg, that he was running just to arrest Donald Trump. So Donald Trump's campaign is saying, oh, this man, whole campaign, he kept saying, oh, I'm going to take down Donald Trump. So basically, Donald Trump is saying, you basically ran just to come for me. Of course, Donald Trump is saying that all of this is to stop him from winning the upcoming election. And this is also Donald Trump saying this is what, they do. That this is what did he call it? What did he call it? Wait a minute. Forgot what he called it. But basically an attack on a political something he called it. I can't think of the next word that he said it was. So one of the major other charges are falsifying business records in the first degree. Falsifying business records in the first degree. A person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he or she commits the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree, and when he or she intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. So most of the charges is the falsifying business records in the first degree. And I don't understand that. When they double up the charges and they the same charges, I never understand that. So we're going to get down to this paperwork because I want to know your opinion. Do y'all think that this is a witch hunt after Donald Trump because he's running for president? Do y'all think that Stormy Daniels is telling the truth? And don't forget, we have this young lady, which is, because I thought this was another female, but Karen McDowell, this is her. But the older lady, I thought that's who they was going to say was an indictment. So I'm just saying, don't be surprised if they don't bring her in as a bad act, because she also has a lawsuit against Trump. So this is Karen McDowell, and she's claiming she got paid 6 figures to stay quiet. And all of them are in the porn star business. She was a play bunny. Yeah. She was a little play bunny. Okay? And she supposedly had met Mr. Trumpy Trump. She was born in Indiana. McDowell's career kicked off in her 20s when she started modeling for the swimwear with health and fitness outfits. Her personal website states she officially became a Playboy in 1997 and her name and was named Playmate of the Year in 1998. McDowell was also honored as runner-up for Playmate of the 90s, coming in second to none other than Pamela Anderson. The former high school cheerleader was also the first woman to grace the cover of Men's Fitness magazine, and her buzzy media appearances included an uncredited cameo in the 2000 film Charlie's Angels. McDowell is a passionate advocate for breast implant illness, a non-medically recognized condition that some believe to stem from breast enhancement. In February 2018, based on McDowell's handwritten memoirs, Ronan Farrell described how the model first encountered Donald Trump at a pool party at the Playboy Mansion in 2006 of June. Trump then was 60 years old, had recently married supermodel Melina Knauss, and had an infant son, Baron. I can't think of his son name. Baron. He was apparently uninhibited by matrimony and immediately took a liking to McDowell. It was so obvious that a Playmate Promotions executive said, "Wow, he was all over you. I think you could be his next wife." McDowell wrote off the starry first meeting. Trump had publicly denied any affair with her, claimed in 2018 sit-down interview with CNN Anderson Cooper that she and Trump had a consensual 10-month relationship. McDowell said the pair first had sex after a private dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel and that Trump tried to pay her for her time. "I actually didn't know how to take that," she told Cooper of the awkward moment. "I looked at him and said, 'That's not me. I'm not that kind of girl.' And he said, 'You're really special.'" McDowell said she saw Trump at least 5 times a month during their relationship. "I liked his he always told me he loved me." 4 days before 2016's presidential election, the Wall Street Journal reported that an American Media Incorporated, which is AMI, the owner of National Enquirer, had paid McDowell $150,000 for exclusive rights to her story. The agreement, which was finalized in August 2016, barred McDowell from discussing the alleged affair publicly, but the story was never run, an example of what some in the media referred to as a catch-and-kill scheme intended to bury unflattering coverage. The National Enquirer notably endorsed Trump's 2016 White House bid. In 2018, Farrell described catch and kill as a favorite tactic of AMI CEO and chairman David Becker, who reportedly also counted Trump as a personal friend. In March 2018, McDowell sued AMI in an effort to get out of the agreement, alleging that Michael Cohen, who reimbursed AMI for the McDowell payment, colluded with the company in a broad effort to silence and intimidate her, per court documents obtained by the New York Times. In 2021, the Federal Election Commission also fined AMI for $187,000 for violating election law through the McDowell payout. Trump was arraigned on 34 felony charges of falsifying business records stemming from his alleged hush money payments to another purported adult film star, Stormy Daniels. So as y'all can see, this is her and then Stormy Daniels, right? Now, I didn't. Okay, y'all tell me because I don't want to sound ignorant. So porn stars, they just dance and all that for free because both of them. Okay, Stormy Daniels' story is he didn't give her money, and that's why eventually Michael Cohen gave her the hush money, or she said we wouldn't be here if Trump would have just gave her money, right? But then you got Karen saying when they had sex after they was done, Donald Trump pulled out money, and she said, "Oh, I'm not that type of girl." So I'm confused because I'm like, y'all porn stars, y'all be naked and strip for guys and all of that. You had sex with him, and you say, "Oh, I'm not the type of girl," when he tried to pay you. So I guess she's saying that they were in a relationship. I don't know how if this man had a wife, and it cracks me up when they get like amnesia of like, oh, he's gonna marry you and he's gonna have a relationship with you, when they know that these men be having these wives. Soon as you let them in knowing they got a wife, you know what it is. And I don't know how the porn star thing goes. Like, do they pay them after the dancing or I don't know. But she's acting like she didn't want any money. She didn't understand why he was offering her money. But then they paid her hush money because somebody was trying to buy her story. So AMI, you're gonna hear that a lot within Donald Trump's indictment because AMI, and I said, I wonder why they never contacted Robert. Oh boy. They are the American Media Incorporated. And the owner of the National Enquirer had paid Karen $150,000 for exclusive rights to her story. And they finalized a contract in August of 2016. So she wasn't able to discuss her alleged affair publicly. And the story never, came out. So they call it a catch and kill scheme to intend to bury unflattering coverage. So I'm guessing they pay you so that you don't go public with stories, I guess. And then they also saying that David Becker, who is the chairman of AMI and CEO, that he was a personal friend of Trump's. And she tried to sue them in 2018 because she wanted to get out of the agreement, alleging that Michael Cohen, who reimbursed American Media Incorporated for McDowell's payment, colluded with the company and saying that to silence her and they was intimidating her. So you took the money, the $150,000 from AMI, to not go far with your story. But then all of a sudden she wanted to get out the contract. So she sued them. And I'm guessing this is why everything started coming out about her and Donald Trump's relationship. Which I think, in my opinion, is definitely crazy because what did you take the money for then? That doesn't make sense to me. Now, while the payment to McDowell is not a part of the criminal charges, it was detailed in the statement of facts from the Manhattan District Attorney. AMI, the document claims, falsely characterized the payments to McDowell, identified only as woman number one in its official papers. Trump? Okay, yeah. So he's not charged for hers. The DA just put hers in there as a statement of fact. So, like a bad act. It seemed like to me. Same thing like with Robert. But I'm like, well, where was this AMI people when all these females wanted to come and lie on Robert? A whole media platform that hides or don't, I don't know if you want to call it hiding, but they're called the American Media Incorporated. And they're the owner of the National Enquirer. So basically, I guess they say it's called Catch and Kill, but intended to bury unflattering coverage. So either they bring out coverage or they don't bring it out. But I guess they got a contract with her that she couldn't go tell her story to nobody else. And I guess if eventually she ever did, it would be with them. But they're trying to say, nah, they were friends with Trump. Trump gave the money to Michael Cohen. He gave the money to AMI. And he gave the money to Stormy Daniels so that they wouldn't to silence them. So let's get them, Stormy Daniels, to tell us what's going on.
Stormy?
Yes, that's my
You're
name.
happy for that, for an interview?
Absolutely. It's Miss Daniels if you're nasty.
You're probably right now the most famous woman on planet Earth. How does that feel?
Terrifying.
Does it?
Yeah, and surreal. It just doesn't make sense.
Everyone thinks they know you. Very few people, I guess, know you properly. What has it been like for you to go through this extraordinary political maelstrom?
God, there's like so many facets to that answer. I mean, it was completely shocking at first. You know, I was pretty established. I had my fan base. I was well known in the adult industry. I had been a contract star for a long time, you know, both as a performer, writer, director, all of that stuff. And I had really solidified my place and where I wanted to be there. So there was this like instant explosion. But my fan base switched. Like the people that had been my followers, my fans for the longest time were a completely separate demographic than the ones I was totally being, you know, swarmed with. You know, I was dancing in strip clubs, which I had always done, but used to be I'd go on stage and most of the people would be, you know, white guys in suits, very much like you. And then suddenly overnight I walked out on stage and all of those guys were gone, and it's gay men and trans people and women, a lot of women.
Really? Just
this whole other crowd and dynamic. So that was, you know, I guess shell-shocked would be the thing. And then just the misconceptions and the shock that came with that. You know, I'd been in porn for a long time. I had a thick skin. I wasn't surprised by being called, like, you know, whore, slut, or, you know, all of that stuff. But it was the being treated inhuman, like next level, which was really, really shocking. And then that narrative started to change, and people started to call me like really crazy things, like a hero and like this champion for the Me Too movement. So then I started to feel like I was being pulled in all of these different directions, where people, sometimes on purpose, sometimes inadvertently, were trying to use me to fit their cause and their narrative and what they wanted to get out of it, you know, and that was never the case. I was just telling the truth.
What I've been struck by is a lot of women, I know actually, quite high profile women, they find you very admirable. They think that you've actually grown to represent female empowerment, the way you've stood up to power, the way you've refused to back down, the way you've fought your corner, and the way you've defended your industry, where many people have, as you say, tried to sort of dehumanize you and shame you for it, and you've had none of that.
Right.
Has that been nice for you to see a lot of women actually come around and now be on your side?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially, you know, people who work in the adult industry. You know, that was a big deal for me. There was all these misconceptions that people in our industry either work in that business because they can't do anything else, because they're too stupid to do anything else, or they're broken, or they're, you know, failed at mainstream actresses or whatever. I'll tell you right now that some of the smartest women I've met have been in the adult industry, you know. So that's really cool to sort of see us taken a little more seriously. And you can't really shame somebody who's been seen naked everywhere. Like, what are you going to do? Release nudes of me? Ooh, please do.
Good for business, right? So Donald Trump yesterday became the first former president of the United States to ever be arrested, to sit in a courtroom facing criminal charges. Did you watch it?
A little bit, yeah. It was on. I mean, it was on every channel. So I try not to pay too much attention, because it just starts to, like, the gravity of the situation, and it has nothing to do with Trump, and it has nothing to do with Stormy. But, like, when you look at it as a whole, like, this is really happening in our country, and no matter if it goes in his favor or, you know, my favor, or Democrat, Republic, it's going to just be more divisive. And it's, you know, at first I thought I'd be really excited. You know, I thought that when that day came, because I didn't think it would, and then I really didn't think it would. I thought, you know, I thought he was going to get away with not being held accountable. So when I found out that it was coming, or potentially coming, I thought that I would feel excited and vindicated. But it was kind of anticlimactic.
Was it? How interesting.
Yeah.
When you saw him in the court, what did you feel?
Part of me was, you know, finally, like, he had to go in and be under the rule of someone else. He had to obey the judge and walk through like a, you know, the king has been dethroned. He's no longer untouchable. And nobody should be untouchable. It doesn't matter if what your job description is, whether you're the president, like, you should be held responsible for your actions. But the other side of it was like, this is someone that our country elected and chose. Was there no better option?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, this is just, honestly, there was a range of emotions, but I think sad was the one that was the most impactful and shocking for me to feel.
How weird is it? You're Stormy Daniels, and you had a perfectly nice life, really, until recently with all this sort of mayhem. And suddenly, there's this moment in American history, and it's happening in a courtroom, and it's only really happening because of you. I mean, if you chart back the genesis of this court case, if he hadn't, through his lawyer, which is what the allegation is, paid this money to you, he wouldn't be sitting there.
Right. And that's a lot, you know. A lot of the nasty messages and stuff I get really feel like it's my fault that that I've made America the laughingstock, or I'm the fall of democracy. I wish I had that much power, but
well, your only crime, it seems to me, is that you
told the truth.
Well, you got paid $130,000,
Right.
and someone's got to explain why you got paid that. I mean,
Right, which I didn't even realize the gravity of the situation at the time, or the repercussions of that. But
it's important to me to still see my team because after having had a bilateral mastectomy, I no longer get mammograms. So until I'm at least 5 years, I want as many eyes and hands on me.
The repercussions of that. But, I'm not responsible for all of his bad behavior or the charges against him by any stretch. I'm sure there's just more than we can even imagine. I think he even goes on trial in a couple weeks for rape. It's not I'm not the fire. I was the spark that lit the fuse that blew up the keg.
do you think that this is the right fuse to light? Putting aside your own feelings about it all and what's happened to you, there is an argument that I've seen this actually from media across the divide, really, liberal media as well, saying they don't think there's enough there to justify putting a former president through this process. Do you think, you've touched on this, but do you think it's healthy for America and democracy to go after Donald Trump over this particular thing? Or would it have been better to wait for what some would argue are the more serious things? January 6th, right. The Georgia phone calls, the possession of potential classified documents, right. And so on.
So I haven't, to be completely honest, I haven't read the indictment, or I have no legal knowledge of it. But I agree with you. To me, those are such more significant crimes. You know what I mean? My thing is one person. And obviously it's the most important thing to me because I am me and it's selfish, my selfish opinion. But the January 6th, look how many people got injured or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like that's a bigger thing. But if this is what leads to it, I can't help but wonder if there's something we don't know.
Right. Well, there is a belief they may not have put everything into what was already in the public domain. So we may have to wait and see. You weren't asked to give evidence to the grand jury, but you may be asked to testify if this ends up as a trial. How do you feel about potentially testifying in a trial that will be watched around the world?
Anytime you're up in the public eye, it's scary. I used to get scared giving an oral book report in school. So, it's daunting, but I look forward to it. You know what I mean? Because I have nothing to hide. I'm the only one that has been telling the truth. And, you can't shame me any more. So I feel like if they don't, it paints the picture that they know something about me that makes me, untrustworthy or not reliable.
So you want to have your
I do. I think having them call me in and put me on the stand legitimizes my story and who I am. And if they don't, it almost feels like they're hiding me, and people will automatically assume I would that she must not be a good witness. She's not credible.
So there's no doubt if they ask you to testify, you will testify.
Oh, absolutely.
You told the Times newspaper in London last week, I've seen him naked. There's no way he could be scarier with his clothes on.
Valid.
It's a funny line.
And true, I stand by it.
Do you want to see him jailed? Not necessarily for this particular indictment, but just generally, would it give you any kind of closure with your time involving Donald Trump to see him jailed?
Specific to my case, I don't think that his crimes against me are worthy of incarceration. I feel like the other things that he has done, if he is found guilty, absolutely, because a bigger problem is that if these allegations against him or whatever else that we don't know yet, he is found guilty or the evidence suggests that he is or whatever, and he doesn't, that it's going to just basically, it opens the door for other people to think they can get away with doing that and worse.
One of the problems with this, particularly actually the indictments involving you and Karen McDougal, who's the other woman who received a payoff, it's become very politically toxic because Republicans, and I understand this, they say, look, it's different rules for Donald Trump to what it's been for Democrat politicians. And they cite John F. Kennedy, John Edwards, Bill Clinton, all had similar scandals, some far worse. None got indicted. that there seems to be a political bias there.
That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it, because if you want to look at the positive in this, is that we have made progress, you know, in our justice system in our country, and for women. You know what I mean? Like, if those other presidents had done today what had happened then, would it be treated the same? Or is it specifically just people screaming, this is a vendetta against Trump? But let's for a moment here pretend that it was another president or Clinton today and this happened. I mean, look how...
I think that's right. Post Me Too.
Exactly.
I think there probably would have been actually a different attitude to a lot of these former Democrat politicians.
That's what I hope and believe, you know what I mean? Like, people just trashed Miss Lewinsky and you know, all the way back through history. And I would like to believe that if those things happen now, that it would be different. Of course, he's going to spin it, and the Republicans and the MAGA people are going to spin it and say, like, it's just because it's him. But is it really? You know what I mean? Like, I'm hoping that it's just us moving forward. And you could apply that to, you know, the way that, you know, racial crimes are handled, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that it's hopefully a sign of progress.
That actually everybody, whoever you are, however powerful, you should be held accountable.
Oh, absolutely. But in this case, it's a sex scandal. It's a woman speaking out against somebody in power. And they want to say it's just because it's him. But I would like to believe it doesn't matter that it's him. He just happens to be the one now.
You were a registered Republican.
Still am.
You still are. So for the Republican...
That's my favorite. You just made a whole bunch of people watching this pee their pants.
Right.
Because that just blows their whole thing out.
I mean, a lot of them probably don't realize.
I know. It's an easy thing to look up.
Have you voted Republican?
I have not in the last election.
Did you vote
I didn't vote.
Did you vote for Trump in 2016?
No.
You didn't? You never voted for him?
No, I did not.
But you have voted Republican before? And you never voted Democrat?
No, I actually didn't. I mean, that was so long ago that I didn't vote, which is a terrible thing to say, but, you know, we should all vote.
Well, I do think they'll be surprised.
I know. And the whole reason that I registered and got him, I feel like that movie, they just keep dragging me back in. You know, like, I have no political aspirations, not interested, try not to be interested, and it just keeps happening. You know, like, that's how the whole being a registered Republican came about, was because of the Draft Stormy campaign in 2009, which I didn't even know about. And the only reason I got involved is because I was mad at the guy for using my name and pictures without my permission.
And I think you had a brilliant, well, this is when you ran against him for the Senate, and you had a brilliant slogan, which was screwing people honestly.
Also true.
I mean, I love that, because that was extremely pertinent to what we're now talking about, obviously. The Republicans who have a problem with you say that what you're doing is deliberately trying to derail Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign.
He doesn't need my help for that. He's going to do that on his own.
But has that even crossed your mind? I mean, do you think he should be allowed to run again?
It is a free country, and what I'm surprised at is that the laws allow him to. As it stands now, I was equally surprised. I was like, oh, surely someone who's indicted and whatever would be exempt from being able to run. Shocker to me last week that there's no rule against it.
Well, he could actually be convicted and go to prison.
Right?
And still be president of the United States.
That's the most absurd thing to me.
That blows my mind, actually.
Me too. I was like, wait, what? And that has nothing to do with him. He could just be dude A and dude, you know what I mean? Like, that just seems like beyond my comprehension. But I guess they never thought they would have to make that rule.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over 2 years now, and I was able to get matched up with a therapist in like 24 hours, 48 hours. They ask you questions about what you would like from a therapist, if there's any particular specialties that you would like. Me personally, I really prefer to have a Black woman therapist, preferably not too much older than myself, and I was able to find that, and we have been inseparable ever since. That's my girl, and I've been working with the same therapist this entire time. It's been really wild to see how therapy really helps you just think in a better and more healthy way. That's what you go to therapy for. But wild how that has so many actual real life positive effects, because life has hands, okay? But now I'm a little faster, a little smoother, because this past week I was like, okay, we're gonna have to pull out the coping mechanism. So I
make that rule.
Jenna Jameson, a fellow adult entertainment star, said recently about you, the left looks at her as a whore, and just uses her to try to discredit the president. The right looks at her like a treacherous rat. It's a lose-lose. Should have kept her mouth shut, her trap shut. What do you say to that?
Part of that statement, I think there are people that agree with that statement. You know, they, like I told you earlier, people took my story, which is my personal thing, and just me speaking out and protecting myself and standing up to bullies and, you know, defending myself against these personal attacks, to try to fit it into their own narrative, whether it was, you know, the Republicans saying that the Democrats sent me there, or the Republicans trying to say I was their champion. I mean, the Democrats trying to say I was their champion, or the Me Too movement, or, you know, everybody tried to use my story to fit their own
We're all trying to use
thing.
you.
Exactly. And so part of that is true. And I hate to agree with anything that Jenna says, but part of that is true. I am horrified and extremely disappointed that this woman who came from my industry, from the same company that I was with for 17 years, and says, just keep your trap shut, she should be ashamed. She has a daughter. I just, that's, you know.
Do you think she means it in the sense of you can't win, so why even try?
I don't know how, I'm not going to presume to know what she meant by it, but none of it's good.
Donald Trump pled not guilty to all the charges. He's always denied having sex with you. But he's never explained why, if that's the case, you ended up being paid $130,000 by his lawyer.
Right.
There's an inconsistency at best about that position.
At best, yeah. I mean, he's full of inconsistencies. Like, I mean, somebody should ask him that question, you know what I mean? Like, but it seems pretty obvious, you know what I mean? Like, you have these people that want to say that I was a prostitute and paid that night. So then I had this whole other subsect, I don't even know if you know about this, of sex workers and escorts pissed at me for ruining business. For
really?
Like, yeah, for, you know, it's like a doctor, lawyer, like client privilege thing. And I was like, if that had been the case, I wouldn't have said anything. And if I was just trying to get attention, I've had sex with some way hotter people that are famous. I would have told one of those stories. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a kiss and tell. As a matter of fact, I took the money because I didn't want anybody to know. But there is that thing, like if there was a transaction that was arranged and that's what I went there for, then why was I paid over a decade later? And there's a couple things that, as I've been mulling this over, pretty obsessively in the last 2 weeks, like, because it doesn't matter how many times you put a fact out and you try to tell people that they just, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to call me a name, fine, that's your opinion. If you think I'm fat or I'm whatever, and I'm not going to try to change your opinion about porn, whether you don't agree with it for ethical, moral, I'm not here to do that. I'm also not here to, like, change your political opinions, your stances on something. But when you show a piece of evidence that's irrefutable and it's still just, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I met Trump and the golf course at the, you know, at that event in Tahoe in 2006.
God bless you all. God bless you all. And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2. The illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago, right here. They're lying to the FISA courts, the FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans, the unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators, the millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras. And just recently, the FBI and DOJ in collusion with Twitter and Facebook in order not to say anything bad about the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, which exposes the Biden family as criminals and which, according to the pollsters, would have made a 17-point difference in the election result. And we needed a lot less than that, like about 16.9. It would have been in our favor, not my favor, our favor, because our country is going to hell. Now, we remember the 51 intelligence agents who said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. It didn't exist. It was Russian disinformation. Remember that? And that was all confirmed strongly by the FBI when they all knew that it wasn't Russian disinformation. And so much more. Our elections were like those of a third world country. And now this massive election interference at a scale never seen before in our country, beginning with the radical left, George Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. He wanted to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. Never have been brought. Everybody. Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do. It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons, like our open borders, our incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we left behind American citizens, $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world, lost 13 magnificent young lives, and far too many to mention that are so badly hurt with the loss of arms and legs and facial obliteration. The most embarrassing time in our country's history, in my opinion. Then our give up on energy independence and even energy dominant. We're going to be dominant within 6 months, more than any other nation ×2. We had this all just 3 years ago. Our raging crime statistics, if you look in Democrat-run cities, numbers the likes of which we have never seen before. The open threats by various countries of the use of nuclear weapons, something never mentioned or discussed by outside nations during the Trump administration, and which could very well lead under the Biden administration's leadership to an all-out nuclear World War III. Can happen. We're not very far away from it, believe it or not. An economy that has been crippled by the biggest inflation we have seen in more than 60 years, and a military that I used to defeat ISIS in 4 weeks. They said it would take 4 years. 4 weeks. To kill al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, that has now gone woke at the top levels by trying to indoctrinate everyone down to the lowest ranking patriot. But now they have really stepped up their efforts by indicting the 45th President of the United States, who received 75 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in the history of our country. And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta who is doing everything in her power to indict me over an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president of Ukraine. Remember, I kept saying that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone were hung up in disgust because of something I inappropriately said, because nothing was said wrong. In fact, at the end of the call, we agreed to continue our conversation about election fraud, specifically in Georgia, at a later time. Many people on the phone, including lots of lawyers, nobody found anything wrong with that perfect call until a book promotion tour many months later. All of a sudden they say, you know, I remember Trump making a call. Let's look at that. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Then you have a radical left lunatic known as a bomb thrower who is harassing hundreds of my people day after day over the boxes hoax. You know, the boxes hoax, as we call it. Just so everyone knows, I come under what's known as the Presidential Records Act, which was designed and approved by Congress long ago just for this reason. Under the Act, I'm supposed to negotiate with NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, which as of this date is a radical left troublemaking organization that red flags the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights as dangerous and triggering. Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with. But there is no criminality under the Presidential Records Act. That is not what it's all about. We were negotiating in very good faith, proper way, in order to return some or all of the documents that I openly and in very plain sight brought with me to Mar-a-Lago from our beautiful White House, just as virtually every other president has done in the past. When FBI and DOJ officials with NARA were here, I told my lawyer to show them the very secure storage room in which they were locked. The FBI's sole request in writing was, could you please put another lock on the door? We immediately complied. It's a lot different than the Biden situation, isn't it? The next thing I know, we were raided by many gun-toting FBI agents who took whatever they wanted, including my passports and medical records. Everybody was in shock. Nobody had ever heard of such a raid before. Can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? I immediately thought of the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizure. But they did it anyway because our justice system has become lawless. They're using it now, in addition to everything else, to win elections. Apparently, they're not looking at me through the view of the non-criminal Presidential Records Act. They came up with a new one. This is a new one. And they're looking at me through the Espionage Act. Think of that. How does that sound? Of 1917, where the penalty is death. Even though that has absolutely nothing to do with openly taking boxes of documents and mostly clothing and other things to my home, which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done, Jimmy Carter has done, Ronald Reagan has done. Everybody's done. In fact, Hillary Clinton got rid of 33,000 emails, and that was okay. But nobody's done it like Joe Biden. This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith, I wonder what it was prior to a change, who others of his ilk say he's even worse than they are, is only looking at Trump, yet Joe Biden took massive amounts more documents, even removed many boxes to Chinatown. You believe that? Just got $10 million from China. Where did that come from? I guess they were banking on Hunter's expertise, and had others stored in unsecured offices in Pennsylvania and strewn all over his garage floor, where his now very famous Corvette is also stored. All over the floor, including classified documents. But that's okay. Perhaps most importantly, he has 1,850 boxes in Delaware, which he is refusing to give up. But isn't that real obstruction? That's obstruction. As president, I have the right to declassify documents, and the process is automatic. If I take them with me, it's automatic, declassified. Biden was vice president. He had absolutely no right to declassify as vice president. He doesn't come under the non-criminal Presidential Records Act. He comes under the very criminal Federal Records Act, unfortunately for him, but it's not going to matter because they don't follow the law, which has very severe penalties. He had classified documents that he took while he was a senator, which is absolutely inexcusable. And other senators, including Democrats, are outraged. But he's not being harassed and hounded like the people who work for me are. In fact, they seem to have forgotten about his documents entirely. So many, thousands and thousands. It's okay with him. They like to say that I'm obstructing, which I'm not, because I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home. But Biden is obstructing by making it impossible to get the 1,850 boxes or explain why many documents were located in Chinatown. Can't explain it. Why were they in Chinatown? I don't know. Lastly, I'm under investigation. This time a civil investigation by another racist in reverse, who also campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get him. This was her campaign. Never ran for office. I will get him. Her name is Letitia James. And she proclaimed while campaigning, quote, I look forward to going into the office of the Attorney General every single day, suing him, and then going home. Just before she knew me. She announced, what is fueling my soul right now is Trump. And that she had her eyes on Trump Tower. Those eyes are focused on Trump Tower. Didn't know the young lady. She even assured her supporters in an election promise that we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. He's going to know my name personally. And then she claimed that I was an illegitimate president. Think of it. With all we did on energy, with all we did on the military, on taxes, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, right to try, people able to get drugs now that aren't approved. Hopefully you don't have that problem. Letitia James vowed to use every area of the law to, quote, investigate President Trump and his business transactions. Those transactions are going to be investigated, she said. And that of her family and his family. Because we're going after his family, and we're going after them hard. This is all before entering office and all before knowing anything at all about me. But she's going to get me. This is why, along with unrelenting crime, so many people and companies are leaving New York. She said that I falsified my financial statements, but in fact we're proving and will prove that my financial statements were substantially more than we submitted, not less. and in all cases have a strong disclaimer clause in them which tells the institutions that may look at that if they want to, not to rely on the statement. But they've got a problem with their case because, number one, I'm very underleveraged. They can't believe it. All the stuff they read and gave, and have very little debt relative to the value of assets. And importantly, not one bank has lost even $1. She was investigating me to save banks. They have very good lawyers. But they didn't lose $1 with us during this period of time. In fact, the banks we're talking about made almost $200 million off Donald Trump, and they liked me very much. We never missed a payment, never got a default notice, had a great relationship with all of them. I don't need banks. We have a lot of cash. I built a great business with my family, built a fantastic business. I have a son here who's done a great job, and I have another son here who's done a great job. And Ivanka, and Barron will be great someday. He's tall, and he's smart. But I have a great family, and they've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much. They've done well. So she's suing me over banks that weren't defrauded, when she should be focused on violent crime that's driving people out of the state. This is a persecution, not an investigation. She's put our family through hell. It's cost hundreds of millions of dollars to defend, but our heads are held very, very high. They want to settle the case, but I want no part of that. So here we are now. It's where we were today, in a city that was so great just 4 or 5 years ago. But now we're there. Spend time there today, as you possibly read, with a local failed district attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history, on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. There's no case. They kept saying, there's no case. Virtually everyone. But it's far worse than that, because he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed for a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out today, everybody said, this is not really an indictment, there's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here, they're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information, for which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account. His chief prosecutor, who represented the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton in a firm run by Chuck Schumer's brother, Robert, he quit the firm in order to go to work in the DA office in order to get Trump. Can you imagine that? Hillary Clinton's lawyer, Democrat firm. Ultimately, he quit as chief prosecutor because Bragg didn't think he had a case. Think of that same guy that brought this ridiculous thing today. Yet during his investigation, this prosecutor named Mark Pomerantz wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things, and has been very strongly reprimanded. He was reprimanded so strongly. I've never seen anything like it. That's probably the end of it. But what he did was probably very illegal. But he was very, very strongly reprimanded. Even District Attorney Bragg was furious with him. They were having a tremendous fight in the office because of it. But hope is never lost because various prosecutors in the DA's office also quit because they thought President Trump was being treated very unfairly. How about that? Isn't that great? Oh, I love them. I'd like to meet them. I'd like to meet them. The DA's office even had a webpage. Meet the team of executives who have done this to President Trump. That was the title. Isn't that nice? They immediately had to take it down. Meanwhile, overall, crime in New York was up 30% last year, much more than that the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by massive, massive numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know. And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family, whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign and a lot of men. We recently had another trial, and the same judge told the fine man who worked for me for many, many years that if you admit your guilt, you will be in jail for 90 days. But if you don't, if we go through a trial and you're found guilty, you're going away for 10 years and maybe longer, which for a 75-year-old man with a great family really means life. What the prosecutors and judge did to that man, I will never forget, because it's right out of the old Soviet Union. That's where we are. They said, you say anything about Trump, meaning that's bad, and you won't even have to serve the 90 days. You'll walk free. And they say that to many of my employees. We have this Jack Smith lunatic threatening people every single day through his representatives. They're threatening jail terms. But talk about Trump and you'll go free. This is where we are as a nation. Who would have thought they can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. That's the country in which we live, however, right now. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing, inflation is out of control. Russia has joined with China. Can you believe that? Saudi Arabia has joined with Iran. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Would have never happened if I were your president. Would never have happened. Nor would Russia attacking Ukraine have happened. All of those lives would be saved. All of those beautiful cities would be standing. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. There will be no defeat like that. That will take us away from being even a great power. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen. With all of this being said, and with a very dark
Trump, and here's what he said about Michael Cohen.
6 emails out of 330 and then ask Costello questions about it. That's not fair by anybody's standard. That's pretty. I have a statement here. I'll give it to you people. Yeah.
Stormy Daniels with his own money, not at the behest of Mr. Trump.
That's what he
did. Michael Cohen tell you that he paid Stormy Daniels out of his own money and not at the behest of Trump?
Told us, yes, not his own money, money that he borrowed pursuant to a HELOC loan. Yeah. And why did you take the loan, Michael? I wanted this secret. I didn't even want my own wife to know, much less Melania Trump. You know?
Just to be clear, did he ever specifically tell you that Donald Trump does not know about this?
Yes, absolutely. He said that.
Donald Trump doesn't know about this.
You know, that's what he said at the time. Is it true? I don't know.
Did you tell the grand jury that?
Yes, I did. But I had to force that into an answer. They were getting upset because they'd ask me a limited question based on one of these 6 emails, and I would volunteer information that I thought the
did Trump, and here's what he said about Michael Cohen.
6 emails out of 330 and then ask Costello questions about it. That's not fair by anybody's standard. That's pretty. I have a statement here. I'll give it to you people. Yeah.
Stormy Daniels with his own money, not at the
returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He cannot simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the payments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described, and that which was charged by the grand jury, is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge can be said is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
Oops, so sorry, y'all. Them two look just alike, but this is Trump's civil attorney. And she had put out a statement saying that she wants Michael Cohen to do a deposition. She said Cohen elected instead to give a televised interview on Good Morning America around the time he should have been testifying. Habe claimed in papers filed Monday, New York Attorney General Letitia James last year filed suit against the 45th president, the Trump Organization, and others, claiming Trump exaggerated company assets to get better loan and insurance terms. Trump's team is seeking Cohen's testimony since James investigators interviewed him during her probe into the former first family's real estate company, an investigation which has been ongoing since 2019. Mr. Cohen claims to have intimate first-hand knowledge about the alleged acts that are the basis of the complaint in this case, as a witness and as an active participant in those acts. So they want him to do a deposition from a New York Attorney General, I think that's how you say her name, Letitia James. She had he had spoke to her. So they want, I guess, them claims to come out. So it says Trump's lawyers seek order forcing Michael Cohen deposition in AG suit. Donald Trump is asking the judge to force his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, to show up for a deposition as the embattled former president fights a $250 million civil fraud case. Trump lawyer Alina, that's her name, Hababa. So that lawsuit where he just was, when he was at the press conference, and he said when they came and searched his house and did all that, and that the district attorney James, the lady who said that he was hiding money and all that, they have a $250 lawsuit. So that's why Trump said in his press conference, I'm not backing down. Trump's civil attorney filed the papers a day before Trump was to be arraigned in a separate criminal case in connection to alleged hush money payments made to former porn star Stormy Daniels to silence her about claims she had an affair with Trump. Cohen, who served prison time after pleading guilty to lying to Congress and facilitating the payments to Daniels, is expected to be the prosecutor's star witness in this criminal case. This is what I didn't like about Stormy Daniels too. If y'all remember when as soon as Trump got indicted, all of a sudden she starts selling all these Team Stormy merchandise. She telling people, subscribe to my Instagram. Who does that? Yeah, subscribe to my Instagram. And then remember that show she was in? What was it called? For Real Life or Surreal Life, with the basketball star Dennis Rodman and Augusta, the singer that was dealing with Jada Pinkett. And when I was following that story and how she was there talking about how she was sucking guys' penises off in bathroom stalls and like, she's a real big old freak and not ashamed about it. And she does the tarot reading or whatever, the witch stuff, and she walked around with that doll saying that that's supposed to be a person in that doll that came back to life. She's very weird. She's very weird. But again, you wrote a statement to Trump's attorneys, to the media, and said that you was not denying what happened because they paid you hush money, but because y'all never had sex. She said it in 2016, 2011, 2014, 2016, and then in 2018 she said it again. But now she's saying, oh, I didn't know how serious it was when, he gave me the money or whatever. But, I felt like standing up for myself, so that's why I'm saying something now. See, that's just what I don't like. Just like Rashana Lamphere. First you say it ain't you, it ain't me for years. Nope, that's not me. Nope, he didn't do that to me. Nope. Then when it comes to money involved, or publicity or something that you're going to gain revenue from. Oh, yeah, that happened. Yeah, they made me lie. They paid me to lie. But then she stated that the money was given to her because Trump didn't give her the money in the beginning. I guess after they had sex, it was or whatever. At that first date, it was an arrangement. So how's that hush money? Now the girl Karen McDowell said her and Trump was in a relationship. So when he tried to give her money, she was like, "Oh, I'm not that type of woman." That's why I said I didn't understand it. I thought porn stars get paid. But if you having sex with him, and Stormy Daniels saying that's why she was upset because he didn't give her money when he's supposed to, that means she was basically having sex for money. Why were you looking for money when y'all had sex if you wasn't charging for sex for money? How are we going to say that this type of woman is a victim? That's why she said, "Oh, they can't slander me or nothing. What, they going to put new pictures out? I'm not going to get mad. Shoot, everybody sees me naked all the time. That's my job. How are we going to call this woman a victim? She knew this man was married. If he came to your strip club or where you was dancing or whatever, after you danced or whatever, you had no business leaving with him or taking nothing any further. You knew he had a wife. You knew it. That's what gets me. It's like they want to be home wreckers because she ain't married. She know he ain't gonna marry her. Then she gonna say, "Oh, I could have talked about any other rich, famous guys that I was with. That looks way better and look way better than him and all that." But you said it. You did it. Doesn't make sense. So it say Daniel said her merch, which includes t-shirts, Team Stormy, printed on them, and signed posters of herself posing in sexy lingerie, were flying off the shelves. Thank you to everyone for your support and love. I have so many messages coming in that I can't respond. Also, don't want to spill my champagne. Daniels tweeted with a winky face emoji. Team Stormy merch autograph orders are pouring in. Thank you for that as well, but allow a few extra days for the shipment. The adult entertainment star and Trump allegedly had an affair in 2006. And when the real estate mogul turned to politics, his team reportedly worried it could tarnish his reputation. During Trump's first run for president, his former personal attorney and fixer Michael Cohen paid $130,000 to Daniels to ensure she would remain silent. Now, as you heard him say, his Michael Cohen's old lawyer, that Michael Cohen said he paid for it out of a loan that he took out because he didn't want his wife to know, he didn't want Trump's wife to know, and he said Trump didn't even know about it. So where do Michael Avenatti come in at this? Because I'm surprised they haven't bought him up yet. I'm confused. I thought when she was going back and forth to court with Michael Avenatti and Trump, isn't it when she was saying that he raped her or something? I thought. What was the whole point of her running back and forth with Michael Avenatti? That's the part I'm confused at. Hey, APZ, assalamu alaikum. No. The older lady sued him first. Susan McDowell sued AMI, American Media Incorporated. She sued them. That's who gave her $150,000. Um, and told her don't sell her story to nobody but them. And she came out the contract, and that's why she sued them. It say the suit was settled the following month, enabling McDowell to go public with her story. In 2021, the Federal Election Commission also fined AMI $187,000 for violating election law through the McDowell payout. Yeah, because AMI is, yeah, American Media Incorporated, the owner of National Enquirer, had paid McDowell $150,000 for exclusive rights to her story. Finalized in August of 2016, McDowell from discussing the alleged affair publicly, but the story was never run. An example of what some of the media refer to as the catch and kill scheme extended to bury unflattering coverage. The National Enquirer notably endorsed Trump's 2016 White House bid. In 2018, Farrell described catch and kill as a favorite tactic of AMI CEO and chairman David Becker, who reportedly also counted Trump as a personal friend. So I guess they're trying to say David Becker was his friend, so that's why he gave her the money to keep her silent. But they say here that he gave her the money to own the exclusive rights to her story. Then she starts saying that they start intimidating her and silencing her. So that's why she came forward and then she sued AMI. Um, in 2018, she did an interview with CNN's Anderson Cooper that she and Trump had a consensual 10-month relationship. That's the part I didn't understand. How you had a relationship with a married man? What made you think it was a relationship? And then she said that she seen them 5 times a month. How? How? And the man was married. I didn't understand that either. And then that time, he married Melania, and had a son. So I just don't understand. I really don't. So we're going to finish following this story with Trump. But like I said, I don't believe her. I don't believe Stormy Daniels. I just don't. These people do not give off like real victims. This man is very wealthy. They get something out of this. And what gets me is out of all the men that's going in and out of the porn star business, whatever you want to call it, um, she say, "Oh, I would have brought forward some way cuter famous guy that I dealt with or whatever, whatever." Well, what? See, my thing is this. I would have been embarrassed to come forward and say I had sex with Trump. He didn't give me the money. Oh, but then he finally gave it to me. But to silence me from saying I had sex with, he ain't got to worry because I wouldn't have came forward to say I had sex with him. Because I would have been more embarrassed knowing this man had a wife. and I'm having sex with this man. So I wanted something out of it. I knew he wasn't going to be my husband. I knew he wasn't going to marry me. I knew he was just using me for a piece of something at that time. That's period. And I knew when I met him, he was powerful and he had lots of money. Let's stop playing here. So this was the lady who I said looked at just like Trump's lawyer. They really do. That's crazy. They do a little bit. But um this is Georgia Representative Margie Taylor Greene is calling for the DA arrest for his pursuit to prosecute former Donald Trump. um She said that today's indictment is not the end of this chapter, but rather just the beginning. Donald Trump said in a statement, now that the charges have been filed, it is better for the case to let the indictment speak for itself. The two things I wish to say at this time is that accountability matters, and I stand by my testimony and the evidence I have provided. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that was the DA speaking. And this, which I had mixed up, this is Stormy Daniels' lawyer, Clifford Brewster. So he must have came in after Michael Avenatti, because they ain't saying nothing about Michael Avenatti, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to bring him up, because now I'm really not understanding what was Michael Avenatti there for. If she said in this letter, which is her words, this is not mine. This was the letter that she gave to his attorney. This was the letter that she provided to the media. To whom it may concern, over the past weeks, I have been asked countless times to comment on reports of an alleged sexual relationship I had with Donald Trump many, many, many years ago. The fact of the matter is that each party to this alleged affair denied its existence in 2006, 2011, 2016, 2017, and now again in 2018. I am not denying this affair because I was paid hush money, as has been reported in overseas owned tabloids. I am denying this affair because it never happened. I will have no further comment on this matter. Please feel free to check me out on Instagram at Stormy Daniels. But nobody wants to talk about why did she lie? Did somebody threaten you? Did somebody put a gun in your head and say, oh, you better write this letter up? Because she sure said on the interview that we just watched, oh, why would I be scared of Trump in a suit? I seen them naked. So why did you lie and write a written document stating you didn't have sex with this man? And you said you wasn't denying it because you got paid hush money. You were denying it because you didn't do it. That's the part I don't understand. That's the part I can't rock with. Sorry, can't rock with that. She supposed to get respected. Why? Because now she's saying, oh, it happened, but you lied. Just like Rashana Landfair. Oh, that didn't happen. That's not me. Oh, that's not me. That didn't happen for years, years, years. Stormy Daniels said, I denied it in 2006, 2011, 2016, 2017, and now in 2018, I'm saying it never happened. So why now you're saying it happened? That's what I can't go. I can't get. I can't get that. I can't do it. Can't do it. That shows right there. She's lying. She's lying. She knows she can get something out of it now. She knows she can get restitution and all that. This man get arrested. That's why she's saying now that he did this to her. Period. Point blank. Ain't no other way to go around it. So next, shout out to y'all for being here with me all this time. So we went over Ralph, the guy that got stabbed. We went over Zyaire, the Muslim boy who got attacked by the BOP. Stormy Daniels, Donald Trump. Michael Cohen, Karen McDowell, and who was the last one? If I miss it, I'll come back. Now to Robert Sylvester Kelly. Did I just leave it? Did I just leave it here? Oh, don't tell me I got off of it. I think I put it here. So Jennifer has put out a don't tell me I'm lost it that fast. I believe this is from the briefing. I didn't see what it was. I just downloaded it. But I believe it's from something about the briefing. Let me see. And like I said, Robert is still at the facility, y'all. So for people that saying he's been transferred, no, he hasn't. That's why I gotta stay listening to his family, because if I go off and listen to other people, it really takes me somewhere else. But I will stop doing that. You gotta worry about it. Okay. And for those of y'all that just came in here, I just announced today that my daughter did monetize the channel. So I said that any thing that I get from the channel, 50% of it I will be giving to Robert, only because for 4 years, 4 long years, I never wanted to be monetized because of the way I seen how people, you know, Robert actually put food on people's tables, put food in their children's mouths for 4 years. And it should be expected out of R. Kelly supporters to support him, knowing that you get a whole income because of him. But just to see the other side not even paying attention that they're getting an income because of him. And now they continue to follow R. Kelly supporters even after him being found guilty, and want to send documents and false reports and on Robert asking to get his phone calls taken away and his email privilege, saying that he got people out here harassing and threatening Larry and his family and them. But that's a lie. But if they don't support Robert, they don't like him, why do they continue to follow people that support and like him? That's harassment to me. Why would you be looking at someone's page that supports R. Kelly, knowing you're going to get mad because you're not going to like the things that they're saying? You're not going to like that they're fighting for him. You're not going to like that they're supporting him. You're not going to like that no matter what you do, they're going to still support him. They're still going to be a fan of him. Why watch their channel? Why even go in the bushes and record their channel? Why? And then go lie and make up a report saying that he got people doing it. Robert don't say nothing about no Larry. He don't speak on nobody on that side. Then to say he's out here victimizing the victims. Y'all talking. They ain't even talking. Y'all the ones who got Javante and Faith Rogers' mom out here in these YouTube streets when they should be moving on with their life. Why would they continue to be in these YouTube streets and R. Kelly supporters around here? I thought it was all about getting him convicted. Okay, he's convicted. Why they still here? It doesn't make any sense. But they don't ever want to talk about them, Robert putting food in their mouth and in their children's mouths. Because as much as y'all talk about him, while y'all monetize those channels, that those videos, the content, majority is about Robert. And y'all have monetized it and got paid for 4 years. At least give a man that much respect. He ain't getting nothing from what y'all doing to him. But bad luck after bad luck after bad luck after false reports, false allegations, stealing his emails, but y'all gained money. Y'all leader and everybody surrounding it. Angelo, everybody. So at least give that man that much respect. So yes, for people is a super chat sign at the bottom. So now you can send super chats and stuff. I gotta wait for my daughter to figure out if I'm gonna do this members only thing. I don't know if I'm gonna do it because so many other people pay a membership on other R. Kelly supported channels. So I don't want people to have to pay several different memberships on different channels. So, Henrietta, I see your comment, and I'll see if I get a good amount of people who say they will join the membership, then I might do it. And then that way, a lot of information and stuff that I get if I do the membership, then I will provide through the members and stuff like that. And different, I think it's like different perks up there where you can win prizes, games, and all that type of stuff. So I'll get more into that once I go over it again with my daughter, because I don't know about none of this. The Google ads and stuff, it's a lot of work. And like I said, you only get revenue off your videos for people that don't play music, for people that don't play videos. I play nothing but music and nothing but videos. So I would have to edit so many freaking videos and lives that I'll be editing going back to 3 years, because they're not going to monetize no videos where I'm playing any music or any copyrighted videos. The only way you can monetize your channel, I mean your videos, is when you're just talking like this and don't play no music that's copyrighted, or don't show nobody videos. So it's not as easy as people thought it was. It's in the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, United States of America, Robert Sylvester Kelly, motion for extension of time to file applicants open and brief. 1 second. Oh God, it always does that. Hold on.
It went so fast because he totally grabbed me like his little brother. You see what I mean? Kelly took me like his little brother. Though I recall times he would ask me questions. How's your family back home? So he would ask me personal questions about my family. Your family, how many people in your family? How many kids your mom had, and things like that. So we became like, we'll go to the gym. It will take me with him, and I would have his bag. I would always have his bag, his jewelry, his thing with me. And some of the people around him hated that. They didn't like it. So I mean, and after that, in early 2009, so I was going through that was the time I couldn't, I had like a balance at school. So I couldn't go back to school the next semester, the next year. And I'm like, I'm going to take a break or whatever. And I'm just going to work and just have fun and try to make some money so I can go back to school. And then at the parties, not at the parties, because I used to, not at the parties, I used to come also during barbecue times, during the day, barbecue. And I would talk to him. He's like, John, how's your school going? He was always concerned about my life. I was like, school is good and whatever, but I'm not going to school this year because I got to work and just find some money and go back to school. And he's like, okay, what are you doing this year? I'm like, I'm not doing anything. And I'm like, by the way, I want to ask you if I can jump on a tour with you. And he's like, you know what? Yes, come on. Yeah, he asked Tom, the manager, put him on. So he's on a tour. He's going on a tour with us. And that's when in 2009, I think, September 2009, I jumped on a tour with them. Ladies Make Some Noise tour. So we started going on the tour, and I think a week on our road, and we are at the gym, and we were talking, and he asking me questions. You want to go back to school next year? I'm like, yeah, King, because I call him King R&B, King of R&B.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to school and things like that because, you know, my mom is worried and everything. So I wish I could, you know, I'm going to make some money or whatever and things. And it's like, okay, you want to work? I'm like, yeah, I can. If I can do something on tour, I will do it. He's like, okay, you're going to be my assistant.
Okay.
Which means you're going to be with the manager. Wherever I do, wherever I go, you will be with me. Okay? So meaning that there was the manager and it was me. Okay?
Who was the manager at the time?
The manager at the time was a white guy, Tom. His name is Tom. I remember Tom. So, and we were every day together, Tom and I. And he told Tom, I want you to teach John everything. You know, whatever you do, show him. So I mean, I think I saw it kind of like, you know, maybe he's got some visions for me and everything. And he told Tom, I want you to do something. Get with John and call his school, ask them. That's what amazes me until today. I will never forget it. Forget it. I will never forget what Rob did for me. He told Tom, call his school, whatever balance he has, because he has to go back to school next year. Oh. Whatever balance he has over there, call his school, and I'm gonna pay for it. We'll pay for it. Aww. I swear, on the death of my parents, he paid off my school, the balance that I had. He paid off the balance that I had. That's how good he is. See what I mean? And for me to hear my family's calling me, whatever, what is this going through, or whatever. I'm like, no, he's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. And I went to him, and sometimes I go to like even a month ago, I went to Sam, and we were talking about King. It's gonna be okay. I'm here. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm always around trying to tell him it's gonna be okay.
That's good.
Yes, and yes, he paid, and I was like, oh my God, really, King? He's like, yes. No, that's not no deal, man. You gotta go back, do that shit, but make sure you finish that school. You see what I mean? And yes, and we went on tour, and yes, and Tom did the thing, paid off my balance that I owed in school, and a part of that, I'm always thinking about it.
Putnam County, where the sheriff did not mince words when announcing the arrest of a now former corrections deputy.
David Garcia doesn't deserve to wear a badge and will never have one again. His conduct is a blemish to the expectations I have of all of our agency members.
25-year-old David Garcia was already facing charges of assault on an inmate when he was hit with a new charge of bringing contraband into the jail. The new charge is in connection to a story News4Jax reporter Eric Avignon first broke last week. And Eric joins us live with more on Garcia's role in this alleged jailhouse drug smuggling scheme. Eric?
Tarek, authorities say that that former jailer was the facilitator of the operation, who was in charge of picking up the drugs from a woman outside the jail and then hand delivering those illegal narcotics to an inmate awaiting trial for murder. Investigators say contraband was being smuggled into the Putnam County Jail by these three suspects. According to detectives, 29-year-old Francisco Arroyo devised the scheme. Arroyo is a convicted felon and verified member of the Latin Kings gang who is currently awaiting trial for murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Detectives say 25-year-old Malia Knox was Arroyo's contact on the outside, who also played a role in the scheme. And they say 25-year-old David Garcia was working in the jail as a corrections deputy.
Garcia was actually the facilitator who would actually meet with Knox, pick up the drugs. So he was bringing in MDMA, or what we know as Molly, marijuana, and cigarettes into the jail facility and hand delivering them to Arroyo.
In January, Garcia was fired after investigators say he assaulted both a co-worker and an inmate while on duty. Another corrections deputy took his place. Investigators say Arroyo attempted to bribe the new deputy into helping him bring contraband into the jail, but instead of taking the bribe, the deputy alerted the jail administrator and then aided detectives investigating the scheme by going undercover.
I'm especially indebted to our deputy, who showed exemplary decision-making in his quick action and a sense of duty to his profession as he worked with detectives to bring this case to fruition.
As a result of the months-long investigation, Arroyo was transferred out of the Putnam County Jail to the St. Johns County Jail, where authorities say he didn't know the inmates or the corrections officers. In addition to the murder and attempted murder charges, Arroyo is now also facing new felony charges of bringing contraband into the jail. Knox also faces a contraband charge, and so does Garcia, who is also facing a charge of assaulting an inmate.
Putnam County, where the sheriff did not mince words when announcing the arrest of a now former corrections deputy.
David Garcia doesn't deserve to wear a badge and will never have one again. His conduct is a blemish to the expectations.
I separate the art from the artist at all times. And one of the best Rkelly features ever is obviously Hotel, which is on your first album. That was your first single, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that process? Because I always heard that Rkelly's like process as an artist was like, he was like a savant, like Rain Man type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it like? Did you guys do that in studio together?
Yeah.
So that was like, you were in the session with Kells as he's cutting that. What was that studio session like?
It was my first time meeting him. And I think it was my first time to Chicago too.
So you guys went to Chicago?
Yeah. And you know, Switzerland was telling me, you know, different stuff or how it might be. But when we went in there, I'm a super fan of Rkelly.
Me too.
Like my older brother that raised me, like, you know, we used to ride around in the hood banging Rkelly songs loud. Like, I was a super fan.
For sure.
So to know that I'm working on my first album, finally got budgets open and it's like big.
Yeah.
And I'm working on my first single with Rkelly, and Swiss Beats produced it. And it's like, so I was excited. I was super happy. I got in the studio, and even Twista came through. I remember Twista came through the studio, and me and Twista like start rapping. I think Twista spit some bars, I spit some bars, and we basically, me and Swiss just was there. Swiss started explaining the record. Like how
was it Swiss's idea to do the hotel concept, or was it Rkelly's idea?
Yeah, it was Swiss idea. It was like a collaboration. It was we already had the idea that we wanted to do this hotel record when we went to go see Rkelly.
Mm-hmm.
So it was already like an idea we had. We already had the beat, and we already like had the direction a little bit. But once you told Rkelly like the idea, he just went crazy in his own direction and started singing a bunch of stuff. He went in the booth and went crazy and started doing a lot of things that we could have used for a hook.
So he was just cutting melodies off the top of his head type shit?
Yeah, we just chose that little piece that you know as the hotel chorus now.
Mm-hmm.
But he did a lot of different parts and a lot of different other versions of hooks. Like we did the remix too off the same session. So it's just parts that I told you he did that we didn't use.
Just for the remix.
But there's so many ladies. Like he just went in different bags. He creative, man. A nigga talented. I forgot to tell you too. Before he went in the booth on the hotel beat, it was like a beat tape playing of like 30 beats just playing back to back. And He wouldn't say skip none of them. He wouldn't be like, I don't like them or nothing like that. It's
All
like
Swiss
soon.
beats.
No. I don't think they
were
were.
just someone else's just beat CD. Just to see beat CDs playing.
Yeah, it wasn't Swiss. I don't know who.
Right.
But it was just a tape playing, and every beat that come on, as soon as the beat dropped, he was singing a dope record to it. Shit sound like a smash hit. Every one. It's like right off the top. He'll hear it while the intro on, and as soon as the beat drop, he starts singing some fire shit. Like, and he did that shit to every beat. Like, he kept doing it. So I'm like, yo, this nigga is not regular.
No, he's not normal.
Like, yeah, he different.
I think back to one of my favorite records that was more like an album cut. You had a record called 6 Minutes. It was you, Wayne, and Joel's, right? I separate the art from the artist at all times. And
write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I'm very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit! Write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I'm very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit!
Both encouraged me to file a police report. They kept pushing the police report. I said to both of them, I don't live there. I live 2 hours away from there in San Diego. I cannot file a police report for a place I do not live and say that's me. Was he using my name in the video? Yes. But he was pointing to an area where I did not live. But Larry kept pushing me to go file a police report on Christopher Gunn. And I said, you do it for me. He wouldn't do that. He kept wanting me to do it when I told him I live 2 hours away from there and I don't have identification that says that's where I live. And I have common sense enough to know that if I go down that road, they're going to need identification from me. That is going to show I'm in San Diego. I'm not in that area. How can I say this man was putting threats out near my home when that's not where I live? But Levi and Larry McGee kept pushing for me to do that. If I were stupid enough, I would have done it. And then that would have been filing a false police report, and I would have gotten in trouble. Larry McGee has done many things with people on social media, from cracking credit cards to PPP scams to unemployment scams to fixing your credit with illegal numbers, all kinds of shit. And he told you the shit was legal. He told you you wouldn't get in trouble because now he has a file on you. And now if he says, both encouraged me to file a police report. They kept pushing the police report. I said to both of them, I don't live there. I live 2 hours away from there in San Diego. I cannot file a police report for a place I do not live and say that's me. Was he using my name in the video? Yes. But he was pointing to an area where I did not live. But Larry kept...
You know, you want to help him? Talk to him about what happened at the motherfucking Dolphin Hotel. Talk to him about what happened with managers and shit that wasn't in his trial. Talk to him about what happened with when he said that he bought the kids from somebody. Talk to him about that or some shit. Talk to him about, you know, why did he fire his goddamn lawyers before pre-trial? You know, about him having to have a Curcio hearing. Talk to him about motherfucking what Greenberg meant when they said he was hard to work with and he won't fucking live. Difficult to deal with. Talk to him about that. Make sure you get this message to him from me. He is a stupid motherfucker. He's stupid. He a dummy. Tell him, make sure you say I heard I call him a dummy. When y'all talk to him and y'all get emails, tell him that I called him a dummy. He did all of that shit. Smart asses. He the one that played with the fucking money. He was already hiding these motherfucking girls from the fucking court. How y'all gonna sit up and say he innocent when he hiding a motherfucker in the apartment saying don't go nowhere and don't talk to nobody and these are the rules? Not only that, after that, if you move the girl out of the apartment because she told you she was coming back up there, what the fuck you send her back over there with this big muscular fucking girl? Confront her about a man being in the apartment. You won't talk about who did that. Thank you, K-Love. You won't talk about who did any of that. Talk about it. I'm all the way on the other side of the country. I wasn't around in 2016 going, and it's another thing. Before he even went to jail, she was in his case named by the government as a victim. His case is about 2016 going that way. So how the fuck is he supposed to get out of this shit by shit that happened after 2019 going this way? Does that even make sense? Does it make sense? They'll never talk about what he was convicted of, whether he did it or not, whether he gonna win an appeal based upon what he did. Fuck them emails. Straight up. Then he fired his lawyers. Certain things didn't get to be brought up at trial. So guess what? You can't talk about those things in the appeal either. No new evidence. His lawyer is not even appealing Chicago, and she's only going after technicalities in New York. But his cook got y'all convinced that writing a dumbass untrue letter to people that already know the scenario of how all that shit went is a waste of time, is slander, and you're stupid. Okay? Greenberg said, you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. You stupid motherfucker. You did all of that. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know why, man. I don't know why my girl would leave me. You know. Because when you heard she was motherfucking going to have a drink, or she was riding with the girl to go pick up the food, when you was told that shit, you went to plan with the budget. Motherfuckers get sick. You got girls marching down to the window at the MCC, waving at the window in 10 below weather. Getting sick. You got girls who hate each other guts living together, hide money and playing games, and you got caught up in your own fucking game. Didn't you? Talking about you don't know why she left. Stupid motherfucker. Why you don't never say that when you do them interviews? Why you don't never tell the truth when you do them interviews? Why you don't get in them interviews and say, I was playing games between my girlfriend. Someone got the information, most likely a fucking parent. That's what was said by Tasha K. And they used the games that I was playing about money, because I was trying to keep them in the cage. You know, the shit that the government is accusing me of. I was continuing to do that. And I was playing games with the money. And my girlfriend left home. Then when my girlfriend went and got away from her parents, she decided to come to Chicago and talk to my other girlfriend. But, I'm smart. I moved her. And it just so happened, while she was up in the apartment, I sent my girlfriend back over there with a big fat bitch ready to fight. And they did fight. And in return, my fucking girlfriend said now she's fucking telling everything on me. If you write a letter, write that. Put it in there that this motherfucker is retarded and stupid. All that shit, he did it to himself. And all of the people that was involved in her leaving and her going to the government were the same people that the same fucking day that he met him. Yeah. See, these people don't be wanting to talk about that real shit. You see what I'm saying? They don't be wanting to talk about what actually really did happen. Yeah, he did it. I'll be the target. I'm the motherfucker that's online that still talk about this shit from time to time. He's taking advice from someone talking about she knew he was sleeping with underage Shauna Landfair, but it was consensual. How was it consensual? His lawyer said that. Yeah, it was abuse at first, but it grew into a blossoming relationship. How in the fuck is he gonna get out of jail with strategies like that? She's doing the best she can, and they won't even leave the lawyer alone. She just came off a win. They already up in arms to fuck up anything he got left, and he is too, listening to the goddamn cook. But I understand when you in jail and you desperate and you want to get out, you listen to people about what she's telling you, about what she thinks that happened. She's a fucking idiot. She an idiot. And the one thing she could have asked me while I was out, at the time, we wasn't on bad terms. I would have told her exactly what I'm telling you right now. And all those videos, she said Joycelyn and Ass wasn't his girlfriends and they never slept with them. But it was proved in court that they had the same strain of herpes. I don't know. The letters are generated from Africa. That's great. It's stupid. The website sucks. Anybody that go there look like a third grader made the shit. I told you I could make a better website in 30 minutes for $150 on probably Wiz. So he's not gonna win this appeal. You fuck around and get more time. She's not even appealing Chicago. Your stupid ass, lying ass letters. That's what she meant by misinformation. It's not true. It doesn't have anything to do with them putting things on there from Africa. No, lady. Do you realize that it was other people involved in all of these situations besides me and the parents? It's other people that can corroborate everything that I'm saying. Everything. That's why you shouldn't listen to people who don't have pacer, who are not legally sound mind and body, and that doesn't show their face. He's stupid sitting in there taking her emails or conversations or anything. And he acting like he don't know what happened. The emails caused his girl to leave. No, stupid motherfucker, you caused her to leave. Because guess what? If you hadn't have been playing around, she would have never called her parents to be able to get whatever the fuck she got or told whatever she was told to fucking leave, you dummy. You did that. If you moved Joycelyn, why you didn't leave her moved? Why would you send her back over there with a linebacker to fight? Now she's talking to the fucking government. And a year later, the crackhead cook want to say that it was me. I put her up to do it. Because of my case. A lot of people don't know that I didn't even have to see my discovery of my case. I pleaded guilty in 30 minutes. What the fuck am I gonna sit around and play around games for? I have revolving responsibility. I have fucking kids. I need to get this shit over with. You know? So all the people that attack me, they don't have insurance, rent, gas, lights, water, cell phone, motherfucking cable, school shit, clothes, food. They don't have that. They sit around and do nothing. And smoke and get high and complain. I don't have that fucking luxury. So I don't have time to wait and see how shit gonna go. When I'm looking at my fucking thing and I'm like, God damn, they got everything.
Now, here we go. So, Jennifer Bajien just put in new paperwork, which we're going to go over. But in the midst of that, for some of you that's just coming in here, hey, Miss Carter, I miss you, sis. I hope all is well. We're going to definitely focus on this dude. I always try to stay away from this dude, but this guy claiming he has so much to do, he's so busy, but he's actually going through people's videos and trying to strike people and filing privacy complaints when it's not even, for one, his privacy, but two, it's not even a complaint because he also has people coercing. He didn't say if y'all would like to or if y'all want to. It's your choice. But he's out here telling his peoples that he need 500 people to strike people channels. Okay? And he wants them to strike them with bullying, harassment, and he say like if that don't work, then strike them for spamming or misleading. What you just heard him saying about Robert, you can hear the anger in this man's voice. All of this come from when Sharon Wimbush added the OCO to one of the letters that's been getting sent out, that people are sending out to the Department of Justice. In the letter, it's stating that OCO is a terrorist organization, and she names a lot of the individuals from over there. She also says that they are running around trying to take people's channels down, trying to strike people's channels, trying to silence people from voicing their opinion on what they feel about Rkelly, his case, or even further trying to stop people from supporting this man. Instead of this man taking his anger up with whoever he feels is coming for him or putting any information about him, he has himself and his people to attack and make false claims against Robert. Like I said earlier, I had one conversation with Diva Devon on the phone about 2 years ago, which was concerning that fake murder for hire stuff, that Don Snow stuff, and I simply went at her as a grown woman to another grown woman. Okay? Because it was said that the channel that was getting created was the background of her channel. It had her label and everything on it, but she stated that Don Snow was copying her live or her channel, whatever. My thing with her was that I was going to be in New York in 2 days and that I could meet her at her front door. And we can talk about whatever issues that's surrounding this Don Snow, this fake murder for hire stuff that they had Debosky in, Ms. Denise, and myself. I let her know that Don Snow is not my brother. I let her know that Passionately Gangster put up a picture of my brother and Don Snow in the FBI and trying to act like my brother's Don Snow when not only did Passionately Gangster have my number, where she could have reached out to me, but never did she ever call me, nothing. She just straight took my brother's picture or somebody gave it to her and posted it. They all was over there running with their narrative. They was the first ones to interview Don Snow. She said she understood everything I was telling her. She told me that her peoples was looking for Don Snow and they all got charges on him. He's going to jail and all this other stuff, right? Again, she was always in her space. I was in mine. So 2 weeks ago, when I told everybody, which was sent to me, that the other side was putting in complaints to the BOP saying that Robert had people out here threatening Larry's family and Larry, and that he had people out here attacking them and victimizing victims and all of this stuff that wasn't true. So yes, I posted on my community wall and I said people are too invested, meaning she was telling people to send in complaints to the BOP. She was going step by step, telling them how to do it, put Robert's name in it, put his number in it, and tell them that he's out here doing this, his fans is doing this, but it was lies. What Robert has been doing by speaking to different reporters, bloggers, etc. He got permission from his lawyer beforehand. That's why multiple interviews he did, you hear him telling the interviewer, yes, I talked to my lawyer. She said that I'm fine with speaking about this BOP officer, Tasha K, stealing my information, giving it to my ex-girlfriend, which turned into a federal witness, and parent. He said again, my lawyer stated it was fine. She just told him, don't go further in your case, meaning because he has an appeal coming. So he never brought up anybody's name in the case. He never brought up none of his charges in the case. He strictly stayed on the BOP officer, Tasha K, the family who Tasha K gave information to, and that his ex-girlfriend came up to the jail facility, embarrassed him, cussed him out, and told him to his face that she heard the calls with him and his lawyer, and she seen the emails with him and Joy, him and his lawyer, and everybody else. Okay? He did nothing wrong. So Larry wants to attack him because Sharon added him in a letter that she was sending out to Department of Justice, saying that him and his circle is a terrorist group. Like I said earlier, I don't understand why y'all will put false reports in on Robert because you mad that another person is doing videos of you and speaking on you and your family and your alleged actions with your co-defendant. Why don't you take it up with that person? Or even better yet, if the things that Sharon is saying isn't true, why you reacting? Why is it going so far that you're telling 500 of your subscribers to report all these people every day for 30 days? Then he even had one other message that said, I need these channels taken down before I get from work. That's telling people to do so. That's giving orders. He didn't say, if you would like to, or if you feel this, that, and the third, and you would like to send this in. No, he said, do this, do that, do this, do that. Now, Robert said he doesn't want anybody calling the MDC no more, but he does appreciate everybody who was very very hands-on about him saying that he was in pain that day in his stomach, and once he came back from the hospital, when he sent out that forward email, and that he appreciate everything everybody did, and that he loved all of us so much, all his fans, all his supporters, and that he's fine. He's still, a little pain, but he's fine. But he doesn't want anybody calling it MDC. Okay? Now, I said, because so many people was emotional, irritated, scared, they just see Robert saying, we know with the blood clot, they sent him back to the jail all fast when he should have still been at the hospital. Then all of a sudden, the pain is in the bottom of his stomach now, and it's grown, and people just, worry. And he sends out a massive email, I need pain medicine. Some people was up here saying, oh, it's the liver. Some people saying, oh, the blood clot's traveling through his body. I mean, it was just so many different things people were saying, and I just kept saying, let's pray, let's pray. Also, let's contact his family. So me being me, at that time, I knew I wasn't in Chicago, but I knew who was. I knew his family who were. I know his fiance is. I know if all of us is on the other side, all we can do is either call his family or call somebody that know his family for individuals that's in Chicago. And his lawyer. That's all we can do. I never called the MDC because I didn't want anything to transpire from me calling and they try to make up something or whatever. So I didn't even go that route. I straight called the family, and as soon as the first phone call, they already knew what was going on. They already was en route to go ahead and see what's going on with Robert. I was told Joy already knew, and that she would either possibly already there or almost there, because the only people who would have been able to go in and either get him sign up for emergency visit or ask to speak to the staff or the warden, etc., would have been people that was on his visiting list, family, or his fiance or his lawyer. Nobody else. So then I call another family member, and then I call another close person to him. So 3 people. They all tell me the same thing, and then they all start telling me, just stop worrying so much. I'm all hype, and no, because everybody's on YouTube saying nobody's around, and because I'm thinking other people have talked to the family, and maybe this is why they so snapping and telling everybody, keep calling the MDC, and once this person hang up, that person saying, oh, you call back. Oh, well, now they're saying they can't speak to us if you're not family. Oh, well, call up there and just say you a family. They don't know if you related or not. And you call, you say you family. And then next thing you know, the number was put on the Rkelly group, which is over 300,000 people. So now you got people out the country calling. You got people overseas calling. I mean, everybody's calling. A couple people I heard said that they did talk to somebody, and the person said they would take care of it. And they will leave a message with the nurse on staff and the BOP officer on his unit. Another person I heard said that they got a connection with somebody, and the person said, okay, we'll take care of it. We'll go check and make sure everything's all right. So not only did the family tell me they was en route to take care of it, not only did Jennifer Bajin approved that she was doing everything possible to do what she had to do. And then not only did a couple people that did call say that, the officers or whatever staff member answered said that they was going to go check, and they was going to leave the message with the actual medical staff. So once that got put out, everybody still kept doing it. Myself, and I told 2 other people about me talking to the family. So I'm like, don't make a big deal, but just let everybody know the family got it. Robert's going to be good. It was people out here saying, oh, we don't got time to wait on Joy. Don't nobody know what she's doing. No, keep calling. Keep calling. Matter of fact, let's get some people up there. Let's get people. And I'm like, wait a minute, yo. This man's fiance. And yes, she knows. She was just there visiting him. So the issue was Robert sent that message to multiple people. Over about 8 people got the same message. So it wasn't like he just sent it to this person and now this person is upset and worried because these people didn't get it, or he didn't send it to his fiance, he just sent it to that person. No, he sent the same message forwarded to over 8 different people, plus his family, plus his fiance. So with them being in Chicago, living in Chicago, I knew that they had him. Because ever since this man's been in jail, that family been there. Just because they don't be on YouTube, just because they don't be in the mix of a lot of they've been there. Every time I go to this man's birthday celebration, every single year, his cousin, same family members come. It's always damn near 400 or 500 people there every time. No arguments, no fights, no nobody talking out of line about him. It's just nothing but love, his music, and everybody celebrating his career, his music, the family celebrating family. It's nothing but a bond that you can tell. If Robert was out here with them, it would be even more beautiful. And you can see love all throughout all of them. But again, everybody don't move like everybody else do. Everybody don't do the YouTube. Everybody don't do panels and talking, doing interviews. Everybody doesn't do it. And the way this YouTube stuff is and how it has transpired, do you really expect his main family to do this? We had known informants traveling all around here. You had known people sending in videos to prosecutors. You had known oppositions recording people's lives when they had people on the panel or have a guest, sending it to different people to paint a narrative or to try to hurt this man in any type of way. So did I say 100% it was because of the MDC phone calls? No. Nobody was listening like that, but over about 10, 15 people that the oppositions was sending in them reports 2 weeks ago. Asking them in a report, could they take away his phone privilege and his email privilege? So in my opinion, I think that the emails was 75% because of that. This guy Larry told 500 people, so I need 500 people to report these channels, put harassments, spamming, misleading, all of that, and ask 500 people to do it. So what do you think happened when they was putting them the reports into the BOP officer? And you got multiple people putting in these false reports. asking to take away his phone privilege and his email privilege because he's calling to all these different people, giving orders, and people are threatening people. People are harassing people. He's victimizing victims. So that's why I believe 75%, probably about 15% the phone, but the majority, I believe, was those false reports. And my issue is Larry, them, all of that. Why is they so invested in this man? How can somebody be bullying and all of this when y'all actually going to people platforms to watch their content? You knew since day one where we stand at. You knew since day one where these people stand, that person stand. Why would you go to somebody's platform that you know wholeheartedly support him, 10 toes down? Why would you go to their channel to get your blood pressure up, to get you all upset, to get you all envious and jealous and hatred all in your heart because you're going to watch their channel while they're praising Robert, while they're trying to find new ideas to help him positively. You're going to see them talking to different individuals about him. You're going to see people trying to come together with new ideas to send the letters to talk about the inhumane treatment that this man has endured, the injustice this man has endured. You're not going to like it. So why even go to anybody's channel that supports Robert Sylvester Kelly? Doesn't make sense. You can't call that harassment, threatening. They minding their business on their channel. They went so far, y'all, that a person's title said Rashonda Lanphier testifies at trial. Do you know that they reported that as bullying and harassment? How is bullying harassment because somebody had a title, Rashonda Lanphier testifies at trial? First of all, Rashonda Lanphier did testify at a trial. You got main media, Chicago Sun-Times, New York Times. They had titles that said Rashonda Lanphier, Jane Doe such and such, testified at Rkelly's Chicago trial. They titled their reports that. Were they bullying and harassment? That's called false reporting. And what they're doing is they're getting a lot of people to do it back to back, back to back, back to back, back to back, back. So instead of for YouTube investigating their report, they'll either take the person's video down, or they'll give you a warning, or they'll tell YouTube, no, I don't want to give a warrant. I want it down now. Because YouTube sees so many people reporting. But see, what's going to eventually happen is once you can't mediate with YouTube, it automatically goes to the federal court. That's why YouTube asks you to give your first and last name, your address, your phone number where you can be reached. Because if the person tell YouTube they want you to take it down and you tell YouTube, no, I'm not taking this down. This is the things that they're claiming is not true. Then they say, okay, this can further go into a federal court. And you say, okay, I'm ready. And that's why YouTube say, make sure you put your correct information. Make sure you don't put false information because, again, this copyright infringement court is going to federal courts because you can't resolve it with YouTube. So YouTube passes it over. And they also tell you, if you want to, take it any further to court. My thing is, why doesn't YouTube vet the reporter, the one reporting it? Because what's going to start happening is YouTube continue to strike people, continue to take people videos off of what they saying. is going to back track on YouTube because they're false reporting. You don't see no bullying in the video. You don't see harassment. You don't see misleading. You don't see a spam. So they're use a lot of people to get a lot of people to report it so it can come down immediately. That's like one person against 200. YouTube looking at it like, oh yeah, take it down. All of these people saying this person did this. But little do YouTube know, it's a tactic coming from individuals that are harassing. Why do you write stuff about people on community walls? Why are you watching? I didn't even know she was talking about me till yesterday. This how much I don't pay these people no mind. She's talking about me 2 weeks ago. All because I said people are too invested in putting in false report. You were. You're telling people to file a report on Robert to the warden and to the BOP office, and you lied. You said that he had people doing A and B. Jennifer Bajin came out here and told y'all, Ms. Winbush does not speak for my law firm or my client. But y'all went over to that lady's Twitter and said, oh yeah, keep sending in the letters. Yeah, keep being dumb for your king and keep messing him up while he got y'all out here threatening Larry and threatening Larry's family. Yeah, keep it up. Keep it up. Keep on letting keep doing what Rkelly tell you. And that's why Jennifer Bajin responded on her Twitter. That's why she said that, because of the person on the Twitter saying that Robert had people out here doing this and doing that and doing this, and they telling Robert what to do. And Jennifer like, wait a minute, don't nobody speak for my client and don't nobody speak for our law firm. So when that happened, that's when Sharon Wimbush said, oh, I'm glad, thank you. So now y'all can't say when I put something out, Robert told me to say this. Or when Robert says something, you can't say, oh, Sharon told him to say this. I was glad when Jennifer did that because it separated it now. Now what y'all gonna say? Go at the person that's coming for you. And if they're lying about whatever they're saying about you, debunk it. Or why even say anything? That's why the claims that Diva Devon said about me, I would never speak on those claims because this lady never met me in person. Even while she was in New York, that lady never walked near my circle. She stayed all the way over there on the side. Then during the sentencing, she got in the middle. I guess she wanted a little TV time or whatever. And her and Janet and the other lady, I think her name is Ceci or Cessa, they start arguing. But I wasn't stupid. It was the cameras right there. So all the hollering, oh, he's a pedophile. Yes, he did do it and all that. All loud and ghetto. I didn't understand it. He came there to do that. Then when they came the last day of the verdict, they went right up to the reporters. I mean, nobody's stupid. Why you didn't attend when the females were actually coming every day testifying and all of that? Why did you wait until the last day of the verdict? That didn't support the females. Why you wasn't there when they actually testified? Why wasn't you out there marching and doing things before the trial started for them? A lot of them is monetized. Why they didn't give some of the females money? Y'all advocating for them. Give them some of your money. They saying they ain't got money and stuff. Like, I just don't get it. And like Jennifer said, it's starting to look real obsession. When you continue to talk about a person, harass them, slander them, all of this, and then you claim you wanted them to be found guilty. Then they said, oh, when he go to Chicago, he's getting thrown under the jail. Judge Leonard Weber's gonna give him 100 years, and once he get there, he'll get life with no parole or nothing. Watch when he gets to Chicago, he's giving him life and all. And the man beat 7 charges, and one of the main ones that they all said that he was guilty of, obstruction. This why the appeal gonna be spanked, because if he was innocent of obstruction, meaning he didn't threaten Rashana and her family to go take no trips, meaning he didn't coerce them, meaning he didn't make them go lie to the grand jury. And the mother said that. She said, yeah, he didn't tell us to go lie to the grand jury. He didn't tell us to go lie to the detectives, lie to the DHS people, none of that. So when the appeal comes, it's going to be, well, how did he coerce? How did he entice? If he didn't obstruct? No conspiracy. See, they was really mad about that, and they couldn't even be adults enough to say, wow, we was wrong. And apparently that judge sees something a lot of them don't. Because Judge Leonard Weber said, Leonard Weber agrees with Bonjean against the government that Rkelly's actions towards the young woman with whom he was involved constituted enticement, not coercion. The girls feared a loss of affection and attention, but no bodily harm of any kind. So when he said no bodily harm, what does that tell you? No abuse. No abuse physically. That was even in New York. Now, one person showed up with a picture of a black eye, a picture of these broken skin that Azriel said she's sending videos in when she got Robert phone, when he got arrested, at Holly and all of these other people. She didn't have no pictures and videos of her broken skin that she said he beat her till her skin was broken. But her mom and dad said they flew out there once the sister told them that she was abused, and the sister said Robert security threw her in the alley in the McDonald's alleyway and threw her out the car and everything else. ISIS, which that was a lie. But the parents catch a flight, go see her, look at her and everything. Oh, she ain't got no bruising. All right, we out. Leave her. But these is the people that they stood behind. And shout out to that lady Sean, because she said Angelo told them to attack us and lied to them and told them we were doing this, we did that, we did this, and to attack us. But this man stole Sean's son's college money. He put their names down with their LLC, PPP loans, and was getting unemployment in some of their names, saying that they worked under his businesses. Had their social security numbers. Who the hell makes you give up their social security number? And y'all just met that man. And then give y'all the middle finger. He called them that every single one of them dirty tricks, dirty, miserable bitchs. They mad because they wanted to FUCK him. He ain't want them. I mean, he called them ladies every name in a book, but some of them supposed to be victims. He didn't care how he talked about them. And ain't none of them out here fighting, trying to get their money back or Sean's money back. But they so invested in Robert Sylvester Kelly. It looks sick. And I really hope when they find out that they're making all these false reports, that somebody pays for that. This man not saying y'all names, let alone even know y'all like that, because nobody is reaching out to him telling him, oh, this is Larry and this is the organization. No, like it's too much at this point. And like I said, if you have a problem with somebody that's speaking on you, when you first got into this, he was attacking Shabazz, taking up for Angelo. And I got receipts of him and Shabazz arguing on Instagram. And you know what he told Shabazz? He said, "Don't worry, I'm gonna get my sister. My sister gonna put you out there." And Shabazz like, "Who your sister?" "Tasha K." "Don't worry, Tasha K gonna put you out there." He was like, "Nigga, I don't care. I ain't scared of no Tasha K." Larry threatened Shabazz with Tasha K, meaning, oh, what you gonna go give her some information about him or something, or what you gonna have her look him up and try to expose him or something? I can't believe he said that. And Shabazz was like, I ain't seen no damn Tasha K. So you claiming you never talked to Tasha K, but when she talked to Natasha Simone, she said, "Oh, I do have somebody here named Larry that sent me an email." Then she says to Natasha, "But how you know he's an informant?" Natasha said, "Because I read the court documents. It's in the documents." "Oh, anybody can say they who just walks around saying they an informant." She said, "No, it's just in the documents that he interfered in Rkelly's federal state cases. And Chicago never said that he didn't give New York anything. Chicago said that he wasn't going to be involved in their trial, but they never said, oh, and he wasn't involved in New York. They didn't say that. There's proof of him sending Rkelly's terrorist enterprise emails to what's her name that left? Y'all know the prosecutor that left, that was dealing with Rashana behind the scenes. Larry was sending her emails with Sylvia, DJ, the Bolsky, the Hollywood chick, and telling in the emails that they were attacking victims and attacking them and parents. And that's what Jennifer Bonjean was speaking about when she first started speaking about him with Chicago, because she was letting them know that, okay, this is the guy that was sending in information to I can't think of the prosecutor name right now, the one that left. And you can actually see Larry's old Instagram, the Grown Man Show. You see his logo, and you see above it the subject, intimidating witnesses are Kelly's supporters. Okay? And it's about 4 or 5 emails just off that thread. And what is her name? That prosecutor. The one who was also working with Jim Derogatis under a fake Pied Piper email account, and Jim Derogatis sent her his book. What is her name? Y'all tell me, somebody in the chat, please. The prosecutor that was on the New York case, but then she left. And they tried to say, oh, she went to another assignment. No. I believe, in my opinion, they made her leave because she was working with Rashana behind the scenes, off hours, not off days where she's supposed to be dealing with her behind the desk professionally. Then one of the messages that McDavid put out with his attorney, when she's talking about, oh, don't meet me there, meet me over at this place, because it's too many people in that place over there. Trying to be sneaky as heck, because she knew that she was not supposed to be dealing with that girl. Oh, at some of the hours she was, nor at some of the places. She's supposed to come meet you in the office. So that means you were even trying to hide from the office. And then you got Rashana telling her, laughing. I don't know if y'all forgot about this, but see, this is the stuff I remember and I pay attention to when I read. Even the messages where Rashana was laughing and said to her, "Oh, do you see all of them on the news?" And oh, I'm glad, laugh out loud. I'm glad it ain't me, rather them than me. She was laughing that all the other accusers was doing press conferences and was on the news. And she was laughing, saying rather than me, because she didn't want to be on the news. But she's laughing with the prosecutor saying this. And then, of course, the baby girl and cute and all of that comes, But again, all of that stuff, like, what were you really reporting them for? How was somebody intimidating a witness because they're out here speaking on the things that they said out here? How many times did Angelo threaten to beat somebody's ass, threaten to families died and y'all need to keep your mouth shut. Y'all don't know families die and I don't play and I mean so many different things that this father has intimidated, threatened, harassed, slandered, all of it. And they keep wanting to forget that they lured DJ's son into that man's house. Y'all went and contacted this man, baby mom. That's a strike. Then within that, Miss Denise put it out there. Then tried to get Miss Denise to do an interview with the lady. Then tell the lady, y'all release a book. Then try to coerce his son. Oh yeah, just don't say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing to my subscribers, but they gonna donate to you all this money. Don't say nothing yet. He trying to get his own damn subscribers, Larry, by just bringing DJ's son up on the platform, because he just know for sure they gonna send him some cash apps. But it was never about looking out for DJ's son, his little rapping career. It was about putting a middle finger up to DJ saying, yeah, nigga, I got your son over here. Yeah, nigga. I got them sending cash apps and stuff to your son. Yeah, nigga. That's what it was about. You beefing with this man's father. And he in your house sitting next to you on your computer. That's foul. Larry could have been trying to hurt his son. And could have looked at his son like an enemy like he looked at DJ. So, these people have done so much. And again, never was Rkelly supporters, his fans, going to them. You forgot Larry's out here saying he made Dana J do this and he made him go start arguments with DJ. He made him go start arguments with Debo. And every time he told him to do it, he did it. Everything he ever told him, he believed it. He knew he wasn't for Rkelly, but he used Dana to think that he was more loyal to him, even though he working with prosecutors, he working with the parents, he working with the accusers. But somehow he made multiple Rkelly supporters think that he was super loyal with them, even though we on different sides. Even though we on different sides, but we loyal. We loyal. No, he used the little Rkelly supporters that was dealing with him for information. He used them for them to tell him what things people were doing, what the lawyers' motions would be, with all of that. The next rallies, protest, all of that. And it's sad. It's really sad that they were going that far as an effort to try to get anything on this man. And all of the accusers, not one of them came up on their platform and actually said thank you. I think but Lizette. And I think Lizette only went to Atmos channel and got his doing. Angelo straight said Ain't nobody getting no interview with my daughter unless they give up 10,000. This ain't because why? Because you a brother? No, because we friends. He said, no, nigga, this business. She got a business to run. This supposed to be a man that came to your wedding. A man that was in your wedding, around your wife and your kids. A whole crook that stood in your damn wedding. And the saddest thing of it all is that people continue to lie and say that, oh, my case was way before, it had nothing to do with this. How would you call Azriel while she with Shabazz and say, oh, you want me to send the feds to come pick you up? Who says that? It wasn't, oh, you want to talk to the police, or, you want to make a police report, or did you make one? Or who the heck say, oh, you want me to send the feds to come pick you up? Meaning you already talked to them, meaning you already must have told them you trying to convince her to do something and something else when she was just at your house. And then when she left, Angela said you coerced her to go to Chicago to fight Joycelyn. Then you lied and said Robert sent the big fat girl and all that to go attack Azriel. Azriel started that. She took herself to the Trump. She was never supposed to be at the Trump. She knew Azriel was coming here to get the stuff. She made sure Shabazz was there with a camera. Like, this girl instigated Joycelyn so much. Oh, your boyfriend ain't tell you going to jail? He tell you everything else. Why you think she said that? That was a shot thrown at Joycelyn from the emails. Oh, he tell you everything else. He didn't tell you that? She put out that morning. It's a good day for somebody to go to jail. I know where the skeletons are. Larry openly said multiple times that he told Azriel to break Joycelyn's phone so Robert couldn't call. He also said he told Azriel to leave Joycelyn in jail. That way Robert couldn't get to him. Like, it's sad that these people, this man do not even know, just came up all up in this case, started talking to these accusers, and exactly. So I don't know what it's going to take. I think I seen Miss Henrietta say the same people who are reporting and people need to report them. I was saying for people who they reporting on YouTube, because I didn't even notice. Like, I don't have no strikes from nobody. Okay? Because I don't get into that. And like I said, they stay over there, I stay over here. There's no way that you're coming to my channel and you looking at my videos from a year ago. You was that desperate? A year ago? That doesn't even make sense. That means you're looking for something. You was looking to try to find something. And me putting your name in the title, which say Angelo Clary stops Team Truth and speaks on Larry McGee. Your name's Larry McGee. You were attached to Team Truth until Angelo told y'all couldn't use the name no more. There's so many freaking videos out here saying Larry McGee. Unless your name is what is it? What is it? This what is it? Deshaunally, whoever that guy is that he said that was his man, nephew, and all that. No, that was him the whole time. I remember when we was on JoJo channel about a month and some change ago, and he sat up there and said he hasn't used his government name for over 25 years. Yes, he did say it. And at first, Progress heard it first and was like, wait, what you just say? He said, I haven't used my government name in over 25 years. That is crazy. Crazy. If you ain't used your real name in over 25 years, that's that Deshaun. What's that name? Deshaun Mondelez. That was why his indictment said Larry McGee, Deshaun Mondelez, and Adam Marina. He was Deshaun Mondelez too, but he kept trying to make people think it was him and all these other people. No. And like I said, if Sharon Wimbush is talking to his wife or whatever, saying that you scammed his family, you sat in his freaking lobby for 6 hours to wait till he came out, you was using your kids' disabilities for him to send you money. You lied and said your car burnt up for money. You lied and said you had a business or something you needed money for. You had him sending all the money to your wife, her daughter, and her son name. You never got no money to your name. I mean, it's disgusting of all the stuff that these people say he did. And didn't even know the man is a millionaire. And said that ever since he knew Larry, he's been doing nothing but scheming him. So not only did you get over on the man, because, you know, that's what some of us black people do. We get somebody like a millionaire friend that don't even know how to be friends with him. The first thing we think, oh, let me scam him, let me get him. A millionaire, that man probably could have helped your family for years and years with a lot of good things. But anyway, then you rat on the man, throw the man under the bus. You tell everybody on YouTube when you got indicted, you talk to the man, but then all of a sudden you couldn't find him. He answered none of your calls, and he said basically he helped you get a lawyer or whatever, and he ran to New York. Well, the way he said you scammed him and said you was using your kid's disability to get over on him to get money, and said that's the name you was using, Deshaun Mondelez. That's why you out here trying to say people privacy rights because the titles in the live saying Larry McGee. Your name already in motions and stuff. That's why he got so upset when Jennifer Bonjean put Larry McGee in the motion. Because he want people to think he go by Deshaun Mondelez. Ask yourself, why was he able to use the same device that he used to steal people's identities and look them up? Why was he able to use that device to look up the people around Robert? Angelo said that, yeah, that's what you helped me with. I needed to know who was all around Rkelly, who was around my daughter, and you did that for me. You looked up everybody information that was around them. That's what you said you used it for. Crazy. So let's go here before they take this video, because I don't understand why this video is so important when there's so many videos out here, especially from a year ago when him and Angelo fell out, where there's so many titles that say Angelo Clary and Larry McGee, but I guess he's working his way around. So be careful to a lot of y'all, because he's the one who got about 5 or 6 channels, profile color orange, profile color blue, profile color purple, profile color yellow, all these different color profiles. So even the bright colors is usually a woman. The darker colors is usually a man. But he got both. So he's not using his main account to go put these strikes and stuff in. And YouTube doesn't play that. That's why I don't know why he think that he gonna scare somebody with that when you're not even using your real identification and your real platform to try to give somebody a strike. You can't do that with YouTube. That's lying about your identification. False identification and false reporting ain't gonna look good. So you know we gonna fight for that. I'm not getting no complaint against nobody who's under a fake account who I don't even know who's behind it. How can you say that you're the person in my title when you're not even the person on the profile page? You could be anybody. And YouTube didn't even notice that. How you putting out strikes, but the name of your fake account is not even the name that you trying to say it's your privacy. I ain't a fool. Oh, don't worry, sis. I'm gonna let y'all hear it. And like I said, if Anna Marina's wife is lying about him to these people that she out here talking to now, because see, I think that's why he worried. Because he said yesterday, "Oh, this is dangerous." Them talking about stuff in my case and all of that. Your sentencing was public when the judge said that he was more worried about, eventually people gonna find out you was working with the government, and that he felt bad for your family. That's what the judge said. But even still, if Anna Marina's wife is lying about him to Sharon and these other people that saying that they talk to them, why is he telling people 500 people to shut their channel down? And I need their channel shut down by the time I couldn't get off work. I need 300 people for 30 days. Keep striking their channel every day. Why are you doing all that? Then when Jennifer Bongine, remember, he called her a terrorist. Oh, his lawyer a terrorist. She put my life in danger and all this, that, and third. I ain't see her get no charges or nothing since. So, you think Jennifer Bongine didn't back up her information before she put it out in a motion? You think she didn't do her due diligence to do her research before she put that in there? See, she was playing smart. She knew that you didn't give both information, but all she needed was for Chicago to say no, and for them not to say, oh, and no, New York. See, they only disputed that you wasn't going to be participating in the Chicago trial, but they didn't dispute her part about when she said about you in New York. They didn't dispute that. And it's public record that you helped the prosecutor. The man said the prosecutors were so happy with the information that you provided them with that you saved them years of investigation. I fell out my chair when I heard that. When they said that he provided them with so much information that it saved them years of investigation, that's a lot of stuff. They said he saved them years of investigation. That means they wouldn't even had basically cases. The cases. He put all the pieces together. For them to say that he saved them years of investigation, that means they would have still been investigating if he didn't give them what he gave them. That's crazy. And to say that this lawyer put your life in danger by putting this information out, how? Rkelly's life is in danger. Oh, his lawyer put my life in danger. Why? Because you didn't want nobody to know you cooperated with the government? No. You stand on it. You stand on it. Be a man. You always out here slandering Robert. Oh, he's a dumbass. And he this, he that, he all this, he that, he that. Okay. Stand on how you feel. Stand on it. Be a man. Don't tuck your tail under your butt and hide. No. Robert got to take everything that come to him. You got to take it too. You can't just go snitch and all that and think that life don't go on. It does. You gotta stand on. You gotta stand and say, yeah, I snitched. Yeah, I read it. So if Anna Marina wife is lying on you, why would you even be telling people to take the channels down, report them? Da, da, da. You wouldn't care. You wouldn't care about it. So before they take this down, let's go. Here we go.
I get up. I had so many businesses because I will die trying. And I'm gonna bring this up because one thing about me, as long as I've been on YouTube, not YouTube, IG, and fighting this fight publicly. The do is lie to y'all. For one, I really don't have the energy. I really have no reason. And everything I did from out the kindness of my heart, or because of the cause that it was, or because it was a move on the board that I had to play to achieve something when my daughter was in a different situation than being home with her family. So, and even then, I did everything accordingly that my peoples knew about. So, I just had a strange conversation with, I'm not sure if the young lady used to calling people up and all she do is yell and scream and talk, don't listen. That's Blade. We don't call it like it is. I ain't gonna play no game tonight. Blade. For one, anytime you meet a woman that don't do nothing but yell, scream, over talk, can't listen, don't hear nothing, can be listening to you but don't hear nothing you saying, I'm just gonna give y'all a small recap of it. First of all, she called me lying. First of all, saying what I said, and that's gonna be addressed next. And a Zoom that I don't even do Zooms. It was my first, or maybe first Zoom I ever been in with this group of women, right? That had questions. Why they got me in the Zoom? Because they asked me. They said, we have questions that we need you to answer for us. That was it. That was all. That's the only reason I agreed to go to the Zoom. I said, at the time I was talking to L on the phone, and I told my guy Zoom because he was like, nah, I wouldn't do the Zoom. I do what I feel like I want to get to because I'm open-minded. I feel like I'm a real open-minded individual that can take things and correct things and straighten things. So let's get past that. So the women asked me in the Zoom what they had questions. So that's what it was about. So then I get a phone call today. We're going to go back to that, but I'm going to give you with the phone call. So the phone call, she called me yelling, saying what I said in the Zoom.
Now listen, remember what Edmund said. Edmund said that he was walking away from Oko, but some people he still love and care about. He's still going to have his channel. He's still going to fight for, any type of victims. He's still going to do his church thing and everything, but he said it was multiple occasions where he would say behind the scenes with his people, his Oko people, that he don't believe Robert did everything that, they say out here. And he don't believe all of them females were victims. And he would get basically cussed out for saying it. Like he couldn't have his opinion about feeling that all the females wasn't victims and that he don't believe that Robert did everything, that they're saying. So he also said that basically behind the scenes people was controlled and not wanting people to say certain things and it sounded like to me like a bully tactic. Like, no, we all in this group and you can't go out and say something different. We all got to say the same thing, and not letting you have your own decision on what you feel. You got to feel like how everybody feels to keep the narrative this way. You can't think for yourself. All of that stuff. The rowdiness. And he didn't say who it was specifically, but you could kind of read between the lines, especially a lot of us that was here for years. And you seen the transition with the Team Truth to the OCO. You seen when everybody was Team Truth, who always on Team Truth, but then you see how it starts splitting when they start gaining that YouTube thing. So when you hear Angelo start talking about different arguments and people calling, just think about the stuff that Amos was saying the other day.
What I said in the Zoom, right? Not a question that was asked and I repeated the question and answered it, but something I said. One, I didn't call the Zoom. Two, that was about the second or third Zoom they set up that I was supposed to be in that I didn't do, because I don't do Zooms. As I was getting in the Zoom, the first thing I asked people is, who is in the Zoom? Because I don't like this playing these knick-knack games, recording. The same thing that I told L from the time he first did a goddamn Zoom. Yo, don't do them Zooms. They too messy. You've been on YouTube for 2-3 hours. Why you starting a Zoom? Some shit he wanted to do. He did it. I never entered these Zooms. I maybe entered them maybe 3 times out of the whole 2 years or something like that with him. That's it. I don't like it. It's too many people, and everybody got to get off course in this fight and get lost. And some people like so much fucking drama. Hold y'all questions for right now. Just let me finish this. So many people.
You already know this dude is a narcissist. He wants to control the narrative. He don't want you thinking outside the box. You can't go say, oh, I don't think, Rkelly did everything your family saying he did when it come to y'all. You can't say that if you around him. Oh, from the rip, he getting away from you. You can't be up in Team Truth. If you wasn't saying Rkelly was guilty for doing what he did to his daughter at 17 and that they didn't do anything, him and the mom just took her to a concert because it was about to be his birthday and because she just was merged underwater from a bad breakup, which, if y'all remember, is still on my YouTube. Her ex-boyfriend Breeze never once said him and Azriel had a bad breakup. He never once said that she tried to commit suicide. And he said while she was with Rkelly and when she left or whatever, he talked to her both times and sent her something. And he said the parents were still picking him up, taking him places, and he still was in connection with them. Never said they had a bad breakup. And he said he was with Azriel since she was 14. And he said when she got with Rkelly, she had to be grown. That's the words out of Breeze's mouth. The video is still on my YouTube. It says Azriel ex-boyfriend Breeze. So the dad, already, you can't think outside the box with him. So you got all these different people trying to control the narrative. Even if you say you're not for Rkelly, you can't even slip a little bit and say, well, I think he did something, but he ain't do all that. Oh, no, you can't be there. Because they want a specific narrative. They want a specific thing to be said, and you just messing that up for them. So notice how himself, Angelo, and multiple others are the same way. Why they like that if this man posted this so much stuff? Why is it basically threatening people that they gotta say this, they gotta say that? All the way to the point that he had all of those people heads capped up for 4 years. 4. Thinking that they was some prominent parents. Oh, they got parents that they was married for 20-something years, and the first thing this dude come out here doing was trying to have sex with Cash, same as Tim Savage. I'm not trying to hear no I did that to get information. That's bullcrap. You have a married wife with children for 20-something years, and you mean to tell me for you to get information about your daughter, you got to pretend to want to sleep with somebody? Make that make sense. You throw your wife under the bus and tell people she take pills and You don't want to know more because y'all hooked on these pills and she can't have no babies. And what man doing all that to get some information? See, that's the narrative they trying to push. Angelo too. Oh, I did that to get information. That's a lie. They wanted her, and they wanted her to go in there undercover. So was they using it too? Yeah. So just listen to how this narcissist talk about all these other people trying to tell him what to say and what he said to what Atmos said they was doing to him. And how now you got people out here saying, oh, I need 500 people to report and take down these channels, and I need this done by the time I get off on work and all this. The whole circle using bully tactics.
Like so much drama that they are caught up in the fucking the drama part of it and the fuck shit of all this fugazi shit, that they forget the actual cause of Team Truth on YouTube, and then the formal Team Truth that was built for us the business. And I'm gonna clear all this shit up tonight.
In the business, he used this lady Sean like hell. She was the president. He used her to put the LLCs and to get business loans in her name. And this lady was, well, still is, disabled. I believe she's in a wheelchair. Had surgeries, all type of stuff. And he used this woman. Tried to act like he putting on that, that big Angelo, the shit type thing, thinking this lady liked them like that. So she just gonna do what he say, give him what he want and all that. And really coughed that lady up out of giving her son's money to go to college. Then had a nerve to tell her, oh, it was an investment. When you gave me that was an investment. And I lost the investment. So basically, like, I'm not giving you anything back. Forget her son getting an education. Forget how long she probably had that money saved. Who knows? Forget him about kings and queens, but you're just about to let a little king not be able to go to college. And had this lady getting loans and stuff out of the business,
And get rid of all this once and for all, and I'm done with all this shit. So if they want to come in, they can come in. I heard they was advised not to come in. That's on them. But I'm going to call them out how they are and how the things that made me look at them totally different. So we back to this same with calling me. So she called me. So the first thing she wanted to do, I don't know who she thinks she talked to, one of them YouTubers that she called and try to be who the loudest and all that. Ain't nothing woman about that. So I don't care to try to put nobody down or none of this. But the conversation get back and forward, right back and forth. And then she wouldn't listen to nothing. So she kept saying, well, what she did was, I said, listen, I wasn't in YouTube, but I do know, and if Butter in here, Butter, when I heard that her and Butter was getting ready to get into a physical altercation, and I know both of them live in New York because I'm a frequent individual in New York, all through New York. So therefore, I reached out to Butter. When Butter called me back, I told Butter, let that shit go. Butter was furious over whatever. I didn't even get into why, where, or when. What I did know is all of us started on the right cause. It's nothing I haven't done that put anybody in danger. Ever could say I'll let somebody do some stupid shit. I don't like seeing women fussing and fighting. That's not my thing. I don't get into women ass shit. And everybody, before this live over, y'all gonna see the women that I do talk to, that I don't play no games with letting any of them talk about any type of way in front of me. I straighten them, and they got a right to feel how they feel. But I don't agree with none of it because I don't know what took them to that point where they don't like them or they don't get along with them. So I have nothing to do with it. But we're going to clear this up because evidently Larry has it in his ear or his head thinking that my buttons can be pushed by any motherfucking body. I've never in my life been no fuck. I never in my life been a flunky or a motherfucking some yes man to shit. Always been on boss status since 13 years old. Born a leader from birth. So I don't, when he tell me this is what really fucks with me, because I don't know what type of guy he thought I turned into. Because I'm the same guy I was when he met in 2017, the end of 2017 going to 18. And we're going to get to that date. That's a real important date too. So we're going to circle back to that too. So let me explain something to y'all. So we on the conversation, she on there, she going off this and that. I tried to say that I got into something I didn't have to get into with her and Buck to stop a fight. You know, she stopped in the middle of the conversation and said, "Oh, you said you're going to pull up at my house and fight me." Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people on this goddamn channel? And do you think why I separate Team Truth from Team Truth business? Do you really understand why I needed to separate that? I didn't have to ask Larry to do it. I gave Larry the courtesy because he was full blown out invested in Team Truth online. But let me explain something to you. When I make a decision, it's a rational decision that I make for business purpose. The same way last night when Sean was on Whitney D channel, shouts out to Whitney D and shouts out to Sean, that I got in there and told Sean, if you wanted to get on there and finish what you wanted to say towards that woman, say that again. If you wanted to say that again, say that again to me. Say that again to me in text. I ain't see it. So, and you wanted and made me forget where I was at with it. But anyway, let me get it because I got off track. I'm sorry. With Larry and all this back and forward mess, and with Sam running her mouth saying this, I would never go at no woman for anything talking about I'm gonna do this. But this is the games they play. Now the woman sitting on the phone trying to convince me, and I have everybody that was in there, everybody that was in the Zoom, that said that I said that Larry was fucking up Team Truth LLC. That was a question that was asked to me by one of the young ladies in there, by two of the young ladies in there, that wanted to know the difference between one and the other and why I separated them. That was it. That was all. So where the fuck did Sam get off trying to convince me that I said Larry was fucking up Team Truth, this and that? I would have told Larry to his goddamn face first. And I don't know what kind of fucking image Larry giving y'all in them private Zoom, the private fucking chats, but Larry is welcome to come in here, not on my motherfucking live, but in these fucking things and ask any question or tell me if I'm lying, and then we can get on the thing. As a matter of fact, he can get on here because I don't have to lie about a goddamn thing. And y'all want the truth with it, you can tell him come on into my live. But I'm not worried about who talking shit about my daughter. My daughter is living her goddamn life. That's what y'all gotta understand. I'm not fighting nobody on here that this talk. They can say what the fuck they want. Let them talk. My daughter is fine. And guess what? If you've seen her, they got something to talk about. They need to talk about it because it only show how fucked up their life is. She good. I would talk about her too if I had no life and I'm miserable and I come from shit. That's all I do is sit on here as old motherfuckers and talk about young girls who's living their life. That's what they supposed to do. Keep them a job, baby. Give them give some claps up for them motherfuckers that sit there and their job is to discredit young women, young queens now on the internet because they are miserable motherfuckers. Just throw some claps up. Go the hands across the thing for them because they need it. They got jobs too. So back to my story. This ain't about nothing about Azriel. This ain't about none of that. You can, baby, you can. But what I'm telling you, Queen, this is a whole different level. But you can. You can. This all I'm saying today, right? With everybody. I didn't want to never get on here and show anyone, especially when we got ops and we went through all the things that we've been through together. But when you got somebody playing 50, and what I felt like Larry is playing fucking 50 with these women, his own personal YouTube shit and my life, it's a fucking problem. See, I didn't green light him to be beside me or with me through this fight for a motherfucker to try to get a certain level to feel like they can cross me, play these games. Because if you're not straight in this shit, when somebody come to your radar with some shit about me, who you talk to 24/7, who do motherfucking absolutely anything you ever asked them to do for you and look out for you in any type of way that you fucking possibly would ever need, and that went on every aspect. Like, dude, don't fucking tell me, get on here with no fucking attitude and play woman games with fucking followers that I'm telling you that is the problem. And yo, you need to straighten them and check them. So you know what you showed me? Our friendship was never nothing. You put our friendship on the line to save some fucking followers or somebody that's running around fucking lying on me, putting out they fucking whatever they want to say out their mouth. Then she had a nerve to bring up Cash Jones. If you don't know what the fuck I had to go through to get my daughter back, don't you ever get on the fucking phone with me, Sam, and mention no fucking Cash Jones, because Cash Jones before all you motherfuckers on here. Y'all don't know shit about it. That was 2017, before I even met Larry. So if you was around then you only on this shit because you follow me on IG. So all that yickety yak or follow Tim and them. So stop fucking running around the internet lying and making your own goddamn truth. So we're gonna talk about that too. I ain't even gonna get upset with this shit. We just gonna talk about it and ease into it. So now that's first and foremost. I have major love for this guy. Make no mistake. Love him. Look at him like a little brother, the whole nine. Love his family, everything. But when you motherfuckers play games, see, one thing about mine, right? I don't get mad and my family gonna stop communicating, stop doing this, stop, because I don't run there and talk about nobody. When I handle shit, I handle as a man. I don't need with this YouTube squabble shit to interfere with relationships, that real relationship that I thought we had. But evidently I see it then. So a whole lot of truth need to come out about maybe some misconstrued shit about Angelo. Because Angelo ain't been nothing but good to motherfuckers on every motherfucking aspect. That's number one, first and foremost. I carry myself in a way that I try to always let people see the greatness that I can do. I don't give a fuck where we start. I try to finish with the greatness, or at least mend the shit that we had fucked up to get it right. I'm not scared to get on here, apologize, say, you know what, I was wrong about this, I was wrong about that. But what I'm not going to do is sit on here and justify somebody telling my goddamn truth. And when I speak up, they going to correct me on my shit. That don't make no sense to me. So Sam going to get Larry, bringing him in the Zoom, trying to fucking tell lies, saying I said that he destroyed my fucking Zoom. If Nova is in here, please, Nova, say something in here. Let me know you in here. Because I think the question came from Nova, and then one came from Keith about the separation and why it was a separation. And then somebody else in the Zoom asked me about it. See, we don't have to hide about it. We don't have to hide nothing about what the fuck was said. I answered questions that was asked of me. I don't need to fucking get in a Zoom with a bunch of women I didn't never talk to. I never talked to before the Zoom in my life. Like some women I never even spoke to in my life. But then to get on a Zoom and talk about him, what the fuck do y'all think I get out of that? And why would I need to do that? But before this, not y'all, I wasn't even mad at y'all at first. I was mad because he actually believed the shit and didn't bring it to me. See, that's my fucking problem. See, I don't have no problem with telling him when I got on the phone, boy, Nova can't stand your ass. I don't know what the fuck you did to her, but yo, y'all need to fix that. Hey, yo, Peggy didn't like what the fuck you did to her and how she got put in that when she wasn't even on the Zoom. Guess what? He explained it. I didn't give two fucks about it because it's not, I didn't mess the relationship I wasn't in. That's something he had to fix with y'all. But he have a thing that maybe think y'all could tell me something and I just react. What he don't know is how many times y'all text me and say, Angelo, don't get on this. I heard they invite you on it. Please don't get on this. Please don't get on. Don't go live. That's what they don't know. See, nobody want this cesspool of shit but people that have nothing else to do in their life but be a part of bullshit all day long. Now let's go back to Sam. Sam say, why I was mad, why I was calling. I don't have your number, Sam. I ain't talked to you in a long ass time. I shouted you out when you had a situation about your friend, and I gave you sincere condolences and everything with you. But all that other shit, I don't play these games. You telling me about your kid was there. I don't get in front of my children and act no fool. See, that's what I don't do. I didn't do that when I was in the street. So if you did that, I'm not going to apologize for me not knowing your child was there and you in the fucking Zoom. That means you're not prioritizing your fucking life. And that's what that means as a mother. Because you shouldn't tell me nothing like that, make me like I'm going to stop what I'm doing because you attacking me. I didn't call you. You called my phone. So don't get on there and think you're going to chastise me, call me a liar, and make a story up that you said all these people. So everybody that was in the Zoom, can you put your goddamn hands up? Can you do something to let them know if you heard me say Larry was fucking up my team truth, or did the question get asked to me and the insight got last to me from their perspective that it looked like he's fucking up this because of what he's doing. And I explained both things, both scenarios in the fucking Zoom. Then I got on a live the next day and explained it again. But I'm damn sure not gonna keep explaining myself to a bunch of motherfuckers that want to keep all this bullshit going. Now I don't know what the fuck y'all talk about in y'all private Zooms because I don't attend them. And like Larry said on his live, he do 100 of them, 100 pages. Guess what I don't do? I don't do that. I don't fucking make money on no goddamn YouTube. I don't feel like I'm obligated to no goddamn body because they gave me any goddamn thing. What I am do, I'm obligated to people that allowed me to come into their life by a misfortune that they had in their life. And on that note, I will always respect them. I will always give them the utmost respect. And I will always treat them way beyond fair because something they opened up to me is something that's so sacred that they probably never told other people. And I was happy to be a part of it. And I don't sit on here and try to bash nobody. Go ahead, but you're not going to call me and forget who I am as a man or as a king and think you're going to chastise me on a goddamn lie. You play them YouTube games with everybody else. Don't come with me. I'm way too intelligent for that shit. And I don't need nothing from you. So I don't have no problem with telling you the truth. I begged Larry that night and I told him he'll tell you, he can show you goddamn text if he want. Yo, get Sam and get her in her place, yo. She out of order. Every channel she go on, it's always drama. She looking for the drama part. She want to be the one to speak out. She want to be the one to go at people. But then when somebody attack her, she mad. Like, what are you doing? You attacking people. You always in the middle. You always looking for the worst fucking part of everything. And then you got something to say. Man, you was on a lie together. You was over talking the live like you knew more than me. And that's when our problem started. You telling me what the fuck evidently Larry told you, which was a goddamn lie. If, and let me clear this clear because they got hearing problems over there. They just take change. Oh, he said that. Yeah, I said this. But let make sure you repeat how I said it. If she got this from Larry, then he's a goddamn lie. And let me be the first one. And he can call in. He on here. I promise you he on here. And I just finished texting him. He can get on here at any time after I finish this shit and rectify anything. All that he don't talk to them. I've been in this game a long time. I started this game for us this Team Truth shit. And I'm gonna say this one more time. I started this shit. Let me give you. I did a timeline on my post to let y'all know how far back this go. And y'all can do the fucking math.
Rkelly stuff.
I don't have to play no games. I don't need to get recognition. It gets me nothing. But evidently, it's a big thing for everybody else. It's a big thing to need to be singled out. I did this. I did that. Then you ain't do it from your fucking heart. Because most of the shit that hit the internet that I do,
he's talking about the Zoom that Team Truth used to be doing with each other.
I didn't need to do it. I wasn't obligated to do it. I did it because this was something that was in my heart, my spirit, and things that I'm trying to do better as a man and become. I felt as though this was one of my duties, a part of that.
Like
so that's why I needed to do it. And that's how I do things. All this other shit, man, y'all got going on, these games, just playing these dumbass games. I don't get into that, bro. I don't get in this back and forth shit. And when I feel like you ain't straightening a situation that need to be straightened because you can't straighten it, or maybe they gonna come back to you with some other shit. I wasn't wrong. I'm not on a fucking tape talking about you. You can play that game all the fuck you want. You was on a tape talking about whatever way you need to spin it, that's fine. I didn't say nothing. I just had to reevaluate my shit. And my shit wasn't over. And when I'm finished processing and dealing with it, then I'll give you a call or this and that. But till then, nobody dictates me to get online, get on their page, yo, the Beef Squad. Nobody can tell that. I don't know what the fuck kind of people this is on this internet where they have this imaginary relationships with people and people can do what the fuck they want. I don't do what I want to you. Don't do shit like that to me. Period. And that's where I have a problem with a whole lot of shit. And it's like now, all of them not on here to defend themselves, that's fine. But don't get on no motherfucking site or none of this shit trying to give rebuttal or in the fucking private chats that I get y'all fucking screenshots. Just like I was so surprised that Alicia, who fucking go at me every motherfucking minute. I've never had any motherfucking problem with this young lady. I don't know why she having in her head, she gonna chastise what I say, how I say it, this and that. And y'all want to know why the fuck I say Team Truth can't be a part of this? No, it can't be. Because y'all done lost y'all motherfucking way. Because all y'all in it for is all this little bullshit right here. And because Larry don't say nothing, it's okay for me. I don't play them type of game. I don't need nobody supporting me with that type of attitude. Because what I do, when people call me and we talk on the phone for 2 hours and 3 hours, just me and them, and I pass them to Sean, or I used to pass them, even involve Larry into them. But see, I see now why it was getting misconstrued and why. Because when certain people get mad, they try to put out. And last night, again, I'm gonna say this again, reiterate this clearly for people. For Whitney D and Sean, I said, go easy. You're doing it as a queen. You're breaking it down. You're not going at it. But you know what I saw Sam right in the thing? Oh, Sean supposed to have been on here bashing her and this and that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Everything ain't about putting somebody down. Can y'all listen to the growth part in this shit? Can you listen to the part that say we are grown ass adults that's the same goddamn color, that we in a world of shit, a bigger world of shit, not just a case, a bigger world of shit that we need to try to come together as friends, as promoting each other, trying to mend the gap between us blackness, and you can still agree and disagree. But y'all miss that because all you fucking want is the cesspool of shit. That's all you fucking want. And you're mad because I said that. And I said that because you sit there, try to fucking lie on me and said I said something in the Zoom that I fucking didn't say. First and foremost, I would have said it to Larry first, and he could tell you that. And because he don't tell y'all all this is why y'all fucking think that it's okay to go behind and spread all this bullshit behind the scene and jump in people's lives and say what the fuck you want because he won't check you. See, everybody need checking. Me, Larry, the whole internet, everybody got somebody to check them. And it's not a bad thing to get checked. It's maybe this called you to get you back in order because you might have went a little too far. And people might say, you know what, you need to go check it. And you can accept that. I know I can. But what I won't accept is a motherfucker sitting there trying to lie on me and make the lie their truth. So everybody that was on this live, you can hit my phone, text me. Most of y'all got my number. I just want to know where y'all heard me say that Larry was fucking up Team Truth. Or did I get the question asked to me? See, because he need that clear. Because he evidently believe anything Sam or whoever, or he said Alicia told him. So both of them need to tell the goddamn truth. And then he got the goddamn other dudes that sit there and repeat every goddamn thing that's said with no damn truth in it. Like that's mind-boggling for me. That makes no sense to me. I don't even understand this shit. How did y'all get so caught up in this cesspool from opinion of agree to disagree, or I'm gonna support this person, support that person, to everything is a fucking cesspool of shit. The only thing y'all want to do is bash each other. I want to see who can bash who the worst. I'm gonna bash this person the worst. I'm gonna bash that person the worst. Like, that shit is fucking mind-blowing to me. Like, mind-blowing to me. Y'all sitting there telling me about somebody who I gave my story, or not even my story, some of my experience and my fight to as I met them. But y'all think Larry know more than me about my shit or about my life. That's the crazy part. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all this YouTube crazy? This shit start with me right here. Me, Tim Savage, his wife, and I didn't have no, because Alice didn't want to be a part of none of this shit.
I see why. Y'all heard it, right?
This is what it was.
Y'all heard it, right?
Every night, all night.
You heard it, right? Alice Clary never wanted to be a part of it, but we know why. Because she was pimping her daughter out since the Dolphin Hotel, since the Jacksonville concert, after the Dolphin Hotel. She knew her daughter went up in Robert's hotel room at the Jacksonville concert because her mother was in the other room. Angelo wasn't there. The mother flew out to Chicago February 22nd, 2016 for 3 days. The brother flew out to Chicago April 6th to the 11th. Angelo wasn't there, but Angelo approached Robert at Azriel's graduation that night that they were parked outside the IHOP, asking Robert to purchase the dildo business, asking Robert, can he do his lights at his concerts, and Alice Clary asking Robert, can she be his driver? But we really know why, because they really didn't want this to go that far. The Savages put them out there. And now I see why the mother flipped on Azriel and the dad with the text messages, because she tried to get in front of Azriel because she knew Azriel was going to say it. That's why they ran with the narrative 17. Because they wouldn't have had no other fight.
From 2016, when I found out January. Me and Tim and us was talking since 2015, right towards the end. But when it all came out in January, we really started talking. I did not meet Larry till fucking end of 2017. Do you know it was a Cheryl fucking Matt, a Diane Copeland, some other names I ain't gonna fucking keep reiterating, and then a fucking James Mason, and then a Don Russell, before I even met fucking Larry. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? You know how many times I've been dealing with this shit, how long back and forth behind the scene, up and back and forward? Then you got fucking lying. That's why motherfuckers that when they finally get they shine like Dawn. Dawn, you know why Dawn get on here lying? Because Dawn was a liar from the beginning. It wasn't from me. It was from motherfuckers who work with him. Motherfuckers in Chicago told me everything about him.
No, you
I
had
didn't
Cash.
digging up shit on him.
You had Cash.
They was telling the shit about the dude was driving this, driving that.
Cash told you that.
So I'm confused on why the fuck when
why
I
would
say
Robert Peoples talk to you?
So I answer anybody question that supports Team Truth, or asking about my goddamn daughter, my situation, and how I got my daughter back. How can somebody else answer that? And how can y'all question me about somebody else answering that? Please explain that shit to me, because I don't think not now motherfucker in this whole motherfucking world, but me and my daughter knew when the fuck I was striking to go get her from out that situation and pick her up. I don't think nobody but the young lady that was with her at that time, and not Joy, another young lady knew about it. That's it. So I'm gonna say this again. Not even goddamn Larry knew when I had my daughter. Not even goddamn Tasha K had to call, and that's how Tasha K knew. And she didn't. Why I didn't go off, because people say go off on Tasha K for what? Tasha K was a part of my experience and my ride. Tasha K made her money the way she did. So when she heard Adriel in there, boom, she knew Adriel was there, and she spoke on it. I privately dealt with Tasha K, hit her up, and we talked. See, that's how I do it when I feel somebody that I deal with, somebody that I'm close to. And when I spoke about her on there, I didn't go at her, none of that shit. And I had to feel like at that point I had to just separate myself. Separate myself, not nobody else. I had to separate me. Because I didn't want to be attached to all this and all that and all this and all that. That's the problem. So the problem is, it's just crazy that there's so many people on here can tell these Angelo stories when you got Angelo right here, who don't have no problem with talking about his shit right here, because it's all out there. But at least let me tell you the truth. I don't have to lie about shit.
Yes, you do.
And the one thing I'm not going to do, as long as y'all ever knew me on this goddamn whole YouTube time IG time that I've been on this fucking internet, I have never gave y'all a sad story about anything in my motherfucking life. I am a man, a fucking king. at all times. I don't get on here and give y'all sad stories to make y'all feel sorry for me. I am a fucking man.
Yes, you do.
I get up. I had so many businesses because I will die trying.
Fraudulent.
I had business that made me good money. Some business made me a lot of money. Some business it was easy to sell. Some business it was easy to shut the door. But see, one thing about me, I'm self-made, been self-made, and will die being self-made.
Foreign businesses.
That's what y'all don't understand. I don't get on here and need fucking handouts and make people feel a certain way to me.
You don't need a handout, but
and I don't like being around nobody who fucking do that.
You stole from all your Team Truth members.
Wasn't built for that. We was the ones that go at people.
You ain't even know these people.
And when people started donating, they started donating for whatever reason they wanted to donate.
Because they wanted to
donate. And
donate.
that's why I never converted.
This dude came out here with a freaking website right when Azriel was in the background planning the skip and run, when she came out with the Azriel on the run. When they did that fake behind Kim Kardashian t-shirt and jeans family photo, that's why they attacked Nika at Night, because Nika at Night seen the same thing we seen. She already was talking to her parents and seen them. See, when they put out his messages, when Tim Savage put out those text messages a couple months ago, that's why he said in the messages that he thought was so secured and never nobody was going to see him. Well, you had a leak somewhere in your camp. But when Tim Savage gave out all the messages to all the bloggers, when him and Angelo were just beefing, this dude say in the messages, that's why he was mad at Tim, because James Mason and Daryl Johnson was letting both of them see their daughters, and they was seeing their daughters and talking to them, and that Tim Savage messed it up for himself because they was able to see their daughters and all that. It's just what he said. Yep. And then it all makes sense when people say, well, how exactly, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I didn't see a message. Ask him, how do you know why he says that? No, but Larry, you got to remember, after the Dolphins hotel that he lied and said Robert ran out the back door, the cops snatched Azriel out, all that was a lie. Azriel showed them a driver's license that said she was 18. The cops told her parents, they left. The mom said, thank you, officer, we just didn't know where she was at. They never made a police report. Even the lieutenant from that department said they never had no report from no parents saying that Rkelly was messing with their daughter underage. Because they said if they did, they don't care where he was at, what he was doing, they would have went right out and got him. After that altercation, Robert had a concert, y'all, 2 weeks later in Jacksonville, Florida. The mom and Azriel drove and went to the concert. Angelo didn't go. Then the mom asked Cheryl Mack, could she get them a hotel? Robert's assistant. She told them wasn't no more rooms available, but I'm going to give y'all my room. They go in a hotel, settle down. All of a sudden, Azriel go in a Robert room that night. Her mom stayed in the other room. Azriel said in court on the stand she had sex with him that night. The mom said in the text messages, you better massage him. Or you better massage him or another man will. So why didn't the prosecutors charge Robert for the Jacksonville concert if she was supposed to be 17 then? Why did they charge him in California? When Azriel said she had sex with him before California. Why? Because the mother was staying in that hotel. The same hotel. In that room. While Azriel went to his room that night. And the mother took her to the hotel. Took her to the concert. Took her to that hotel. And slept in the hotel. While her daughter was having sex with Robert in the other room. Did Robert get charged for that? Why not? They charged him for Chicago. Because that would have been the mother sending her over there to the hotel. That would have been the mother bringing her to the concert. That would have been the mother bringing her to the hotel. That would have been the mother sitting in the other hotel room while she's sending her to go have sex with R. Kelly and the other one. Then after that, the next day, Azriel flies to California by herself, flies to Vegas by herself, flies to Connecticut by herself. Why was California the only place they charged her? Because they said they was using a California law. And that's the only plane ticket that they claim he purchased. Now, think about it. Exactly. But if the mother if they're trying to blame Robert for a plane ticket and they trying to say that he paid for her to get to California, Cheryl Mack is the one that made the arrangements, right? Diana Copeland said she never had a plane ticket of no minors, right? So if she never had no plane ticket with no minors, because she said after they get the information, Robert had artists flying in, family, all type of people, because he was doing a lot of meetings with different business owners, a lot of stuff, right? And they get the information and then they give it to the travel agent because they had a travel agent that they would use who would book all of the flights. If Azriel was 17, Diana Copeland said that the travel agent would have had to speak with a parent guardian because somebody would have had to watch her on the plane. And when they landed, they would have to dismiss her to an adult. The mom lied on the interview and said, oh, every time she flew from here to there, she was always with an adult. Myself, my husband, my son, or my daughter. That was a lie. And the prosecutors knew it was. Because at the trial, Azriel told it. She told it. And you know what the judge did? To dismiss every flaw that the mother did, every flaw that the father did. The parents can't give consent. Nobody can give consent if she was underage. It's the other party. The man's fault. Even the parents can't give consent for her to have sex with somebody underage. Wait a minute. This wasn't about no consent. The mother coerced her. The mother, like Robert said, sold the daughter. And in return, they wanted to do dildo business deals. They wanted to be a driver. They wanted to do the lightning. Like Azriel said, they said, if you don't send this amount of money to this banking account this day, we're going to expose you. And let me tell you where exposure come from. Azriel was supposed to stay on the same framing that they was trying to do by framing Robert. When she stopped not communicating back and forth with her mom, when she stopped keeping her mom in the loop, when she stopped going with the flow, that's when her mom got nervous. What's going on? Why she ain't calling me? Why she ain't this? Why she ain't that? Azriel done fell in love now. Now she like, why I gotta give y'all money? I had the money for my own self. I'm grown. But remember the mom said that how they knew she was having sex with Robert at 17 because they checked her iCloud and they seen the messages back and forth, right? Okay. How was Azriel a part of her mom iCloud when Robert was paying all of their phone bills? Even though he gave them all $5,000 a month for allowance, he paid for all of their phone bills. That means she was not on her mom's iCloud. How's she on her mom's iCloud if she's under Robert's plan, under Robert's phone bill? Let me tell you what I believe, in my opinion. When the mom was going communicating back and forth with her, from the Dolphins Hotel stuff, the Jacksonville Hotel telling her to massage him back, or he might get somebody else to do it during that night. You better massage his back tonight because he might get somebody else to do it. I believe them messages was the mom talking to her while she was in the hotel with him after the Jacksonville concert. I'm going to tell you why. Because the next messages was, Azriel was in California after that. And she told her mom that he made her get some looser clothes. This was she supposed to have went to the mall with Juice. This was the what they charged them for when she said they came back. Juice was asleep on the couch. Robert came to the hotel late that night, and she claimed her and Robert had sex again. And Juice was on the couch, sleep, didn't wake up, didn't budge. She texted her mom that day and said he got me some looser clothing. Her mom may say, "Oh no, why he putting baggy clothes on you, or why he put them?" She said none of that. So when you look at the big picture, I believe Azriel's mom was playing Angelo at to a certain extent. They both was trying to frame Robert, but the mom was doing some more other sneaky stuff too without Angelo. Because remember what Bobby said. Remember what Bobby said? Bobby the dad? Where is that? Where Mr. Bobby at? Let's don't forget what Mr. Bobby said. The one that Azriel went to school with his son at Freedom Theater. And remember, Angelo was never there. It was always Alice Clary going over there with her when she went to Mr. Bobby's house. And his son and Azriel was doing music together. Remember what Alice Clary told him? "Oh, I'm going to have sex with Rkelly. And my husband won't even find out." And Azriel told his son, she wanted Robert to have sex with her in her butt. This butt right over here in the corner. See how she's sticking out her butt over here? Yeah. She told Bobby's son, "I want him to do me in my butt." Cause see, she looked at Bobby's son like he said his son wasn't like all fresh and nothing. They were just real friends. So like a boy that you tell stuff to. And that's what she was doing with Bobby's son. Wait a minute. So they already had this plan planned out. She talked to his son after she seen Robert at that concert with the mother. Where's Bobby at? Here you go.
When I know this family and how they are, my son went to Freedom High School. Azriel contacted my son the same night that she met Rkelly and the mom. And the mom was also talking to me about how she would have sex with Rkelly and how she liked Rkelly and she wouldn't say nothing to her husband. Her husband wouldn't know whether you was joking about it or not. The reality is that they was already seeking out Rkelly from the beginning, and they was already trying to get Azriel to meet Rkelly by getting her to the show because they wanted her to get close to him. These are facts. These are facts. My son has some text messages, but I don't know if he still has them or not, because when I started seeing all these lies and all these certain people that, the Savages and the Clarys, I know about Azriel. I don't know about the Clarys or none of that. I know about Azriel. My son done music with Azriel. They've always talked about, how she wanted to be famous and how, she liked Rkelly from the beginning. It's not something her brain has not been washed or all that shit that they talking about. This is reality, man. Her father has been trying to do this shit for a long time. Period. When I know this family and how they are, my son went to Freedom High School. Azriel contacted my son the same night that she met Rkelly and the mom. And the mom was also talking.
So, the mom was pillow talking with the father Bobby. Azriel's pillow talking with the son. Another incident where they keeping Angelo out. And I believe the mom and her was doing things with keeping him out. Because you see, he's a narcissist. And he want to take over everything. He want to be the one in charge. He want to be the one to say this way, that way, and that way. So I know some of y'all probably going to disagree, but I believe that mother and Azriel was doing some sneaky stuff without him too. And that's why we seen the mother and him fall out. And they was beefing. And the lady Sean said that Angelo knocked the mother teeth out. She was on the phone one day with her. Angelo choked her out. Then one day she was on the phone with him the day he put his hands on Azriel in the car. Choked her up. So he was definitely behind the scenes putting his hands on them, his daughter and the mother. And then he tried to play with Sean and talking about, everything good. We play like that. She said there was not no playing going on. So again, why didn't they charge Robert for Jacksonville concert? Why didn't they? They trying to say he had sex with her at 17. What was the difference from Jacksonville concert to California? Because they did not want to push the mom in it. They did not want it to come out. Well, wait a minute. How you charging him with Jacksonville when she just told him and showed him an ID of her being 18 and the mom and her went to another concert to see him? Y'all never hear them brag about the Jacksonville concert. Why is that? All they talk about is the what they call it, the summer jam, whatever. Why did they never talk about the Jacksonville concert? Nobody talks about the Jacksonville concert. Why? Because if they're claiming Robert abused her at the Dolphin Hotel and they ain't know where she was at, she snuck out of school, no, the Jacksonville concert would kill all of that. Why? Because you would say, well, why would you go to another concert with her? And then you stayed in a hotel that Rkelly was in, but you just claim he did all this to your daughter at the Dolphin? So that's why the prosecutors had to jump all the way to California while the mom ain't there, dad ain't there, and throw it all on Robert. Throw it all on Robert. Because if they would have talked about the Jacksonville concert and that hotel and her going to his hotel that night, everything would have been looked at the mother. The mother took her to the concert. The mother took her to the hotel afterwards. The mother stayed in the hotel room while she made Azriel go sleep in Robert's room. The mother let her go to California the next morning and flew by herself. Everything would have fell on that mom, not Robert. Because the first thing Robert would say, if the mom was in another hotel room and she came to my hotel that night, what the hell make you think I'm going to think that she was underage? Her mom's right in the other hotel. And she just showed me her ID at the Dolphin. That's why Robert said, Azriel said, oh no, they wanted me to lie and tell them I was 18, but I was really 17. Okay? The reason they switched was because Azriel cut them off.
Accept that. I know I can. But what I won't accept is a motherfucker sitting there trying to lie on me and make the lie their truth. So everybody that was on this live, you can hit my phone, text me. Most of y'all got my number. I just want to know where y'all heard me say that Larry was fucking up Team Truth. Or did I get the question asked to me? See, because he need that clear. Because He evidently believed anything Sam or whoever, or he said Alicia told him. So both of them need to tell the goddamn truth. And then he got the goddamn other dudes that sit there and repeat every goddamn thing that's said with no damn truth in it. Like that's mind-boggling for me. That makes no sense to me. I don't even understand this shit. How did y'all get so caught up in this cesspool from opinion of agree to disagree, or I'm gonna support this person, support that person, to everything is a fucking cesspool of shit. The only thing y'all want to do is bash each other. I want to see who can bash who the worst. I'm gonna bash this person the worst. I'm gonna bash that person the worst. Like, that shit is fucking mind-blowing to me. Like, mind-blowing to me. Y'all sitting there telling me about somebody who I gave my story, or not even my story, some of my experience and my fight to as I met them. But y'all think Larry know more than me about my shit or about my life. That's the crazy part. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all this YouTube crazy? This shit start with me, right here. Me, Tim Savage, his wife, and I didn't have no, because Alice didn't want to be a part of none of this shit. So this is what it was. Us up every night, all night from 2016. When I found out January, me and Tim and us was talking since 2015, right towards the end. But when it all came out in January, we really started talking. I did not meet Larry till fucking end of 2017. Do you know it was a Cheryl fucking Matt, a Diane Copeland, some other names I ain't gonna fucking keep reiterating, and then a fucking James Mason, and then a Don Russell, before I even met fucking Larry. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? You know how many times I've been dealing with this shit, how long back and forth behind the scene, up and back and forward? Then you got fucking lying. That's why motherfuckers, that when they finally get, they shine like Dawn. Dawn, you know why Dawn get on here lying? Because Dawn was a liar from the beginning. It wasn't from me. It was from motherfuckers who worked with him. Motherfuckers in Chicago told me everything about him. I didn't get that digging up shit on him. They was telling the shit about the dude was driving this, driving that. So I'm confused on why the fuck when I say something, or I answer anybody question that supports Team Truth, or asking about my goddamn daughter, my situation, and how I got my daughter back, how can somebody else answer that? And how can y'all question me about somebody else answering that? Please explain that shit to me, because I don't think not never motherfucker in this whole motherfucking world, but me and my daughter knew when the fuck I was striking to go get her from out that situation and pick her up. I don't think nobody but the young lady that was with her at that time, and not Joy, another young lady that knew about it. That's it. So I'm gonna say this again. Not even goddamn Larry knew when I had my daughter. Not even goddamn Tasha K had to call, and that's how Tasha K knew. And she didn't. The why didn't go off, because people say go off for Tasha K. For what? Tasha K was a part of my experience and my ride. Tasha K made her money the way she did. So when she heard Adriel in there, boom, she knew Adriel was there, and she spoke on it. I privately dealt with Tasha K, hit her up, and we talked. See, that's how I do it when I feel somebody that I deal with, somebody that I'm close to. And when I spoke about her on there, I didn't go at her, none of that shit. And I had to feel like at that point I had to separate myself. Separate myself, not nobody else. I had to separate me. Because I didn't want to be attached to all this and all that and all this and all that. That's the problem. So the problem is, it's just crazy that there's so many people on here can tell these Angelo stories when you got Angelo right here, who don't have no problem with talking about his shit right here, because it's all out there. But at least let me tell you the truth. I don't have to lie about shit. And the one thing I'm not going to do, as long as y'all ever knew me on this goddamn whole YouTube time IG time that I've been on this fucking internet, I have never gave y'all a sad story about anything in my motherfucking life. I am a man, a fucking king at all times. I don't get on here and give y'all sad stories to make y'all feel sorry for me. I am a fucking man. I get up. I had so many businesses because I will die trying. I had business that made me good money. Some business made me a lot of money. Some business it was easy to sell. Some was easy to shut the door. But see, one thing about me, I'm self-made, been self-made, and will die being self-made. That's what y'all don't understand. I don't get on here and need fucking handouts and make people feel a certain way to me. And I don't like being around nobody who fucking do that. Team Truth wasn't built for that. We was the ones that go at people and understand. And when people started donating, they started donating for whatever reason they wanted to donate. And that's why I never converted to YouTube. Larry converted to YouTube. And did he need to be accommodated? Yes, he running his lecture bill, whatever y'all wanted to do. That's fine. I never speak on that shit. But if it come down to where your cash app and your dignity, I was hoping that he would choose his fucking dignity over knowing how me and his relationship is, over somebody telling him some bunch of bullshit that he won't allow to address, or they won't address, or he don't want to address it. And that's the goddamn problem. So everybody keeps saying, "Oh, y'all had a problem." We never had no goddamn problem. I love dude like I love one of my own brothers. So we never had no problem. But one thing I do know is, in their motherfucking life could come to any of my brothers and say I said shit without them saying, "Hold on, oh yeah," and calling me right the fuck up while we all on the goddamn phone. And two things gonna happen. Either I'm gonna say, "Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah, she ain't lying," or I'm gonna say, "Fuck no, Shawty, you went back and said this, bro. You better dismiss her right now." And that's the end of that. And I'm getting off the phone. But when you don't do that, that's why shit like the Boski and all this other shit that came out, that's why this shit can be say, how long this shit was going on. See, I have a reason to be how I am. I don't listen to he say, she say. But when it comes to me in this situation right here, this is my life. Rather, I don't never do a YouTube, a live again, get on anybody YouTube. Guess what? This is my real life. This is my daughter's real life. In a few months, we'll be back in the fucking newspaper all over again. I'll have to provide safety again for my goddamn family. I traveled them streets before she was home in New York, in Chicago, alone. Let me say this again, a fucking alone. Nobody gave me shit. Nobody walked beside me but my niggas that was willing to go. My day ones for real, that know me for real. Nobody else was up there and fucking doing that. My cousins in Chicago wanted to get involved. I kept them the fuck out of it because they lived there, and I leave. See, so can't nobody tell y'all shit about Angelo's journey through all this shit. But Angelo, and I don't have to lie about it. When Deboski asked me about a situation that happened on the block, it happened. But what he didn't have was the correct fucking ending to it. Don didn't pull out shit. And Don ain't come up there and run nobody no motherfucking way. He came, pulled up, looked in that bitch, and pulled his big ass face back in that motherfucking car like he should have. And he went on about his fucking business. And it wasn't a white boy. So that shit, what he was talking was another lie. It wasn't a white boy. Maybe they may look like he might need a little son, but they wasn't a white boy. More Spanish than white. So if you don't know, ask, bro. I don't have a problem with telling you the truth. I don't have a problem telling you the truth. And Don should have told you that when he seen me face to face, he came over there like the little weak ass dude he was and shook my goddamn hand and apologized to me. And then tried to apologize to my wife for getting her fucking locked up. So don't ever tell me about no fucking Don Russell. That shit crazy. Crazy. And then for us to go through where now we're going to go back past that point. We're going to go past this point. We're going to get past the Zoom that I had to express about. The Zoom. We all clear on the Zoom that Angelo did not have to say shit behind Larry back about he destroyed Team Truth LLC. He couldn't destroy Team Truth LLC because I wouldn't have set fucking back and let nobody destroy nothing that I'm working my ass off to try to get into every fucking city and people walking around knowing what Team Truth mean when they got on a shirt or hoodie or something like that. Y'all crazy? You think I need YouTubers to spread my message when I talk to him every day? I would have easily called him and like, yo, nah, bro, we can't do it like this. Guess what? Larry should have told y'all He wanted to be on Team Truth website. And I told L, I said, L, I would love you have been on here. You strong. We thought of a lot of things to add into your Team Truth LLC. But the difference was I could not add the YouTube aggressiveness to a fucking sensitive business that takes somebody who has to listen, be secretive, and never repeat the shit that they hear from come out these women's mouth. Because in men, you want somebody that's inviting, somebody get ready to tell you something personally happened to them for years as a child by somebody they pulled to love all their life. How the fuck do you think you could be on here cussing and fussing and fighting and then take the phone call in the same breath? I'm calling bitches and hoes and I'm, hello? Oh man, this happened to you? Well, you know your secret safe. No, it don't work like that, man. It don't work like that. And I explained that to him in his face with us together. And he was like, no, yo, I want to be in. And I said, yo, I get it, yo, I want you to be in. But yo, we got to get rid of this part of it first. We got to get rid of this YouTube part of it first. And that's why. Would he would have been on there? Fuck yeah, he would have been on there. He's a very articulate individual when it comes to this shit. I just think that he got lost with fucking with all the wrong people that fucking follow him. And see, I'm not, what I'm telling y'all this ain't the first thing. Larry already got it in text. He can show y'all that. Everything I say to him first. See, that's what real people who love each other or supposed to love each other or have relationship with each other supposed to do. You're supposed to do that with your family, your kids, everybody. Rather they heard or not, you're supposed to tell them the truth. So if it's ever repeated, they know they heard it first from you. Like, I don't play these type of kid games. This shit, woman shit, man. I can respect this more coming from women and women. But I don't engage in a whole lot of women shit. I don't engage in that shit. Y'all got me fucked up, man. You know, this shit crazy, man.
I'm not understanding. You said, when was RSK being filmed? 2016, 2017, RSK case was 20. No, they start investigating him in 2018. They start doing surviving Rkelly and all that stuff right when 2019 hit. And matter of fact, they said in the trial that they really was, I guess, seeking him since 2016. Because remember, they had to do that 5-year statute of limitation thing. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
So that's what I'm sitting here trying to take. You know, this is what I'm trying to take.
Oh no.
So I don't.
No, it's okay, Larry. This is a live that he did. This not him in real time. Hey Ray, you alright? I was playing this because I don't know if you just came in not too long ago, but I was stating that the other side is out here striking people and trying to give out privacy claims to take people videos and stuff down. So I'm playing this because somebody had the nerve to search through all of my videos, pulled this one up from a year ago. I guess this video is like really getting to them because this is Angelo talking, not me. But I guess because I had their name in the title, they tried to put in a privacy claim on me. But you can't put a privacy claim against a name when the profile that you're using to strike is not even the name that you're trying to say is the privacy claim. But this is their problem. They don't want people to play certain stuff. They don't want people to post certain receipts. Why would you get mad if you didn't do this or you didn't do that or it doesn't define you? What are you getting mad for? Why are you out here telling people to strike all these channels and all? He not even telling them if you want to. He out here saying, I need 500 people to strike these channels for harassment, slander, misleading, spam. No, and that's not going on. You wouldn't know what people's lives and their videos, what they talking about, unless you're going to their platform, watching it, searching through their stuff. Why even give yourself the headache? Stay over your side. But it'd be a damn cold day in hell before you think that you're going to be able to stop people from their opinion on their platforms. Because you don't like Rkelly, you don't like Angelo. When you and Angelo fell out, that was all open door for everybody to see what he talking about, see what you talking about. And a lot of things he was talking about as far as you is adding up. And trust and believe, I ain't taking up for Angelo from afar. But it's something about this video that you wanted down, so we gonna play it.
Get into all this. And then for the other side, let me just say this. Let me go sidebar. For the other side that this came in, right? Who said shit? Listen, y'all come over here. Your first thing y'all do is put the pervert name up. Y'all say we speak on it. I'm speaking about something that has nothing to do with this fuck shit, piece of shit ass dude that y'all worship. But y'all constantly in this motherfucker saying his name. So when we speak on his name, then y'all mad. Won't y'all grow the fuck up and learn some shit? Y'all stupid as fuck, man. Nobody talking about dude. Fuck off my page. Stupid, man. That's what I mean about the comprehensive skills that we have as a unit on YouTube. We can't even stay on topic. All we trying to do.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He ain't meet Cash until 2019. No, he didn't. She ain't even come around in 2017. Don Russell didn't meet back up with Rkelly until 2019. So there's no way that she was around in 2017. And she was dealing with Isis, Ezreal's sister, before she even met Angelo. She met Angelo at the premiere, the Lifetime premiere. So how the heck he knew her since 2017? The Lifetime premiere came out when? 2019.
Straighten our shit out. That's it. Straighten our shit out. Internal shit. But if they hear, of course they gonna come in for it. That's fine. But don't get it twisted when the fuck I say something about my life. I don't need nobody trying to correct me. That don't make sense. Now, if you was there and say, oh, as though that ain't happen like that, happen like this, then I might say, you know what? You're right. Damn, it did happen like that. Come on, man. Don't play me like that. I don't do that. I don't do none of that. And this fucking YouTube channel from Team Truth to Team Truth LLC was getting fucking out of order. It was getting confusing because people wanted the confusion. Because one thing I do know, I just watched the thing on the guy Jason, Hollywood Unlocked. Jason. He just went on there, right? He just put up two things today. He was dealing with a situation. He was arguing. This is a sidebar, something totally different. And dude went and got a business entity now from words that he used. I didn't hear nobody going back at this man, because you know why? That showed me he has enough intelligent people over there to understand what is a business and what is a YouTube freedom of speech type style organization. That's it. That's it. Supporters. That's it. So when he slapped that paperwork that he went and processed and made it a part of his business entity world, he knew that's a whole nother level. And he can't be, if it's messy, what the business is, then it's messy. That's fine. But if it's not, then he has the right to make whatever disclaimers he want of his business. But evidently, I don't. Because motherfuckers want to tell me about my business more than me. Then, for all that need to know, I never said Larry didn't do shit. From the time I met Larry, Larry was a major part of my information thing that I needed on a whole different level. On a whole different level. See, PIs ain't cheap. So when Larry came, he was a blessing. He was a blessing.
Listen.
So when he was able to provide the unique skills that he provided, man, he was my angel there. He was a piece of the puzzle.
Now you heard what he said. A PR is expensive, and Larry was a very major part to him getting all them people that was around Rob information. He looked up Diana Copeland, Cheryl Mack, Don Russell, James Mason. He probably looked up Keith, Cash Howe, Lisa Van. He looked up all them people. Even the people. Remember when Rob said they was even looking up people I used to deal with and calling them to get them to come join. I believe that's what he did with Lisa Van Allen and all of them. That's why he kept coming up with pictures and stuff that other people didn't have and all that, because he used that system he had. I told y'all the prosecutors in his case, the government said that he gave them so much information. He helped them very good. 2 cases and then 3 cases. They said he helped them so much that he saved them years worth of investigation. You know how much stuff that is? That he saved them years worth of investigation? That's them basically saying their cases wouldn't even been closed if he didn't get them what he gave them. They would have still been investigating. They said that he saved them years of investigating. And he should have been charged for even looking up anybody that was around Robert. Because he just was indicted. His case was still open. And he up here using the same device he used to steal people's identities and all of that. How does that even work? Right there, that was a charge. He wasn't supposed to be going back using that device at all. That's why he got indicted. But the feds let him slide because he provided them with information. Remember, Angelo said, no, nigga, the only reason the feds wanted to know who you was and because they wanted to know how was you getting all that information on these people? How was you able to get all these people? He helped that case. He started contacting this one, that one, that, and people who the feds probably couldn't even connect. And he gave them up to him. I told y'all was listening to that audio with Cash, Faith Rogers' mom, and all them last week when I played it. And he said to her, didn't I help you out? You ain't have to go to jail or nothing, right? You ain't get no charge. Didn't I help you out? She said, yeah, you did. He said, so I just need some things from you. And that's when he was asking her the questions. And that's when she was on there and admitted that the day of the gun threat, she said after she was talking to Jongelin and they all had to come outside, she went and got back in the truck with her cousin and her coworker, and Don Russell called her phone, and she said the first thing he said was, ha ha ha, what they was saying, how they look when it happened. And she said she told him, oh, you out of pocket. Meaning she tried to say that Don Russell called her and told her he did it. She said this on live. And Ms. Rogers said that she gave her Texas Black Diamonds video and came and told her that Don Russell was about to put out nudes of her daughter, and that she told him and R. Kelly, oh no, this is out of pocket, this is illegal, y'all can't do this, y'all can't do that. So now we know that she also provided the Rogers with the text messages and stuff that was put out of Faith. Because if it was nudes, why did the feds not take Texas Black Diamond video down? It's still up. Her in bikinis is not nudes because she puts them up herself. But Cash was working with the prosecutors big time. She admitted it on that live. Why would Angelo say did not help you out? Did you have to go to prison? Did you get any charges? Did I look out for you? And she gave Angelo information about Don Russell. She gave the Rogers information about Don Russell. That's why they were so quick to go give it to the prosecutors and they charged them with that witness and intimidation. She was working with them from the beginning. She said she was lying, telling Don Russell she wasn't in New York. No, she was telling him she was in New York, but she really was in Florida the day before. She didn't get the New York to the premiere. And then she said, oh, I know the case ain't over, but oh well, I'm gonna say it anyway. He called me right after the bomb threat and was laughing. So basically, you trying to say he called you and told you he did it. But it's funny how when I went to his trial, the guy said the person had a New York accent. And why didn't they have Don Russell on audio doing the bomb threat? They had Brian Nix sitting in a cease and desist. Why? Because that's legal. You can send anybody cease and desist. They had all of that. But they ain't had Don Russell doing the bomb threat. And it's their word against his when your main witness is saying it was somebody with a New York accent. And Shabazz was in connection with Cash and Angelo at that time. Remember, at that time, him and Angelo was cool, Shabazz. Because I don't know nobody else in their crew that was from New York besides Jim Pratt and Shabazz.
He wanted to get more involved and fight. I was like, oh, man, I love that you did this XYZ for me, but bro, I don't want you in this fight. I don't want to see your family go through what my family going through. I don't want to see you on here being shamed or lied on and this and that. And I said this at his kitchen table, his goddamn whole family right there. So I don't have to fucking lie. So some of y'all may need the fucking truth. And I begged him, say, yo, don't do it. You know what he looked at me in the eye? I said, yo, I'm in. I said, bro, you in?
Hey, Claudine.
I'm going to always be right here beside you. And that's it. And then from there, that's when we built. That's when he came on. I was already doing my lives. I was already on my goddamn IG. So I'm confused on what y'all thought y'all knew when y'all keep saying Larry started this and evidently he not straightening the shit because I watched 3 of his goddamn YouTubes after that lives and he ain't once said straighten it. And not one time do I ever talk bad about Larry. I give him his props on everything he did because I appreciate it. But when it comes to a point where he is what? What happened? What happened? Hold on. What? See, one thing you can get my attention when a motherfucker telling a lie. You can get my attention. Especially somebody close. Somebody far, I don't really know. I don't give a fuck
he was
about
busy telling them lies.
Close that's in my circle, because I've been lied on. I've had niggas who love me, supposed to love me all their life through the streets and this and that.
That's all him and his daughter and his wife is alive.
So that love shit, when motherfucking one thing my mother always told me. When a sign, when a motherfucker snake bite and he miss, always understand it's a snake. So you can try to give people the benefit of the doubt and you can move on. They can show you, well, okay, that was just some shit that happened. Or they can show you your true self and be like, this is what I like to do. And this is where we at.
If a person always got to tell you, I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth, and he got to go so far to name his the business team troop and all that, this is how you know he's a liar. He went too hard to convince people he the truth. he telling the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. That he made the LLC Team Truth. That's how you know he was a liar. He went too hard to say that he was telling the truth. That you made the LLC Team Truth. So supposed to be everything they say and everything they did was supposed to be the truth. Because they Team Truth. That's how you know he was a liar. It's so bad. He's so bad of a liar that he sat right there on Choke Channel and literally looked at all of these thousands of people and told us that Robert ran out of the back door and the police snatched Azriel up out the hotel room. And when we all sat up there and said, well, it's in the transcript that your daughter said, when they said, who all knew you was going to the Dove Hotel? Oh, my family knew. So the whole story about his son not seeing the car and all that was lies. And you know what his rebuttal was when everybody was telling him, no, that's not true. Azriel said that, oh, no, that part she had to lie because her man was right there. See, your problem is y'all only read the defense side. Y'all got to read the prosecutor and the defense. First of all, dude, we got that from the prosecutor side. That's when the prosecutor was cross-examining your daughter. But he rebutted and said, oh, no, they only said that because they read the defense side. They ain't read both. Dog, the prosecutor put y'all on blast. The prosecutor put y'all on blast about beating her. The prosecutor put y'all on blast, the mother on blast about the Texas and telling him, bite your lip. No, the prosecutors did that. Oh, they put y'all on blast. And I think the reason why they did it, because they thought the defense was going to do it anyway. So why not just throw it out there? Because they're going to do it.
This is where the fuck we at. I don't run around this motherfucking line. I don't take credit for shit I didn't do. And I don't speak on shit that I do for people. But make no mistake, ain't nobody gonna sit on here and make me like some goddamn clown or some broke down motherfucker that just was crawling around, moping and poking and here come a hero came to save me. Motherfucker, I was in the fight knee fucking deep.
Scamming.
Financially knee deep. Every motherfucker.
So if you was in a fight financially, you dumb ass father. From the rip, you would have cashed Rkelly out for a record for your daughter. If you wanted 6 songs, an album, if you just wanted 1 song, you would have asked them how much, and you would have did just like the rest of a lot of them artists do. Cash it out. Robert would have had the song ready. He would have produced everything and gave it to y'all. Because you said you already had your peoples who could add Azriel on it, all that. You just needed him to put it together. And you would have asked him, you would have asked how much. I don't care if he told you 500,000. You would have paid it. But instead, you pushed your daughter around him in trade for a record deal. And for him to be on the song, like you said. That's what y'all did. Y'all researched him, heard about the Leah thing. Like the mom said in the messages, oh, he like him to look young. Take that stuff off right there. You trying to look all real old and all that. He don't like that. How would you know what he like? You don't know that man. But that's the research part they did. That's why the mom kept trying to make Azriel look young. And they figure, oh, you go around him, he gonna like you. He gonna want to deal with you. Try to butter him up. And the mom text messages, what she say? You better do what you gotta do while you got him under this spell. Like that mom was vicious, man. For you to say, do what you gotta do while you got him under this spell, that means she was telling her daughter to get him all excited, do this, do that. That's what that means when you say why he's under this spell. Like why you got him under your finger. So that's what y'all wanted. You wanted your young daughter, as you claim, to be liked by R. Kelly. And y'all was cool with it until she cut them off. Azriel wasn't supposed to go in there to like him or none of that. She was supposed to go in there to do the deal. Have sex with him, butter him up and all that, to make him sign you, to make him give you a record and all that. And when she switched up to my I don't want to sing and I ain't never want to sing, that was them telling me to do this, do that. They like, okay. Oh, now we're going to say he touched her as a minor. This way she can't deal with him. He going to go to jail. And now he can't be around her either. Because, see, that was the plan from the rip. If Robert didn't go with what they wanted him to. See, by Azriel saying at Gayle King, oh, my mom told me to take pictures with him and do this with him and do that with him. And I believe the mom held some stuff that she can put out if Azriel switched up or tried to throw her under the bus, or if Robert tried to throw her under the bus, because Azriel still wasn't under her iCloud. Those messages they probably talking about is when the mom was playing like she was Azriel back and forth with him, or when Azriel finally stole the number back from her mom and was texting back and forth. Because remember, she was using her mom's either her mom's iPad or it was a tablet, one or the other. But she was using her mom thing. Then when she went with Robert finally, of course, she had a new phone and all that. That's why they couldn't get in contact with her. That's why they couldn't do this, do that. And the mother saved that stuff. The mother saved it. But not telling the truth about you the one that pushed your daughter to do this stuff. That's why Robert said, oh, don't put your daughter in my face. Say it's okay. Then when it don't go your way, you mad. And they didn't push her in his face saying she was no minor. They pushed her in his face saying she was 18. Because their plan wasn't to get them all booked up for messing with their daughter as a minor. That wasn't the plan. That wasn't the plan at the Dolphin Hotel. They only had to say that because now Tim Savage just threw them under the bus, told the feds about him. So they had to make an excuse. Why was your daughter at the Dolphin Hotel with him? So they had to come up with something. They couldn't say, oh, because, we let her go. The mom can't say, oh, I told her to put this on, put that on, bite her lip. No, they couldn't say that. Now they had to switch it. Oh, she was only supposed to go there for an audition, but we didn't even know where she was at. She didn't tell us. They had to switch it up, y'all. Because remember, they was not planning for all of this. That's why Angelo and Tim really beefing, because Tim Savage and his wife went and told the feds about Azriel. They told everybody about their daughter because they needed Azriel with the 17 thing, because they knew Joy was of age. To this day, if Azriel was never in this and nothing, Tim Savage, it wouldn't have never been nothing. Nobody would have never pulled no case with Joy. She was of age. Lisa Van Allen, all these people, they needed Joyce Azriel. Why do you think that Geronda said the Savages contacted her? Bingo. Geronda said the Savages contacted her and she wanted to fight for the girls to help the Clarys and the Savages get their daughters back. They weren't looking for Geronda. They needed Geronda because she had the lawsuits against them. They needed Azriel. Faith got in this because so happily she claimed she was leaving them. She went and told the Savages, oh, I think I seen your daughter Joy. Oh, well, you better go get checked because he got herpes. Bingo. Now she got a way to go at him. Because now she jealous because she didn't see Joy.
Knee deep. The fuck is wrong with the people? So for y'all to say, oh, I'm a day one, you couldn't be a day one because your day one had to start with me. So please don't get on here with this dumbass shit. It's starting up. No, let me rephrase that. before everybody get this, your day one had to start with me and Tim Savage and his family. That's who I had to start with. Like all this shit, man, I don't do this shit. But every now and then, man, somebody need to clearing out, man. Somebody need the truth to hit. And we can go deeper. We can play this back forward YouTube game and all this shit. But I promise you, I'm not the one that play them type of game. I'm not the one that's going to keep blood for this entertainment because I don't get shit out of it. I spoke my truth. I speak my truth beside people. I respect people the way they respect me. But when I find out motherfuckers backbiting and stab me in my back over and over and over and over, I don't confront them no any type of way. I call them up and I speak to them. And if shit ain't to my satisfaction, I got to analyze it. I got to evaluate it. And I got to say, well, do I want to get past this? Or maybe this is a sign to leave this shit alone. Don't nobody tell me, oh, I don't like him. Oh, I don't like her. And this, that don't work like that with me. Every situation where somebody was kicked out or moved or removed from Team Truth, I talked to them personally. Majority of them, I'm going to say that, not all of them. Majority of them. After the fact, they didn't come back. Because I never went against Larry. He was dealing with that shit 24/7. I was only dealing with it maybe 14 hours a day. I was more dealing with the people involved with having my daughter than this YouTube shit. So I was more moving around than sitting on YouTube. I couldn't do that.
No, he wasn't.
And that's what I commend him for.
If he was
but evidently he didn't hear that the other day.
If he was moving around,
because
a real father just would have went up to Chicago, knocked on Robert's goddamn door, and said, "Where my daughter at?" If he was moving around. Then they tried to lie on Robert. Somebody Rob kept calling the cops on them. Man, I wish I could have a certain couple people, man, speak, man. Because this nigga was actually begging certain people in Chicago. And I won't say their names. But he had to go through the bosses on top of bosses that ask for permission to step foot in Chicago. Yeah, he had to ask for permission. And he told them there wasn't no drama. He wasn't causing no drama. He just wanted to speak to his daughter. Because she wasn't responding to him. She wasn't answering his call. And he wanted to know where his daughter was. And I think he was saying, like, if she do want to be with R. Kelly son, he'd rather her just tell him that because they were worried because she haven't talked to them. Boom, 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 boom. But he had to get permission. That's why Weirdo Bull was hiding out in hotels and all of that while she over at the Trump. When he said on that live with Larry, when him and Larry was at the liquor store, that live that I be playing, and he said, "Oh yeah, Tasha K said your daughter home." He was like, "No, Tasha K got a little wrong, but you know she's safe though. She good and all, because she was still at the damn Trump, running in and out when Joycelyn left. This before they fought. But when he kept saying, he kept calling his daughter and she wasn't answering, so then all of a sudden she called them that night and said, "All right, come in the morning, come to my," because she was planning her escape and all that. That was all bull crap. Robert was in jail. He was in jail. Who the hell she planning her escape for?
I keep hearing these Team Truth shots and these subliminal messages that motherfuckers like throwing. So if this get y'all views, clicks, and fucking commentary, then run with it. I'm glad that I seen the truth colors. And if you don't run with it, then I see that maybe I might have been looking a little too deep. Maybe I might have been a little too stern. And maybe I owe somebody apology in the upcoming weeks, you know, this on some of the surface. But make no mistake, bruh, I don't play these fucking games. I don't play these games. I stress that shit to anybody that meet me, that know me, that come in my circle, and people that knew me all my life. I'm not going to play all these dumbass games. I don't do that. I've been a victim of motherfuckers talking about them in the street, behind your back. The same motherfuckers you done facilitated 50, 80 motherfuckers change their life in your lifetime of whatever you was doing. So I know what it feel like. So that's why I don't do it to other people. So for me to feel like now I have reached a certain point in my life and I got people around me that understand this and fuck with me, and then some shit like this happened, yes, it's personal to me. It is fucking personal to me. And that's why I can sit on there and say I have respect for somebody on the other side, because they never showed any difference. They are who they are, they speak how they speak, and I can respect that. They getting their bands, they getting their money up. That's what they supposed to do. They already said they don't give a fuck about really their fight. So okay, they living their life. I'm fine with that. But when you talk about somebody who you allow your family be around, they belong around your family, that's a different type of level shit for me. And I don't appreciate when I gotta find out shit and you ain't man enough to straighten some shit that I tell you is a problem. But you man enough to listen to some shit that somebody tell you that don't do nothing but got gossip shit going all over the motherfucking internet off of everybody's page. And you call every goddamn YouTuber and they're gonna say that about that individual, and you feel like you picked them over me. Good. Because we're not gonna separate the conversation saying you're not gonna pick them over the ones that's telling me. They don't tell me shit. Nova here and Peggy here. They always spoke there, whatever they felt it wasn't right. And they're 9 times out of 10, if it had your name in it, they'll fuck it to you. They'll tell anybody. Angelo will be like, well, giving you the benefit of the doubt, telling them they may be looking at it wrong. No, it ain't like that. I'm going to talk to them. That's what I do. I don't fucking condone any of that shit. And that's fact. How they feel is how. How y'all feel, whatever happened with y'all, I can't get into that. And I just leave it like that. Y'all got to mend y'all shit the way y'all mend it. And I go to him and tell him the same goddamn thing. So I'm confused on why people acting like they don't get that part. See, I don't play these games, but it showed me, since you believe them so much and you Sam is so much of your Bible, that's what you got to be giving her some bullshit. You had to be feeding her some bullshit. And I was hoping she was on here to ask whatever question she wanted to ask so she can get her answer, because she said everybody in the Zoom heard me say this. I know all the people who's in the Zoom, or at least most of them, and I want to hear somebody say, yeah, Angelo, you said that. That's all I want to hear. Because I know the fuck I ain't said, because I wasn't in there initiating the conversation. I was invited in there to answer some fucking questions. And that's what I did. This shit crazy, man. This shit not a game to me, man. People got lost with this shit, man. Lost with this shit. Have I ever said Larry didn't go through shit? His family didn't go through. I was right there for it. The reason why I don't talk to one of the YouTubers is because of the disrespect he said about Larry's daughter and his wife and all that shit that I can't get out my head. See, I understand why you attack me, but to attack somebody else just because, that was my problem. Now, they made amends with it. That's fine. I don't be around dudes that just say what the fuck they want any type of way around motherfuckers and speak however they want and think that's cool. I don't. That's not something that I do and something I'm going to promote. So I stay the fuck away. I stay out their lane. Hopefully they stay out my lane. That's it. They can keep getting their money. I understand you got the right to talk about me, my family. That's fine. But I ain't going to let no motherfucker that's close to me sit there and tell no bullshit. I ain't gonna let nobody sit there and be a close motherfucking acquaintance of mine, like damn near a brother of mine, and I gotta go through this shit back and forth with 3-4 weeks straight now with some he say, she say shit. What the fuck I look like, man? This shit crazy, man. I don't be on here with none of that. I talk to do. I text him. But see, he got a point to prove to y'all, and y'all got a point to prove to him. So y'all stay loyal, do whatever the fuck y'all need to do over there. But leave me the fuck out of it. Because I don't play these in-between games. I don't be on no fucking private Zooms talking about none of y'all. I don't have fucking time for that. And it's crazy that y'all think we do. Then people run in the chat, oh yeah, because such and such told Angelo that. And I guarantee you that's who told him to come over here. No, how about me coming in my last chat, Diva the Dawn channel, Larry sent me the fucking link. So in case y'all didn't know that, who fucking sent me the link was Larry. Me and him talked earlier and sent me this link. I wasn't going in there at first. Sean was going to come on there and not to fucking destroy the young lady, Sheena. She went on there to speak her truth because nobody knew her truth but Sean and fucking Sheena. That's it.
Right.
But that quick, everybody was hyped up for the bullshit. Like, this shit crazy, man. This shit crazy, man.
How they get her information, though? How they know that you got her hotel and all that? How did she claim Larry doxed her and all of that? And all of them people tell all her information and then run around here telling people she's not a victim. But they supposed to fight for victims. I would never understand why did China even go to to Angelo for help because she thought that he fight for victims. I don't understand that. When you supporting Rkelly, what made you go to Angelo? I would never understand that.
Y'all, this shit baffling to me. It doesn't make sense, man. And we're going to keep going and keep doing this. We got right now one of the heaviest points of this whole situation get ready to come up. And this the shit y'all think we're going to be internally battling and then trying to fight ops and do all that. Nah, bro. I don't got time for that shit. I never stop praying for what trolls. Just tag me which ones it is. I pull them out the chat. Cause I see it's bothering y'all. Though whatever ones, send it to me real quick. So what I'm telling y'all, man, I never stop praying for Tim, his wife, and their situation because I am a father who know what the fuck they are going through. I know how I feel to be absent of a child in a situation where you know some days you don't know if they living or dead. And some days you just know that they living, but you can't say you love them or hug them and all that. I know that. So no matter what me and Tim ever went through, me and Tim stayed in contact. We still text here and there every now and then. If I need Tim to call me, he'll call me, this and that. I never lost. But I think somewhere along the line, somebody lied to them too. And when next time I talk to Tim, I'm going to clear up some shit for him too. Because somewhere somebody got shit wrong and claimed a lot of shit that wasn't their motherfucking story or they goddamn truth. So we can get it all open and out here. You know, so that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing with all this shit, man. I don't have time for the in between and none of this shit. No, who had this? This is way bigger than fucking YouTube. None of this shit on YouTube help. Maybe some shit help, but that's it. All that other shit, this shit is bullshit. It's bullshit. I'm just telling y'all, man, in between this shit is whatever. They have the right. If they just saying free Rkelly and all, I don't have no problem with that. That's not a distraction and all the shit. They got a point to feel who they want to support. I don't got nothing to do with that. What I do got something to do with is when people is considering themselves a part of something that can be big and huge around the world, that can affect people around the world, that has something to do with people's personal space being violated by a predator or pervert in their family. Then we have a problem with that. That's my problem.
We need to ask, why did your daughter tell Robert, Lily, and multiple other individuals when Robert told her and Joycelyn that they could, go home, live their life, and both of them said that if they had to go home, they would go to a shelter. Meaning, they would go to a shelter before they had to go back home. That's what Don Russell was talking about when he said he told Robert, man, Send them home, man. They parents doing too much. If they want them that bad, man, let them go home. And it wasn't Robert, it was them. They were like, if they had to go home, they were gonna live in the shelter. And Azriel said that she couldn't go back. She couldn't live in the same home with her father because he touched her, and that they could not live in the same house together. So basically, like Lily said, she spoke about it now because, Azriel said it. Trial over and all that. I know a lot of people think Azriel is a liar and she has lied about a lot. So you don't know if she said that, if it's true or not. But when you look at Angelo charges, and he tried to say he only got them charges with the minor thing, because when the feds indicted him and his crew, they was outside and it was kids out there and in the neighborhood. First of all, I got a lot of family members who were indicted where they kicking in the door and all that, and they locking everybody up doing a raid, and multiple times kids is around, or they do a raid and it's near a school or something like that. Okay, child endangerment, all right, but you ain't about to get no sexual charges and you getting indicted for drugs and kids just sitting around. But his daughter said she couldn't live with him because he had touched her. And if you look at him on Twitter liking incest, liking videos of a man having sex with his daughter and an uncle having sex with his niece and cousins having sex with cousins, and tried to lie and say somebody hacked his account. But what it was is the goofy didn't know that Twitter shows other users what people like. So like all the stuff that you like, your followers can see the posts that you like. He was even liking all these porn pictures, all these pictures of these young females showing their butt and all of that. The only thing he agreed to was, oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I watch porn all the time. I ain't gonna lie. No, nigga, you liked them incest pictures. Even for you to like it, to know that the title was incest, to know that it was an uncle having sex with a niece, a dad having sex with his daughter, two cousins having sex. Why would you even be looking at something like that? Even if you were scrolling and you went past it, all right, cool, keep strolling. But to like it and to like multiple pictures of it, dude is nasty. And if you notice, when Azriel went back, she only stayed in her mom's back room, that closet room, because of the COVID and everything was shut down. Soon as everything went back to normal, that girl was staying in all them Airbnbs. Her and the sister Isis. When they kept having them little, being in the pool on live, they were in Airbnbs. Notice that Angelo was never at that house during the nighttime where Azriel used to be going live and doing videos. He went and grabbed that truck and sleeping in that back of that truck. And she moved to Atlanta fast as hell. But they kept screaming they wanted their daughter to come back home, to live at home. So I don't know if she ever would meet to her damn dad. But maybe it might come out. Who knows?
We can't share somebody's secret and then we on the internet acting like fools, because the first thing this person gonna do is go into a shell and say, you know what? I can't, why the fuck I tell them that my story? Now they know what the fuck happened to me and this and that, blah, blah, blah. I can't do that. That's not what Teen Truth is. And everybody that heard Sean for the first time, she's a very articulate woman. She's dedicated from every core on her body to this shit. She also was a victim, as she explained. And a whole lot of women that's built up Teen Truth has been victims, and men. So no, I'm not gonna allow a fucking shit show on this and it spill over to Teen Truth LLC. But I didn't have nothing to do with it because I didn't see it. So therefore, I only address shit that need to be addressed. No, I'm good. Listen, we ain't gonna listen. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This shit here it's got way out of hands, probably on both sides. You know, y'all got motherfuckers, we set in tune because we couldn't stand two of the people over there because they come at, I think Larry got valid points of certain shit that he been through, that he has to fight a certain way, and I never got in his way of fighting. And I did the okay, and I never ever took anything from that. I actually sympathize for him and his family. And anytime I can, I jets out there just to show him I'm here. I'm in the fight. He called me up in some serious shit like that. I come in. I speak my thing on the situation to the individual who may be doing it, and then I'm gone. Because it's YouTube shit that that's gone too far. These motherfuckers at the point, everybody, and I told y'all very beginning, the way this YouTube shit gonna be, somebody gonna get killed. And it should never have to do this for agree and disagree. That makes no sense to me. That probably make no sense to nobody.
Out here attacking a woman.
Nobody. I don't understand anybody that wanna. Oh no, I'm sorry. That anybody that wanna go. Can y'all hear me now? Anybody that go through some shit like this. You know, it's real trauma over here, man. So them why sometimes when these women go at people so aggressively, because they've been through the trauma, and this shit is just kicking back off some shit that they feeling, and we don't understand it because we're not victims.
Well, they need to go get help.
We can have an open ear and a sensitive part of us to say, you know what?
Victims don't come out here and attack other people.
Let me kind of fall back and let them, you know, say their piece, speak their piece, and that's cool. That's how you do it. No. But all that other shit, man, we gotta let that shit go. We gotta let that shit go, man.
You're a goddamn liar.
Crazy.
That ain't how you do nothing.
This shit too much. And Yamika, you know, crazy shout to you that you know she been through a lot. She's one of our major supporters too. Man, everybody got a fucking story. Everybody got a story. Let me hold it. Yeah. Everybody got a story. No. Everybody got a story, and everybody's story is different. But guess what? It's all the same in the realms of abuse. And when we stop really realizing that, and we taking this shit for granted, this is what happened. We can't take this shit for granted no more. We gotta stop taking everything on this internet for granted, because guess what? That individual that did it, he gotta answer for his own shit. The young ladies that been through it, they gotta live with that shit, man. They gotta live with it. But guess what? Outside of them, it's women way before them that been victims.
They gotta live with it. Why in the hell would you steal that lady's son college money? Why in the hell would you take them people names over there and get their social security numbers and put them down as they work for you in your business and get unemployment in their names in all different cities and states? Why in the hell did you get all them PPP loans and then get that lady Shine nothing? But you had that lady put the LLC in her name because she had good credit, and she wound up getting approved for that big old loan, and you was just splurging with the credit cards, and she said you only gave her like $200 and some. And not only do she owe all that money for them damn cards, but them loans that she took out and everything, you done messed the lady credit up. Well, yo, you is the worst, dude. You talked all that trash about R. Kelly. All that trash. And you up there on Twitter watching incest. Wouldn't even want to sit near you. Then you rushed and went and got an LLC, Team Truth. Your daughter supposed to be abused and a victim. So if she really was, you took her pain and turned it into make money. Then you signed her under your porn LLC, and you're suing your daughter for $30,000 because she's trying to get out the contract. What type of shit is that? That's all you wanted, to put her in the contract. That's your daughter already. That's your daughter already. You basically, that's your daughter. You own her, but you want to own her, like be in a contract owner too, and you suing your daughter for $30,000 for opting out the contract. And then you talk about Robert, but you got a LLC that's porn. Your daughter Isis was dancing with the dildo in front of her while you standing on the side of her smiling and laughing. Like, what? Dude, you is the worst. And I'm just, sad that Sean and a lot of other people on that side, it took them 4 years to see your bull crap. But it took R. Kelly supporters. Soon as y'all came out, we knew you was a con artist. We knew it. Don't let nobody speak. Every time somebody say something, oh, that's not true. You hold the truth. You the only one that got the truth. Can't nobody else tell your story and all that. And your own daughter went to court and testified. Threw you under the bus. Even said you tried to get some bricks. And how I think she telling the truth about it is because Sean said you told her your big homie from Baltimore was trying to get you back in the game because he wanted to throw you some bricks. You told Sean this. And then you talk too much. Real OGs don't move like that. And from what we was told, I forgot what they call you. What they call you, Pookie or Pootie or something. They said the real reason you had to get up out of Baltimore because you told. You told. That's why Adrielle out here talking about she from Baltimore. She from Virginia. Girl ain't from no goddamn Baltimore. You been up out of Baltimore for decades.
So I'm gonna leave that. So I ain't gonna put too much of that man business out. But one thing your friend is getting. I think money becomes the root of all evil. And see, I come from money from a long, early life in my.
Oh, he owned the house at 15. I
jumped on
forgot.
the streets and was very blessed and successful for a long time until I had to pay my debt. And what I did, bossed in, bossed out. Free. All this goofy shit these people doing, that's fine. They say I left this dude, I did this. Let's get to the fucking real lie. My problem with this shit is you got people that call themselves a family, right? But they act like they forget everything up until this point. Listen to this. If anything Larry did was put his time in, he stood hard. You always heard me say that. But one thing you know about, I want to acknowledge is this. Angelo said from the beginning, and he sat there taking with his wife, his family right there. You don't want to get in this shit. This shit messy. It's dangerous. And they don't play their thing, but I don't want to bring that to your family. He had whatever agenda he wanted it. I thought he was willing. I thought the talk was fucking in it. As I see now, when some tension comes, when some pressure comes, this is what you do. You pressure show your real intent on everything you do in life. So now what I'm saying is that they told me their personal things that happened in their life. And that's what I'm going to go to the grave with. They don't want everybody to. You know how much shit we discuss? Have you ever heard me discuss anything outside and inside a Larry household or anything he discussed other than YouTube. You know? Y'all don't, this crazy, goofy shit that they got going on over there, yada yada, and ranting, and everybody yelling, and so y'all don't even know who the fuck y'all repping. Y'all sitting there repping a motherfucker who's telling you whatever he want to hear in your ear, and y'all motherfuckers going for it. See, I was a boss for the baby growing up. They called me the little leader. You know why? Because you couldn't feed me shit. If it smelled funny, it was shit. And that's it. So when I'm sorry.
They call you the little leader. Get the fuck out of here.
Not choose my foot, I'm a step away. I'm a step away. When I start throwing out and I hear what I talk to you and confidence coming on the YouTube channel, I already know who put it out there. Y'all know how long I let that letter go on for about a year. I'm the only one knew where that letter came from. That's why I laughed and let all everybody from Dana, all of them lie about where it came from, this and that. I sent the letter. I'm the one who gave the letter to Don. See, I'm the one who did that. I know where shit comes from. I know where shit comes from. When my daughter came up with her kissing Rkelly, I know how the fuck Cash Jones got that motherfucking picture. I know how to get that. I know how she got that. You understand? She got that stuff from the fucking can, and Dawn gave time. Because they thought they had all the time.
Liar. You said you gave it to Larry. So Larry or Cash gave it to Block. Why would Robert put out that picture? That would make sense. Fucking liar.
It'll wind up being longer than what I took. But and our first thing I did was got on there and apologize to the people, to all the people, all the things that came to try to do.
Angela, let me jump in real quick, Angela. They're asking in the chat what letter you're referring to.
Oh, that was just the permission letter. The letter that had somebody from the label watched over my daughter and my daughter for a month and a half till her 18th birthday. You know, we tried to make that to the 56. You know, I gave my daughter the Rkelly and all this shit. So, you know, it is.
So that's this is good time, Angela.
Hey, and I wonder, address something.
I want to thank you, Angela. I want to thank you for doing Team 2, and I also want to thank you for this being a courageous day. The way a lot of people over the world saw how much determination you had to go get your door. I just wanted to tell you that if I never talk to you ever again, that thank you for what you do. Thank you for all you do.
I appreciate you. But let me tell you something. I could have made this to you. That means nothing about it. Tim Savage is one to help me walk me through. And through this YouTube shit, we lined up on the way. You know, there's different things that I'm going to stand for, certain things I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I went against him, a father in pain, and it hurt me all the time because I fucked with him. I fucked with him early and I find out about job.
Oh, they so fake.
I stand for what I stand for. And what I stand for is I wasn't seeing a guy that was innocent, that I witnessed the whole shit, that going to jail for nothing. And I had to speak up rather than tell side. I had to stand up and say, nah, yo, I'm not with that. I don't feel that yet. If it was something the man did something to you and it was true, I climb up there. But I'm not going to see a man go to jail for nothing. I've never been in no shit like that. And so I had to stand up and it
to fund people getting there and you sneak backstage, and that there's rules to this, or who's listening now, put their children to a man like R. Kelly is with. It's probably good they put themselves out there like that so that their neighbors and the people that they kids know can see who they are. That's right. Because that one lady out over there, that one lady that paid R. Kelly's child support, that $90,000, she owned the daycare center where she lived, and she lost hella clientele because of that.
Oh my God, here go her life.
She lost hella client,
She's a lot.
I don't even think her daycare survived that.
Yes,
I think Tasha K interviewed her recently. I remember reading and hearing that she said that the lady was like, well, that wasn't even it was my mom's daycare. I just worked there. But it don't matter. Affiliation with a daycare and supporting this man. Yeah. She hurt her mom's daycare.
Y'all so dumb. She ain't working her mom's daycare. The lady, she owns a restaurant and her mom owns the daycare. And people were calling in fake bomb threats. So they had to evaluate the children. If y'all care so much, stop worrying about R. Kelly. Why would you send in bomb threats to somebody that has a daycare? Weirdos. Because y'all hate R. Kelly so much. Y'all ready to hurt the kids. It wasn't hurting her. Y'all ready to hurt the kids. Somebody, she worked there. That damn girl, the lie. What she calls herself, the truth. No, her name is the lie. That girl lies so much. She even be out here telling people, yeah, I know that R. Kelly was messing with little girls. He was messing with my girlfriend that I went to school with. They be like, well, who your girlfriend? My girlfriend Joe Javante. And my girl, you don't even know them people. You just met them on the internet. Like, why you be lying like that? That girl is the worst. Ooh. She is the worst. Like, oh, she need help. Yeah, and I was there. We all went to Kenwood. But how you know he's messing with young girl? What you mean? He was messing with my girlfriend JoJo Javante and my girlfriend Tiffany. We all was they don't even know you. Girl, you act like we don't know what you was saying when you first got on YouTube. And you was leaving from your job and catching a sub over to the MDC to show people this where R. Kelly in jail at, y'all. This the jail right here. Yeah, I was looking for the R. Kelly supporters. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. She looking for supporters. Girl. These people on here is nuts. Literally. I'm trying to find this live, yo, real fast. Okay, what's that? Did she do this afterwards? Let me see. Alright, I'm going back. Yeah, I knew R. Kelly. I was at Kenwood with him. Yeah, JoJo. That's my girlfriend. Girl, you don't even know them people, man. Then you really be on people's channels saying it. Like, I know she gotta be looking at you like you crazy. She don't even know you like that. She probably just looking at you like a groupie. And that's what she's doing. Let me see if she took it down. She probably did because she all scared of Angelo, so she right. Let me see. Yep, she might have took it down. She all scared of him. Cause that's the last time that Alice Clary was out here talking. Dang. Damn, she might have took it down, but she's so scared of damn Angelo. Let me see. Yep, that was the last time Alice Clary spoke. Let me see, y'all. Let me see. If she took it down, she a punk. I know she's scared of Angelo like that. Nope, this would have been after that. Yeah, she took it down. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh no, wait a minute. I think you really got it. Wait a minute. Alright, here we go. Let's see.
Let's see if that was factual as well, shall we? Oh, it's vindication day. That's why I'm blacked out. Yeah, it's time to deaden all those rumors. You know, enough is enough. Like, come on now. And Michelle, she's not a liar, sweetie. The reason why I'm bringing this to y'all perspective and to the ignoramus, and I don't want to call you that, okay? You guys have to understand when a person goes through a traumatic experience. I tried to tell y'all, I don't know what it is.
Stupid. No disrespect, but he played her too. Cause she a little, yeah, you know. And she supposed to be a victim too. So Angelo ran right over her too. It's a damn shame.
Why y'all prefer to listen to liars out there? I sat up here on my platform several times trying to tell
Angelo up there.
Say,
and
dude was in the courtroom.
Lied to you.
Coughing and acting like a darn fool.
Now listen, how she gonna say what Robert was in the courtroom doing and she wasn't even there? This how stupid these people is. Angelo tell her this, and she run with that. Girl, you wasn't even there. Robert wasn't in no damn courtroom acting like a fool when Azriel was up there. She was boo-hooing, crying. Oh, my parents is the reason why I didn't go to college and all that. Girl, everything she said was a fact. Now, how you feel now that you said all this and come to find out Alice Clary was pimping her daughter out, so was the father. But he used you, and that's why your little channel was the only one pushing his narratives. Oh, stupid. Wasn't even at the trial. I wouldn't even said that if I wasn't at the trial. I'm gonna say something.
She sat there and did all this gallivanting and doing all this stuff, and it threw her off.
Oh my God.
On top of that,
it threw her off.
Kenneth was doing what he was supposed to do as a defense attorney. Was getting her all just combobulated.
Oh my God.
But like I said,
make any excuse.
I may be biased to some people, but I'm fair.
Stupid.
That girl wasn't getting beat. You really think?
Yes, she was.
The way she behaved, she was getting whooping.
It was whooping her.
I know, because I'm a baby. I can count on my hands how many times I got a whooping.
Because Sean said she was on the phone when Angelo choked up Azriel in the car. And she said that's why Alice Clary got false teeth at the top, because Angelo knocked her teeth out. So you need to do your research before you talk. You had a whole abuser on your channel.
Spoil as hell.
Well, but her dad can't get her a record deal.
The thing is this. Her story never changed. See, for y'all to sit here and say she flip-flop or her story, she
And
say
you know
one
why I
thing
feel so
another.
bad for you, Whitney
Actually,
D? Because you went so hard for her. You posted videos of her for damn near 2.5 years straight. And that girl didn't even have enough respect to come on your platform and give you a interview. And actually told her dad said y'all had to pay $10,000. You was posting her TikToks, her Twitter, her Instagram, and she went straight over there to Fox. And I guess you got mad or something like that, and she did a video talking about you. Then when she would go live and you in the chat, she wouldn't even speak to you first. Oh, okay, hey. Treated you like hell.
she didn't. She really didn't.
Shame.
Y'all never knew Azriel.
You don't either.
Y'all didn't see her.
You didn't either.
But before she did the interview for Gayle King, did you? Now, so how is it that you're getting flip-flop or you're getting she changing her story? No, you saw her sit on a platform that was staged, you idiot.
So you calling people idiots, but don't you know she the one that said she got beat? Not with the defense when she spoke with the prosecutor. They asked her the question. So they already knew she got beat. They also asked her, who all knew you went to the hotel? My whole family. So you should take your video down. Because you look real like stupid to be up here taking up for this family that don't give a hoot's ass about you nor Azriel.
And do what she was instructed to do. It wasn't in her own words. Then, when she comes to, her story never changed. In order to flip-flop, you have had to start somewhere with from that, then back to that. And that's not what had happened was. Yeah, no. She sat on that platform with Gayle King, made an ass out of herself, as she stated, because she was instructed to. Now, the truth's out and your butt hurt. Clearly, her story wasn't a lie if that nigga was found guilty. But let's continue. I could have sworn there was something that was said about the parents selling their daughter, right? Or it's about the money, right? Let's see about that, shall we? I just like to talk about facts or whatever. I don't like to keep talking out the side of my behind. I just, I understand. I get it. Some people hate it. Let me just put this out here. Because for copyright reasons, I can't. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear this, okay? Because this is from the document.
Because you were saying some pretty very damning things about your parents and what they were doing.
Right.
Because?
Well, for 5 years, it's no secret we didn't have social media. So, everything that we heard, it came from him. And if it wasn't true, we wouldn't know, And for a very long time, he had us very bitter at our parents, very upset at our parents. They started to send threats to both me and him. They said, oh, I'll put all your naked pictures all over the world. I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to ruin him. If he doesn't send $20,000 to this bank account by Monday, I'm going to put everything out there and then $10,000 after that. You're trying to solicit me like I'm some fucking hoe. I'm not. I'm your child, she said.
You sound very angry with you. You sound very angry. Very angry. Tell me how sure was your son. Tell me.
I'm crying because you guys don't know the truth. You guys are believing some fucking facade that our parents are saying. This is all fucking lies for money. And if you can't see that, you're ignorant and you're stupid as fuck because you want to be. All because gossip sells. All because that's the world we live in. Negativity sells. Gossip is what sells. Rumors are what sells.
Exactly.
My parents have never received any money.
What?
Never. Ever. You know, I can't speak for other people. Good people. Good people. But my parents have never received anything from me.
Say what? What you say now, ass? Oh, you're lying, ass. Let's run that back.
Never, ever. You know, I can't speak for other people, but my parents have never received anything from me. From people inside, some of the other victims that we talked to, they all said that there was a
4 years. 4 years. 4 years. Y'all bashed them. Said they were after this freaking make-believe money. Then the new rumor was that allegedly they are choking their daughter, they're beating their daughter. And you hear it from Azriel's mouth that it happened. Then you hear about the money. That didn't exist. Let's hear as to why the parents were so lenient in regards to everything. Like, you know, I mean, come on now. See what was said about the parents.
always tried to make it a parent's fault, but you know, my parents left me with an adult. And none of us have ever been touched or molested or taken advantage of. None of my sisters or my brothers, you know. And so they trusted me to be with an adult.
They trusted him.
They trusted him, yes.
Because they thought he was going to do what for you?
They thought that it was strictly music. They really thought that it was strictly music. A lot of people don't know that. My parents have met him in Chicago. He has flown them out and met them in the studio. He told them she has an amazing voice. She has a phenomenal voice. I want to help her. They don't know that that's what my parents know. That's all my parents knew. You know, they didn't know that he was taking advantage of me sexually.
Really?
No.
But his reputation wasn't good before you went there when you were 17. Did people just think, well, those stories aren't true?
I think that a lot of people, especially in the urban community, you know, they just kind of turned away from it because.
Yeah, they turned away from it because it was R. Kelly. The same reason why y'all still with this guilty verdict are still talking about the parents and the victim. And y'all sound dumb as hell. Dumb. Y'all too busy worrying about how this girl looks. You too busy worrying about this imaginary money that y'all niggas ain't gonna touch. So now what? What can we talk about now? What? What? Everybody was waiting on the, well, hey, you know, ass ain't said nothing. It must be true. Well, she's spoken. And everything that these parents said was true. a parent, that's the reason why I'm pissed off. Because for y'all people to sit on your high horses as if your children don't lie, as if y'all black behinds didn't lie back in the day. Or white, whatever, you know. Kids lie. You heard her say she didn't tell her parents Nathan. Y'all want to sit here and make jokes and say, well, they tried to do some transactions with him and business deals. Duh. If I get in front of Oprah, I'm gonna say, Oprah, you know I do websites, I do logos. Yeah, heck, you darn right I am. But if I find out Oprah is touching my damn daughter or son, to hell with her. And any opportunity that I can have behind her. The hell you mean? But if you rap, you're not going to slide your mixtape to Jay-Z if you have the opportunity? Not knowing about the situation he had with Foxy Brown? Oh, we're not going to talk about that, huh? Or Jermaine Dupri? Oh, we're not. Usher? That little trip that he went on when he was 14 years old? Celine Dion? With her old ass husband? Oh, no. This is abnormal because this is R. Kelly. Shame on those parents who were none the wiser. Blame them fast, hot girls because he can control his penis as a whole grown,
How they get there?
54-year-old man.
He ain't gonna get him.
Blame the parents.
How they get there?
Y'all are sick.
That's one thing. Robert
And
ain't never
twisted
gonna
minded.
get none of them chicks. They all seeked him out.
Deflecting from the truth that is coming out this girl's mouth. You rather worry about the hair on her head. That's all hers, by the way. And for the idiots in the back, that was a natural blowout.
Is that's all her hair on the way. Girl, you know how bad her hair looks? You sound like a groupie. Yeah, that's her hair, by the way. Her own mother don't even defend her like this. There always be these type of people with good hearts to defend these people that ain't shit. And by the way, that's her hair. That's a blowout. Like, how old are you? You grown with kids and you going to bat for this chick. And her own mother didn't even come to trial with her. Her own father didn't even come to trial with her. Girl, you look crazy. And you supposed to be a victim yourself. Then no victim is going to be dressed like this girl in the corner that's sticking her behind out with this thin behind one piece on where you could see her whole crack of her butt. I had to cover it with the picture because you really could see her crack. Like, you too old for that. You should be able to see right through that. But Angelo played you too. And I feel so sorry, Whitney D, that he did that to you.
She got a hair friend. And when he met her, it ain't no stopping that. And for y'all that couldn't relate to her and still trying to put her in an abusive situation, you prefer her to be in an abusive situation with the likes of R. Kelly and saying the money ran out? No. Idiots. What y'all saw in them was from Belk. That's where they shot. Them trench coats and jackets and stuff that they had on look a hot ass mess.
But her dad ain't buy her no clothes.
You saw a girl who probably did.
They didn't
do her own hair and makeup. So what? She got the freedom to do it.
Her dad and her mom didn't even buy her a couch. Larry did.
She got the freedom, period.
You up here.
To look a mess if she wanted to. Because it wasn't staged.
Oh, good gracious.
Now what?
She wouldn't even bless
The
your
parents
plan.
didn't have any money from him. They didn't exchange no money.
They sure ain't give her no money either.
Now what? The parents didn't beat her.
They didn't even give her no money either. That's a
What
damn
else?
shame. Even send their own daughter with money.
What else? Nothing, right? Oh,
They
okay.
pimped her out. That's the whole thing. While the mother sat in the other hotel room while she was in the room with Robert.
Anyways,
You better massage
so
him.
maybe y'all can circulate the truth now, but I doubt it. I doubt it. But hey, if anybody wants the truth, y'all send them over here, okay? Whitney VTV.
No, don't send them to you.
Anyways,
It's Angelo in your ear.
so without further ado, that's all I wanted to say in regards to everything. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can still be deflective if y'all want to, but pay the money, okay? You can get a free trial and check out the documentary yourself, okay? Check it out yourself, and make the investment and check it out on your own, okay? Dissect that, why don't you? But if you do, you'll know you'll find a lot of truth to that. And the only reason I put that out in comparison to what was said on the trial, on the stand, because y'all weren't listening to me then. I was trying to tell you people, that, hey, this was a traumatic situation, and Gail brings it out. How did you feel about being back up there? She was like, it was traumatic. To relive all that, she got emotional. I can only imagine having to sit there and
definitely
relive all that, put all that out there.
Damn, he used you.
And y'all talking about her hair. Y'all is a throne.
Yeah, she looks a mess.
Oh my God, look at her hair.
She
But you check out her outfit.
She looked beautiful when she was with Robert. Skin all nice and clear.
Really, bro. Y'all
hair all flowing.
Y'all some sad individuals. So hopefully we can diagnose rumors about these particular parents. I can't speak for no other parents because, ain't nobody else talking. But if somebody else was to talk, then that's cool. And we can mix and mingle. But y'all should be ashamed.
These the worst parents that you talking about. I only speak for these ones.
I set up her on this platform and I told y'all all of this. I already told y'all all of this.
You gotta feel so
all
stupid.
This is confirmation.
And you gotta feel
I told
stupid.
y'all. I told y'all how he was in the courtroom beatboxing.
He was never beatboxing in a damn court. Girl.
And this girl's up here not knowing what to do with herself.
She had a roof over her head. She had her own apartment, her own house.
Chopping, screwing the freaking question.
Larry sent her $3,000 to get a couch.
And so she got. I mean, you saw a lot of them get kind of.
She live in a house now.
Thank God the judge and the jury saw past all of that. Y'all need to let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
You need to let it go. I know when you look back at this video now, you feel so stupid coming out here taking up for these parents.
Like, it's nothing else to hold on to. Like, for real. Like, she wasn't getting beat. Her parents weren't abusive. She was spoiled as I don't know what. She drove herself over to meet Rkelly, unbeknownst to the parents.
How'd she do that?
Okay.
If she was a minor.
Transient accident.
You just told on the parents.
They didn't sell their child off. There was no exchange of monies on either part.
Because they ain't had nobody.
Or giving it.
They ain't had nobody, but they stole Robert money though.
Period.
While he was in jail.
And if you just get in, run it back. That's all I gotta say in regards to that.
And Azriel ain't even give you one interview.
That's it. So
you did 100 videos on it.
People that's in the bushes that really wasn't trying to get nothing but juice. Y'all can go run and tell that, okay?
I hope you think Rkelly too.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and get
because your channel start buzzing too because of
okay, y'all. So girl, I'm gonna tell y'all this, okay? Because now Like, for real. Like, y'all come over here, I'm gonna hurt your feelings, okay?
You hurt your own feelings.
Everybody lied on the stand. Don't y'all understand? Everybody did. All of them did. And if R. Kelly got on there, he would have lied.
Everybody lied on the stand.
But it's the truth that can be proven.
Didn't Angelo say that? My daughter lied on the stand.
Because at the end of the day, you gotta prove what you're saying.
Girl, you ain't even go to the trial, girl. Bye.
So, if you're saying that dude made you pace the floor, made you eat caca, made you smear it on your face, you're gonna have to prove it.
No, they did not have to prove anything, dummy.
And they did.
Their testimonies was direct evidence. They didn't have to have evidence.
He's guilty.
Dummy.
No one was telling 100% fact. Why, idiots? For the back people in the back. Do you not know how long ago
he just said it was for a couch.
So technically, everybody lied. Why? Because you had some people saying it was in 97. Oh, wait. It was in 94. That's a lie.
So why wasn't they perjured?
Yeah, I'm going to say that. Because I'm looking at the comments and y'all acting like stuff not connected. It's just.
Girl, it ain't connecting with you.
It's just not connected.
It ain't connecting with you. That's the sad part.
And if I'm getting asked about beatings and then it's you flipping stuff around, you're rewording your questions, I'm gonna get stumbled.
She ain't stumbled.
I'm gonna get fumbled.
She said, I didn't write that.
You actually witnessed it.
I didn't say that.
I think it was with ass. She was gonna ask the question and read.
No, she wasn't.
You said
no,
this,
she
that,
wasn't.
third, and then
no.
She was like, oh, okay,
no.
yeah.
No, she didn't. Kenneth was very clear talking.
What do you mean?
And you can't speak on it. You wasn't even there. People crack me up, bull.
Okay, let me address you, and this gonna be my last time. Okay. You said. So how can we pick through the lies? R. Kelly could be in jail for life and everybody lied. No way. Sweetie. They had video.
What video?
They had video.
What video?
They had video.
What video?
They could have wiped everybody off of the stand.
What video did they have of him incriminating himself or him having sex with a minor? There's no videos of him having sex with a minor, you dummy. Y'all people.
There's no way around that. What y'all are comprehending out there, I don't know.
You wasn't there.
What's not connecting?
They didn't have video of him having sex with a minor in New York.
And it don't matter about the lies. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Oh, it don't matter that they lied.
It's the truth that can be proven.
Oh, okay.
People are going to lie on the stand.
You're not supposed to lie on the stand. You put your hand on a Bible, dummy.
Because he would have been lying on the stand.
No, he didn't get on the stand because his lawyers told him that
sitting there was a whole lot.
Him sitting there was
pleading not guilty was a whole lot.
Oh God. But he's not guilty of.
I'm just too real for y'all.
32 uncharged acts that he wasn't charged for.
That ever stands on
he wasn't charged for none of them. He was charged for 3 people.
Because at the end of the day, a lot of this situation happened years ago. I want to say it was Demetrius who got the dates mixed up. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No,
that's a lie.
Demetrius ain't had no dates mixed up. They had a marriage certificate.
Really
what dates he gonna have mixed up?
His employees lied.
No, they did not.
Want to know how they lied?
They said they didn't see any. How you gonna say they truth? You wasn't there.
Held a lot of stuff back.
You wasn't there. How you know his employees seen? That's the dumbest thing to say. They lie. How the hell you know?
When y'all kids be doing stuff. And
girl, let me skip you and get to where you let the bull come invade your channel.
You be like, you lied to me.
You is slow as hell.
You didn't tell me everything.
You is slow.
Hey, Keely.
You is slow as hell.
Tutu.
I just feel bad for you because you did all of this kissing Ezreal and Angelo's ass, and he wouldn't even let his daughter give you an interview. And she went to a smaller YouTuber and Fox Soul, and you was the first one out here going hard as hell for her every day. going strong, putting out everything she was doing, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and a girl wouldn't even give you an interview, but her dad came. What does that tell you? Ezreal don't give a hell about you. And then you look stupid going hard for these parents, and the messages came out the mom pimped her daughter out. Then you gonna blame R. Kelly for that too? Did R. Kelly tell her mom to say, bite your bottom lip? You better massage him tonight before somebody else do? Come on. Your people is just stupid. I would respect you better. You don't even know these people like that. If you would have been like, the parents told me this, allegedly, because, this their words, I wasn't there. But you up, you up there talking about Robert was beatboxing in the court. Girl, you sound dumb. Who told you that? Like, I felt so bad for you, what happened to you. Like, he dogged you out. He used you to put out every narrative. And you did it every time. That's why you were saying the Team Truth and Oko start attacking you. And y'all was attacking me. No, because we knew you were putting
the
out
documentary that Ezreal did with Gail King on today. And in there, she just stated that she didn't know how to actually react to the whole experience with R. Kelly and the abuse and stuff like that, because she didn't endure abuse growing up, right? And so I just brought it to people's awareness that,
but she stayed
that
for
were
5
putting it
years.
out there in the ether that you guys were abusive. And that was because of the transcripts, right? Because what she said on the stand. And so I was just trying to break down to everybody
what he told you to say.
You got to understand when dealing with a victim and dealing with trial. And the thing is that people have to understand that the judge, the jury, they were aware of the traumatic experience that she went through. Okay. And know that some stuff that was coming across the pulpit, some of the stuff that was coming across needs to be kind of dig into a little bit more, maybe a little more descriptive, but it wasn't. It got cut off. It was like he asked a question, it was yes or no, and it was it. It was
no, it was not. No, it was not. Like, girl, he never just was asking her no yes or no questions. He was asking her to explain things, and she even said down to the information that was on the police, the report, that she wasn't the one who made the report. And he said, are you trying to say that the prosecutors are lying? She said, no, I'm telling you, I didn't write that. He said, oh, was it somebody else there speaking for you? She said, yeah, her parents. Because she wasn't there when they made the original report. Her parents was. She's lying when she say her parents did stuff. But when it's about R. Kelly, she telling the truth. Oh, man, y'all is vicious. But we know she ain't lying about the Dolphin Hotel.
Yeah, it was a dialect. I really meant
that's why you don't talk about the Jacksonville concert. Nobody talks about that.
People in the outrage and saying, oh, she lied. Oh, okay. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. Somebody tag Angelo in that. The link is in the chat.
Girl, how many times you gonna say it? You know you called him before you went live. Girl, nobody's stupid. That's why you sound like him. She lied because R. Kelly was right there.
Big weird energy. Big weird.
Robert said he couldn't even believe the way she was talking. So if she was so scared of Robert, if she was so scared because he abused her and she just lying for him, Robert even said when he talked to who was it? Was it Storm Monroe or Rick Party? He said he couldn't believe the stuff she was saying on the stand. Like, he said that was a whole person he never met before. Like, all the lies that she was saying up there and how she was slandering him and saying this, that. So if she was so scared of him, why is Robert saying basically the whole time she was on the stand, she was this scorned woman, and he said you could just see the hatred coming out her eyes. The same thing he seen when she was at the visit. So if she was so scared of him and everything else, why would she be on the stand dogging the hell out of him?
And tomorrow, this is spicy. I got y'all upset, huh? Hmm. It's hard being the only person that wants to put all the information out. Hey, Keely, too. Hey, Keely. Hey. Mm. There you go. The myth, the legend. Hey, Angela.
No.
The legend. What's up? Hey, Angela. I hear the feedback. Turn me down wherever else I'm at the back.
What's the deal?
So, like I was saying, you know, I came across the interview, the second interview with Azriel and Gail King on today, the documentary.
The one I ain't see yet.
Yeah, you haven't seen, but I did. Okay, I did. And so it was something that stood out to me in the documentary because I was a reader of the transcript. However, I just didn't read the transcripts. I tried to comprehend what I was reading, right?
Wow.
Exactly.
And so what was said, I mean, we did that earlier today with the book that we was reading. It was something in the book that Rkelly said in the book that he actually said to Faith. So I went and referenced that too. No difference. I did the same thing, right? So, matter of fact, can I play the clip so you can hear it real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Stop doing this. Okay, you can't do this anymore. If you don't listen, then we're going to get into, beatings and chastising. And, this is to help you. And it did get into beatings. It did. Yeah, it did. And, it was always, this is to better you. It was. Did you believe that at the time? No, because I had never, come from an abusive household or anything like that. I had never, come from an abusive
But just
household or
said in
anything
court,
like that.
they beat me. Like, this is like, come on. This girl is a manipulator, like, just like her parents. She knew that what she said to Gayle King the first time. So it's on the, oh, snap, I gotta go back to see Gayle King. I need to play like I'm a victim now and put everything on him. So what I'm gonna do is, it just came back from testifying at that. But go to Gayle King and say, yeah, because I never came from an abusive household. Girl, you just told the court that your parents beat you. But now, I never came from an abusive household. Girl, we know you came from an abusive household for the simple fact that your daddy and your mama pimped you out, and your daddy made sure you was, like Robert said, not just on the stage, always on the stage in front of Rkelly.
Never, come from an abusive household or anything like that.
Well, isn't it a fact that they beat you so that you could?
Objection.
Isn't it a fact that they beat you in order to make you practice your music?
Yes. I had never, come from an abusive
and guess what?
household or anything
That wasn't the defense. That was the prosecutors who was asking her about it. Okay? So when they wanted to sit back and talk about all the questions that she lied, The prosecutors and her said they prepped her for months and days and weeks, so she knew the questions the prosecutors was going to ask. If the parents were so good at parents, why wouldn't the prosecutors ask questions and her answers be to make her parents look good, make them look like good parents, and that they did a good job? And no, the prosecutors asked her questions that made her parents look like they was in on it, and that's where they tried to push that she was a victim of Robert and her parents, and that's why she was around Robert, and that's why she wound up getting around him, because her parents weren't shit. That's how the prosecutors made the whole thing look, that she was a victim of her parents and she was a victim of R. Kelly. And the reason that she got around R. Kelly is because look in the courtroom. You don't see any parents.
Guys, so even, still to this day, I'm shocked that I would allow a man to put his hands on me, because, it's just not something that I had, grown up experiencing. So I didn't know how to get out of something like that even more, because I had never
experienced.
Don't forget, Azriel went to Freedom Theater School. Don't forget, she went to Freedom Theater High School. She's very good with media training and all of that. Talking about R. Kelly had to coach her how to talk. She already knew how to do all that. She went to Freedom Theater. You see her even the way her tone of voice is to Gail compared to how it was before. She even changed her tone of voice.
Bombs in the chat. Put them bombs in the chat.
Okay. So you heard that. And then what I've been gathering, and also this is something that, I will put out there that Robert Kelly pointed out that, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't have did that, because it's kind of showing that she perjured herself on the stand. I'm like,
No, that don't matter.
Yes, it does. No, yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does show she perjured. Why they were trying to take her testimony back with the goddamn Shabazz video, when she perjured herself with that. Oh, Robert told me to enjoy my life and go do what I want to do, and then you turn around and say, oh, I just was pissed when a grown 50-year-old man told me to sit around and wait for him throughout his trial, and wouldn't let me go get a job, or go do what we want to do. But then in the next sentence in the documentary, oh, Robert told me to go live my life and do what I want to do and what I love to do, and that's all I'm able to do. Yeah, it did show she perjured herself. But her dumbass dad, like they said, shout out to some of the smart Oko people, for her father to get on somebody's platform while his daughter was still testifying, just to make himself look good about the part that she said to Gayle King. He sat on a platform and told the world that his daughter perjured herself. He sat on a platform and told the world that his daughter perjured herself. And that's why a couple people on that side was pissed when everybody heard this. Like, why would you get on somebody's platform during a trial and basically tell the whole world that your daughter perjured herself, all because you wanted to play the clip of the Gayle King where she said, oh, I never came from an abusive household. That's all he cared about. He didn't care that she perjured herself and that she just told them that they did beat her. He didn't care about that. All he wanted was the vindication of her telling Gayle King, I didn't come from an abusive household. It's a damn shame. Don't put his daughter first. For nothing, man. Sick.
This is the problem with everybody keep badgering a witness and someone that's suffering from abuse is in a traumatizing mindset. It's trigger points to be face to face with somebody that abuse you or victimize you to that level. So when she was in court, that was her defense, to show loyalty to him and still attack the parents like she was trained to do for hours and hours.
But she was on a stand slaughtering R. Kelly. Nothing good. So why would she just say, they all knew that I was at the Dolphin and I was going there. Yeah, sometimes they would beat me to sing. Didn't say she ain't like singing. She just said they made it like a job. And that, if y'all remember, when they first came out, they bragged about how they spent this money and that money for these classes and that class. So you could tell that that's what they were pushing, trying to get her to blow up so they could reap the benefits. And the dad bragged about it, about how much money he spent for these singing classes, that class, this class, that class. Okay. Now, if she was taking up for Robert, she would have said a lot of stuff that she said up there. Like, her saying y'all beat her is not helping him. Her saying you sold her for bricks and all, it's not helping him because she's still slaughtering him. She's still saying he slept with me at 17. She's still saying he beat me too. She's a manipulative, and what I think she was so angry that y'all didn't show up to that trial with her, that might have been part of the reason why she also went hard to throw y'all under the bus. Because it was said that she was arguing with y'all right before the trial. Everybody seen when she unfriended her dad on Twitter. But for him to come out here and tell people, oh, the part about us, that was her taking up for him. But everything about him, she told the truth on. Like, make it make sense. She only did what she did on Gayle King because she didn't want to get up there and make y'all look bad in front of Gayle King because she wanted to play the little innocent, I'm a good girl, innocent, and I'm a good girl to my parents, innocent. Nah. She had to change that persona, so that's why she put this act on.
And hours that what people tend to forget. This is not no one day, 1 week thing. This was months and months and months of me popping up and her being mad when, you know, she see me and keeping the energy so high that, you know, she ready to attack at everything that's said. It's like you know, we was just going trying to hunt her down just to attack her because she was already on defense because that's what she was taught. That's what she was being taught every day. So anything we say, we was triggering words which we did not know, as well as the savages in them. They did not know neither. So the more we did, the more he had planted enough seeds to allow a whole tree to grow. And that's the difference between a parent immediately calling up Gayle and telling her that's not my daughter. See, despite what the world ran with, despite what everybody heard, in my heart and in my household and in my wife's heart, we know that wasn't our daughter. Her mindset was not there.
Even a part of that household.
And we already knew that, and I apologized immediately to Ms. Gayle because that's not how she was raised. None of my children.
You got smart when you was with Gayle King, you and your wife.
You know,
when Gayle King said you never met the woman that you signed your daughter off to. Well, it doesn't matter. That don't say R. Kelly. We didn't sign her off to R. Kelly. Yeah, but who signs their daughter off to somebody they never physically met in person? And who signs their daughter off with a note that's in a book that never been torn out, and not nobody paid attention to that? How did she get the letter if the letter wasn't torn out? The letter was still attached to the wires of the notebook. If they gave her the letter, then it would have been unattached. That's something that they wrote up real quick. They didn't even write up a professional letter. If Valerie Payton worked for Sony, they would have had a professional letter where you would have had to sign, she would have had to sign, and it would have been in a file with a copy. Y'all wrote that pencil behind letter on the notebook. So when all this stuff started happening, y'all wanted to make it seem like y'all had to come up with some type of quick lie real fast. Because y'all know that y'all took her. Y'all know she was going to the Dolphin Hotel. The mama knew she stayed with her at the Jacksonville Hotel in concert. Y'all know y'all let her go to California by herself. Las Vegas. Connecticut. So they had to come up with a storyline. I give them that. They went from that point on. Once the Savages put them out there, everything they said on interviews and everything, they just went with whatever came to mind. But they had to, that's why every time they was at an interview, Alice Clary looking at him while he talked, he looking at her. She was even mad the time when he told when he told the part about I gotta run it back. Wait a minute.
That's just what it was. So when you know your children and you've never been to child support and you played a big part in your child's life enough to them to be able to reflect in the darkest place in their life and be able to reflect back on some of the things that you did. That's all a parent can ask for.
Thinking of what lie to say.
You know, now that all the people that attack my daughter, our relationship, or anything they thought and speculated on here.
He tried to get in front of the narrative because he thought that the messages with his wife was never coming out. Since they didn't testify, they like, good. We good. We ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't nobody gonna find out. Shout out to Jennifer Bonjean, boy. Shout out to her. Because after the trial, bingo, there go the goddamn text messages that the prosecutors held back and that the defense didn't put in, which they claimed that's why they wasn't able to be brought up in court. And because the prosecutor said, oh, the parents aren't testifying, we don't need them. That's why nobody was focused on the text messages. But Angelo, after your Choke No Joke video, you thought you had everybody until them goddamn text messages dropped.
Do you ever think, as a parent, that a parent could be mad with their child? Did you ever think of that? While y'all was running around the internet, throwing all these shells and these bombs, and oh, you see, she stopped following. Did you ever think her father stopped following her? Did you ever think that her father was hurt? Her mother was hurt? So what my daughter did was more courageous than anything she did on that stand. She had to go back and eat all the stuff that she knew she put out for towards her father and her mother.
Wow.
Her brothers and sisters.
The only thing he's talking about, he don't care nothing about the trial, none of that. What about that she supposed to have been abused? That wasn't courageous that she went up there and spoke about her abuse? Nope. All they cared about is that she went to Gayle King and said, I didn't grow up in an abusive home. This is how you know these parents, they never cared. If she was so much of a victim, you wouldn't even care that she said she was abused. Y'all abused her, but then said she was. You would have been so focused on her telling her truth about her abuse. But the only thing he zeroed in was that she had to go fix what she said about us. No, she didn't. Because them text messages was coming. And now I see why she put you and your wife out at 2 in the morning when y'all went to her house in Atlanta. Now I see why. If she was so much cared about y'all and y'all was a good family and all this, why did your daughter put you out of her place in Atlanta at 2 in the morning and made y'all get out of her house at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Nieces and nephew, it shamed our family to uphold her loyalty to a pedophile.
See how he changed the
And then she went back on that same platform. And y'all can say, yeah, she looked at weird, she looked at this, she looked at that. Guess what? I agree. I thought she looked at the Lord. I displaced it. But then when I looked at her again, could you think it could have been from all the crime she did? She knows she did go alone. She do have her daddy blood.
Y'all ain't go to court with her.
She is splitting image that she could take on the world by herself like a daddy.
She wasn't messing with y'all. That's why y'all didn't
So
go.
you think she ain't gonna fight hard against her parents? She gonna fight hard against anybody in her way. That's what she was taught to do.
This dude's such a liar. I'm so glad that we all know the truth now, because this is old. I'm so glad we know the truth now, because he really tried to spin it. But what it was is she was not dealing with them. That's why they didn't go to the trial with her, none of that, because she wasn't messing with them. That's why she threw them under the bus, because she was not messing with them. And even after the trial, and her living in her new place, she put her parents out at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. And told them had to get out. She don't mess with them. Why the hell is Larry sending her $3,000 and she up in her house sitting on the floor and you supposed to be a parent? Bad enough you couldn't pay for her to get a record deal. You couldn't pay for her to get a song, a single. But you couldn't pay for her to get a couch. They never said their daughter with toiletries money. They didn't even go pick their daughter up for her graduation. She had to get there through Uber and the Mayweather sisters. Let me repeat that. A Uber and the Mayweathers. Because Robert was on tour. But they didn't even go get her for her own graduation. They didn't go get her hair done, get her a nice little dress. She had her regular hair just puffed out, looked like she had braids and just took the braids out. Looked at plain as heck, and it's supposed to be her graduation. Then the mom cusses her out in the IHOP. Don't make me punch you in your face. You better go do what you gotta do. You grown. These people, when I tell you, are so ghetto and such liars. It's shame. Hey, Ray.
To reflect. And when you reflect back on life, to be this as much of a man or a woman to come forward and apologize for anything you do wrong. And that's why you see me, I may spasm out or straighten somebody with this or get into that or get into this. And guess what? If I'm wrong, I'm coming right back to that platform and I'm apologize. Because that's what real men do. That's what real kings do. That's what real women do. And that is what real queens do. See, the shame is not allowing yourself to hit a growth period in your life. Because to be able to stand up and apologize for some shit you know you're wrong about, that is a growth period in your life. That is something that you get blessings rained upon you for. That means you achieve something within your inner self, not for the world. It was meaning that you're opening up your heart to have your conscience weigh heavy on. So when you're able to connect spiritually with yourself, then you're going to go a long way. So nothing wrong with apologize, Don't nobody want 1,000 of the same apology. But when you do something to this magnitude, you have to accept it for what it is. And then you gotta ask yourself, that poor baby gotta be going through a lot of shit in her head. And I could believe it. We all are. We all are. So major shouts out to therapists that don't give up on families, dysfunctional and functional. Don't give up on people that have problems they can't get over, abuse that they can't get over, and secrets that they can't speak out on. You know, shouts out to them patient people. Shouts out to all that, man. That's this life and where you at in it. It's like I told everybody, there's no win or lose. My daughter got a long way. She got a long way. She just know how to keep it together for herself. She know how to keep that little small piece of peace inside of her to hold herself together to go forward. And that is the most important thing that any of you women and queens can have when you've been through something. See, yeah, your whole structure may be dark, but you know you got that small, sacred peace in your heart, in your body, in your soul, of peace. And you hold on to that motherfucker so tight because that's your only special spot. And when you open up to the world and start fighting that darkness, that's what gives you that strength. And when you start letting other people help you, it get bigger. It get bigger and it get bigger. And then before you know it, it outweighs the darkness. So nobody gets over nothing alone. It's like it take a village to raise a child. It take a village to get that darkness out of your heart. That go for scorn relationships. It doesn't matter. When it sit, it sit. It don't pick and choose. It don't have a favorite.
And then you see what
And when
Robert
you got
went through.
somebody that's
Your
so
scorned
demonic
daughter.
that can instruct it and inject it so lethal as this guy, you have to sit back and wonder, damn, if you didn't believe it's a devil, shit, we got some demonic things going on around the world. Because just like y'all asked the question, I asked the question. That question was, how in the hell do all these goddamn women keep falling for this same shit for 30 years? But guess what? It took till now to finally get some of the answers. Only a few. It's not a lot. That's why it's no victory. It's no victory. It's nothing but a whole cesspool of sadness, hurt, pain, and scars. And if y'all ain't grown enough to get on y'all goddamn channels and start trying to heal people that look like you, that look like your fucking kids, that look like your daughter, your son, your grandkids, your granddaughters, then something is wrong with y'all. You might want to put that YouTube down and you might want to probably go sit yourself in the hospital and get checked out because there got to be something wrong with you. If nobody wants to see us do better as a whole, then you need to go ahead and denounce yourself as a Black American or somebody that a human being that stands for something. It don't matter what color, a human being that stands for something. Because man, if the world didn't understand anything, it has to understand that Black women are the most overlooked problem on the entire planet. They have been abused to every level. And there's no way we can sit around and act like this is not a problem. Us as kings, we must do better. We must stand up, we must point out, and we must strengthen these queens to be able to identify situations like this. So for all the ones that's throwing the names and trying to destroy Azriel and Geronda and Faith and all the other victims, Lizette, all the other victims that participated in this and spoke their truth. When y'all tearing these young ladies down, right? I mean, all of them. When you tearing them down, you also tearing down the future of one of them being able to spread enough knowledge to turn another young lady away from what they've been through. So when you tearing them down and make them not speak, remember, you watch the news and every day a young black girl is going down that dark road with a big smile because nobody gave them a fair warning. So stop being so goddamn ignorant on this Instagram and these YouTubes and all these channels and trying to be part of the problem, and start taking your wisdom and knowledge and look at people for what they are and start being a goddamn solution. Because I promise you, if you be the solution, you'll be around for a long, 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 long time. But if you be the problem, I promise you, you short-lived. So, that's all I got to say on this. I'm very, 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 very proud of my daughter.
I was going to ask you, with hearing that, because I know you haven't gotten to see it all, but even just hearing that, do you have a sense of vindication a little bit at all? Oh, I forgot. I also played the clip where she said, y'all never received money.
Oh, yeah, that's...
She said it. She said, my parents, I can't speak for anybody else's, but my parents never, she said it multiple times as well. She said, and none of us got touched. We never was molested. We never went through any of that. And she stated that in a documentary. So, like I said, you haven't seen it or whatever, but I just put all that out there. And, so this is stuff that you actually been saying for years now. How does that make you feel to kind of finally hear her actually come out and speak on things?
I mean, it's, don't ask me no question like that.
Y'all didn't get emotional.
I gotta say that for these majors to get where we gotta go.
What he say?
That's a great question though, Whitney. You almost had me,
goddamn. Oh, I can't answer that question. I gotta say that for these majors, meaning major platforms, to get us where we gotta go. Why is it a money grab? Why are you trying to come up off money if she supposed to really been abused? You trying to capitalize off her pain. If you're claiming she been getting abused, why would you? These people is low. Oh, good morning, Esther.
I'm a good interviewer.
You are good now. I'm telling you. I almost slid that joint. Hey, my phone would have went mute after that. They were like, oh, he done gave it out. Oh, no.
It's
coming. It's coming. You'll be the first to get these exclusives. But
I just appreciate
we got a bigger thing. But
But that's why I tell people that
right?
You can't just.
Y'all heard him? Y'all heard what he said? You'll be able to get all the exclusive first. This is why she was going to bat for Zyaire. Since Zyaire went on her own. But you hear Angela, oh, I'm gonna make sure you get the exclusive. Anything, I'm gonna give it right to you. This is why she's all going hard for Zyaire. Oh, the parents not lying. This happened. I think it's I ain't gonna say what I really think it is.
The bias platforms, or you can't just go and listen to people and they not comprehend what they read. That tells you right there, when I read anything from the book to the transcripts, I'm comprehending what I'm saying and I'm listening to where when I hear something, it triggers it. Like, I heard that from somewhere. Oh, let me go back. You know what I'm saying? And you said this years ago. And not only that, you know, this was in the transcripts. This was day, week 1, week 2, all the way back then. And I remembered what came across, and I knew how significant it was for you guys live. Y'all went through crap because of what came across the stand. And I kept telling people, hey, wait a minute, come on now. Y'all gotta look at the full context. But anything to take their eyes off of Kelly, I think. Anything to take their eyes off Kelly. I mean, they were willing to do that.
Well, I think a lot of people got lost. I think a lot of good queens and kings got lost through this. A lot of people never had fame in their own neighborhoods, in their own communities. They never was a top athlete or a top cheerleader or, you know, the popular kid in school. And this right here is a reflection of all that, because you get so many people that never had this. And when they get just a smear of a small portion of, oh, they follow him. Oh, they asking for me. Oh, they doing it. This can really make people lose their dignity, self-control, almost everything about their self, because they get so washed in believing that they are this big YouTuber out here. When you got kids that's 14, man, 14, 13, Caucasian, little white brothers and sisters. I hate saying Caucasian. I like to say what it is. White, our little white, little young brothers and sisters. They have been controlling this thing so long, man, that they instantly have 1 million followers, 500,000 followers, and they are not on these channels degrading anyone. Degrading anyone.
That's me.
And that's what I try to tell you to practice. When you do stuff from the heart, you're gonna get people to follow you, because they're gonna feel the things that come out of your mouth. And I tell you that all the time. I say, listen, don't worry about numbers.
He tell her that she got a whole
worry
husband.
about the people that go peep at your videos after you off your life. See, that's what count. The people that's talking about you when you think they not. The people that heard about you when other people didn't.
And that's why I believe,
you know, so
Oko fell out with her, because they felt like she was Angelo's puppet. Anything he'd tell her to put out, she'd put out. Like, you could tell her commentary was him. Everything she said.
What you're doing is, you know, it's very honorable. And again, I might have to say this. I know I said this to you in private, but I'm going to say it here. You're not biased. You've never been biased. I am not a father that would allow you to be biased for me. The difference is when we decided to build other channels and Larry wanted to go on YouTube, he had to ask me what he needed to get off his chest first. I wouldn't allow him to go no further. Because if you don't believe me, then I can't support you, because that means we got a problem where you think you're unsure about something. So no, Whitney, you've never been biased. That's a wrong word you proclaim for yourself. You are a channel that seeks as much truth as you can, and then you roll with the truth. That's it. That's it. Because if I wasn't never telling the truth, then everything you work for right now would be a lie. So all the people that crossed me, guess what they did? They just stuck with the right thing. They wouldn't even now had discredit themselves, because all they had to do was stick with me, because I had no reason to lie. I didn't gain shit by lying. I didn't get money back that was spent for traveling and do this and do that. And I would do it all over again.
I know you would.
The difference with people got to understand, they get misconstrued at what the fight was about. And the fight was strictly about me, my daughter, that became me being a father to a lot of Azriels, to a whole bunch of Azriels, from nieces to little sisters to cousins to daughters to this to aunts to this. That it took a full circle. So once my fight had started, it went past my own daughter. I don't stop. It is a lot of things. I just had to get rid of this big headache that I had for the last 5.5 years. And that 5.5 years came to an end with that man having to face God in the decision that happened to him. Not their stories. That was between him and God. God said, speak your truth. And he cleaned it up. He spoke your truth. They spoke their truth. They can shake whatever they want to get. Yes, it's going to seem like witnesses didn't tell the truth, but guess what you got? When you can say, I slapped the man, or you slapped me, and I say you did. And then when we go to court, that man that owned that corner store come running in that courtroom at the last second and say, hold up. Can y'all look at this? I forgot my camera was facing that way. And now you're on camera slapping your face. Now what can I say? So now it ain't my word against you. It's a little bit more supporting evidence to support everything you said. And guess what? Being as though you told the truth, you ain't had to repeat shit you said. They looked at that shit verbatim on that video and said, take his ass away. And that's the same thing what happened with this man. These people cannot in their heart let this thing go, because it only show the world this is your whole motivation. Your whole motivation ain't about vindicating this guy, none of that. This is not no fucking loitering charge. This is the real deal. This is what fucking federal agents go to school and graduate, put them years in behind. This is what prosecutors build their name and they legacy off. This is what judges sit there and have to know if I'm making the right decision or a wrong decision, because this can haunt them for the rest of their life. And guess what? Every lawyer he chose was his choice. He didn't go in there with no public defense. He chose the lawyers he had. He knew he was fighting to this level. It's like you saying, okay, we got to go out there outside and fight. Who do I take, the kids or my husband? I think your choice is going to be your husband. So you have a choice to know when you know you're fighting a fight that could end you. You're going with whatever you got, the best that you got. So all these excuses and all these lies to set up the this and that, and they got to find themselves. Because what they doing is wasting a lot of time and energy of themselves. And I know you don't like to talk about other people, but I do have to say a woman that said it, Miss Denise. She couldn't say it better. She said she feels sorry for all the people that spent all that goddamn money that they know they really couldn't afford, chasing this dumb shit, doing parades, flying in, flying out, and you ain't did half this shit for one family member in your family. So it ain't a mockery on them. It's a mockery and a stain on all of us. Because them TV cameras wasn't looking for them to promote them. They was looking at them to make mockery of us. Because see, when I walk past, I look like them. So it ain't a mockery of them. It's a mockery of us. They didn't shame themselves. They shamed all of us. Because them same victims that's going in there in them courthouses and they have white brothers and sisters that's fighting they white brothers and sister cases, guess what they doing? Saying, where in the hell did these people come from? Because they ain't go through that. They had people out there clapping and cheering on for them. Encouraging them. Showing them how how courageous they were for speaking their truth.
Yep.
But here it is, we want to stone. We do everything that every book ever taught us. We want to sit there with some rocks and fire and burn you and choke you and hang you and throw stones. This is the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. I have not did this level of beefing in the streets. And I had a long career in there. It's crazy. It's crazy. Everybody ready to blow up. Everybody is dominant. Everybody know law. Everybody this. It's like you got these people that just won't quit, man. It's sad.
Yeah, and that's why I actually just said a few minutes ago, I said, I wish I saw one channel that was in support of him and said, you know what? They proved their case. Let's just move forward. Let's try to get prepared for Chicago. Let's do it the right way. Let's not mess with any of these alleged victims. Let's not try to do anything. Let's just let the courts do what it's doing. Let's see if we can do it differently. Not one. It's uphill. They're relying. Look at the parents. The parents need to go to. It's still the same ignorance.
And it reflects on all of us, though.
Yeah.
It reflects on all of us. It ain't just on them. So that's why I tell you, and I always real stern with the way you move, because move like you move, queen. That's what make you a queen. That's what make you a queen. You dig and you relate with the truth. Because I told you, it could be 100 people cross the street. But if you look across on that other side, you're gonna see that little shiny light from the lamppost and that one person standing there, because that's the truth. He don't need no support.
Sure don't.
He stand alone because we already outnumbered. The truth already outnumbered. The last thing somebody want to hear is what? The truth. I done faced every demon I had to have on this YouTube channel when I was a dude that wouldn't even think about going on the internet. Not my life. Shit. Not my face all plastered over there. Shit. Not me. Better not have my cars, my house. No, hell no. You see how life will take you from what you think you won't never do to what will you do. Because for the love of my daughter, it showed you I broke all rules to fight in a whole different light that I wasn't used to. And that was some internet shit. Because I was fighting a dude that the world could not get past the music. And guess what he controlled? The internet.
Yep.
So I had to go to his world just to even up and understand the fight that he was giving. I was looking for a physical fight. Dirty fight. That man was trying to destroy me in ways I couldn't even fathom. Gotta be careful, man. We all gotta be careful. And we gotta understand the things we do to each other. Because stopping me, guess what? I'm the same dude that picked up young kids, young kings and queens around the world, or kings, and gave them job opportunities.
Her name is Whitney D.
Didn't need nothing from y'all, but y'all to trust me to give your kid and steal them with something that can make them plenty of money and their own boss.
He sure did,
I didn't care about their background. What I wanted to do is instill the skill for them, so they can learn how to do concrete construction and not go into a construction site and become a dude who push a broom for $8 to $10. No, I'm gonna teach your son how to do that backhoe and this and that, and show him how to use that drill and properly hammer that concrete. You see what I'm saying? So when your son
That's the
step off the
easiest
step
thing
now,
he just said.
he don't have to be tempted for the game, because he can make himself $1,000, $1,500 a week. Because now he ain't got to be a labor.
Not under your crooked self.
Is a man with a title.
And using people's names for PPP
So
loans.
think about that when y'all wonder, report me, try to get me knocked off the throne. See, I don't make my empire for Angela. I make my empire for a lot of people that have goals and dreams and ambition about
No,
things
so
they
he can get y'all social security numbers and y'all IDs. His own Team Truth members, the president that stood beside him, who is a victim, who was her abuser that raped her, pregnated her with 2 kids. Then I believe she was also raped by her stepfather. But she was the president of Team Truth with him. And he took her, well, she let him hold her son's college tuition. And he never returned. And when she was asking him about it, after a while, exactly. But you know what's funny too, Leslie, that you said that this what he was doing to all of them. Sean, all the women that was bowing down to him. Cause see, Sean has said because a lot of the women that were following him with Team Truth, a lot of them supposedly be victims. So she claimed they was looking at him like the hero and this dad that's fighting for his daughter that's a victim, and it made all the women who supposed to be victims, I guess she said hero. Like he was looked at as their hero. Hey, Love lives here.
I feel like Allah blessed me a long time ago. So all I can do is spread wisdom and my knowledge across the world and hope that everybody grows. That's it.
Right.
So on that, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that. I'm just proud. I'm proud. I'm happy. And for those that I saw a comment that I want to address, but let me just put it out there. Again, Azriel was a child when she went to Rkelly, but y'all gotta comprehend, she's not anymore. She's grown. It's nothing that her parents can do or not do. Okay, you know that as a grown person, your mama can't come over your house and tell you too much of anything in your house. So at the end of the day, stop putting it out there that get your daughter, they're exploiting her. First and foremost, where is the exploitation? Y'all haven't been seeing Azriel around in the media since y'all are putting that out there. Y'all have not. So stop it. It's not a form of exploitation. First, y'all was getting on this girl about going off on Gail cussing out. And then when she come back and humble herself and right her wrong, it's still not enough. So that's how you know at the end of the day, it's no pleasing y'all. And y'all are deflective. And y'all can't stay on task, okay? First, everybody was bashing her for being disrespectful. When she comes back around and she humbles herself, it's like, oh, well, now you're being exploited. Oh, now it's about the money. Which one is it? What do y'all want this girl to do? But you deflected from the simple fact of the matter, the truth that was coming out her mouth. Let's just be real. You rather deflect and talk about her hair. You rather deflect and talk about her makeup. And none of y'all are contributing to either one of them, because right after that, her hair was slayed. Oh, okay. I thought somebody said something in the back. But Angela, thank you so very much for coming on. I saw a lot of people in the chat stating, they didn't tell their parents until they were like 30. Somebody said they didn't tell their parents till 7 years after the fact. So, I mean, although this is a very traumatic situation that you've experienced and it's rocked your world to the core, I couldn't imagine a more tougher guy going through this. So, thank you, and I know you spoke to me and I've said this in private, but I appreciate you.
Why do they keep talking about what they said in private?
People, what a father is supposed to do, and showing this in the state of your imperfection. And many of you guys don't know this man has a life. He has a mother. He has all kind of other stuff that he has going on in his life on top of this. Y'all get it misconstrued like this guy is just dealing with this. He has a lot of other stuff going on. And he has a lot of grandkids. A lot of other children that you guys don't take under consideration. Like, and he don't play about none of them. It's not just Azriel.
Okay? Not one of them. I don't care who it is.
Yep, and that's on everything. And that's why now y'all get it with the truth coming out. I don't just talk out my neck about stuff. I do go to him or any other source or whatever because I want the truth. And I can't dictate his truth. And that's the problem with a lot of people out here. I'm not going to dictate nobody's truth, tell you what I know because what I read when I'm talking to the very person who it is. And I'm not going to go and get second, third, or fourth sources when I have the source right there. So I just want to put that out there again. Thank you so much for always coming on my platform. You don't have to, but you do. And I appreciate that.
Because his daughter don't.
Always a pleasure.
And you did a whole platform in dedication to her.
Don't worry.
I received it. Thank you so much.
Y'all have a blessed one. Good night, kings and queens. I hope if y'all did anything, y'all took nothing from what I said. Take this. Everything somebody else do that looks like you is a reflection of us. We all have to do better. This backbiting, this stabbing for clicks and views. We got to understand what clicks and views is and make it into a wave that everybody can get on there and ride the wave, not destroy each other. And on that, peace and love. And again, thanks, Whitney, for always standing with my family. And always standing with the truth. Remember that. You're not biased. You only stood with the truth. Because if I was a liar, you wouldn't have stood with me.
Sure, when I would have exposed your butt to.
You go. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. You know. So y'all have a great night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ah, Lord, man. Y'all have no idea. And like I said, y'all still don't know how much stuff he goes through on a regular. So it was my pleasure to just pay attention to stuff. Like I said, I don't just gather stuff. I don't just read stuff and just be like, okay. No, I read it, I dissect it, and I absorb it. And then I keep it. I compartmentalize it. And so if something comes shady on down the line, I can be like, oh, wait a minute. You said, you know what I'm saying? And I do that. When stuff was coming through the transcripts to me about stuff, I was like, Angelo, this came, you know, and he would break it down to me, and you know, and I understood. But not only that, I had to go with what he said because this is his life. You know what I'm saying? I hate when people, and I guess that's why I get so offended when people come over here into my channel and then they try to, you know, put stuff out there. And I know my witness game be like, Whitney, stop. I'm a stickler about false information being put out there. It's to answer, Father, thank you for your words. There you go. Kaboom. Blessings to Azriel, Father. Thank you for words. Thank you, Lady A. Taylor. But I grew up like that. Everybody and their mama had something to say about me. And then when I hit them with that boom, yeah, I've been molested. It was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And it's like, yeah, stop putting your mouth on people. You don't know what a person is going through.
Everybody loved to say they was molested.
So what I'm gonna do is
I hit him with that boom. A little bit, I was molested.
You mean it? Okay. I am going to put the link out for you guys to come in and tap in. We didn't get to the book tonight. However, we'll catch back up on it on tomorrow. I guess this was more important. And I'm appreciative of that. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was telling you guys, can you imagine as a parent sitting there and you looking at your child like, I did what to you? I said what to you? We did what?
Why you think they didn't go? They knew what she was
And
going to say
you can't
already.
say nothing. They don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? For years. You know? And so, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how y'all feel, but I just kind of feel like a relief for them. Because, you know, so much negative and lies.
About her because he fed her so many lies, and she was so head over heels of Azriel and wanted Azriel to come, you know, on her platform so bad. But of course, Azriel never went. But to see how Angelo manipulated her for probably about a good 6 months. Well, I ain't gonna say no. Yeah, no, I am. Cause she been out here about, yeah, she been out here 4 years. And the whole time she was out here from day one, she was doing lives on the Clarys. Every other live was Azriel. And this man wouldn't even get his daughter on her platform. Like she'll tell you in a minute. And just to see her like not even give Whitney like one interview, but all of a sudden Angelo just started going over there. Because he knew his daughter wasn't interested in her platform. But I think the other side was mad at her because they stopped dealing with Angelo, and she still was head over heels. You see how she laughed when Angelo was saying something about, "Oh, we just talked in private." What the hell did that need to be revealed for? Let me see. Mm, mm, mm. I mean, Joe, I'm just trying to find Alice Clary. Where were the parents of Clary? Alright, let me see if this is it, y'all. I'm trying to look for Alice Clary because she spoke.
For the viewers, the
will live. My daughter, you tell me everything. And me as a parent, with all the context clues, as a parent, I'm going to assess the situation and do what I'm supposed to do responsibly. I would think they would be lying if you ask me.
Right.
Because, I mean, you got to be just oblivious to have not seen anything. And you were exposed. Because she did say, she was like, you know, she just did his hair and she was out. And then what happened? It happened to her. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know. That's a very good question. That's a very good concept as to bringing up. But I don't think that I just played for you guys with the likes of Miss Alice. Yeah, see, he had to make sure the parents were nowhere around. But why?
This one gets me with her.
Because see, that's what handlers do.
This is when Alice Clary was getting locked up.
Keeping the
For
parents
jumping up on
away.
Robert's concert on a stage like a maniac.
So I'll leave you with this. Until you get all the full context of stuff, I really feel like the blame should be on the person that's on track. Like some of these parents are just sitting back.
So Angelo must have gave her these pictures.
What they were doing, so they were just sitting back.
Yeah, he gave her this.
Fighting for her daughter.
Yeah.
But why?
Angelo gave her this.
Then she
I never seen this when she was getting locked up at the concert. Angelo gave her that. Yeah. He had to, because how would
did she get her child sold off though? Why she
look, she's like a weirdo. Forget getting her child sold off. She sold her child to seduce the man.
Never before, never seen before content. Mm-hmm.
Why? Because Angelo gave it to you?
So where were the parents fighting once they got all the information?
No,
like
mom,
parents
the
would.
mom was in the other hotel
Not just
room.
sitting around because they knew what they.
The mom was in the other hotel room. Excuse me. When they went to the Jacksonville concert, while Azriel was told by her mom to go sleep in Robert's hotel room. That's where the parents were. After the Dolphin Hotel, after they claimed, oh, she got abused and everything, the mom got the tickets to the Jacksonville concert in Florida. So it was at the Dolphin Hotel. 2 weeks later, they had the what's the name of it? Gotta look at my notes. The hotel that was near the Jacksonville concert. That's the one where Azriel went to Robert's room that night after Cheryl Mack gave them her hotel room. So Mama was in the other hotel room while Azriel was in the other room having sex with Rkelly. Per Azriel words. Nobody talks about the Jacksonville concert because it would make the parents look disgusting. Why would you be going to a Jacksonville concert after saying that he abused her in the Dolphin Hotel? And it was all making sense. That's why the prosecutors never talked about this part. They asked her the question in court. And the whole time, the mom knew that she had took her to the second concert at the freaking Jacksonville. The whole time. But played people like they was dumb. Oh, gosh.
did. They knew they sold their children. They knew that, like some of these parents are just sitting back because they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing, so they was just sitting back.
Yeah, you did right. It was just sitting back.
Fighting for her daughter. But why?
If she was a minor,
Then she
they wouldn't have been locking the mom up. Ezreal let her mom go right to jail.
Didn't she get her child sold off though?
What did you give you?
Why she gonna be fighting for her if she sold her child?
He gave you a 3-second clip.
But I will show you somebody else who was involved and who did what they had to do in order to.
I am a glueless wig maker. I've been a glueless wig maker.
I'll tell you one thing. Whitney D, you are a character. All jokes aside. Oh my God. Alice Clary was on one of these. I think it was during the trial. Exactly. She said Whitney is dumb. Well, you said it for me, Love Lives Here. Because I was trying to hold it back to the fullest, man. Yes, I was. I was trying to hold it back. Because I feel sorry for it. Angelo played the living hell out of her. Like, literally, like, how you just gonna put stuff up? Oh, man. I think she erased it, y'all. I was trying to find the one with Alice Clary on it. Because I swore she spoke. And then she got there to begin smart with people. To see, y'all don't know nothing. See, y'all don't know. There's anything I could call Mr. Angela. I could call Mr. Angela. Okay. That's on you. I have so many videos up here of R. Kelly. Let me see. I know that freaking Alice has spoke. Dang, I thought the mom spoke. She might have did. I'm just overlooking. And let me see something. Let me see. Between her guys going. No, wait, let me see.
Nah, let me rephrase that. She wasn't always a damn victim, but she left. Left. She was victim. She was a victim to the abuse of staff. It's that. Let me say that. That's what she was abused of. He treated her no different than he treated all the other staff. He treated them like trash, and he treated her like trash.
Right.
So I can see her a little upset. I could see her a little worn, and I can see her a lot of afraid because we don't know to what level this guy.
Oh, she's not a victim because she left. Your daughter left too. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm going there. See if I can put this up.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Mr. Angela?
Yeah, Mr.
Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Angelo? Hello? Okay. I'm gonna get him together. But we're gonna have Mr. Angelo actually discuss. We're gonna have Mr. Angelo discuss the whole thing, why the book didn't come out, you know what I'm saying, and get some more information in regards to it. We got to get him together though. I don't know why he can't get in. Okay, but until he comes back in, I'm gonna go ahead and read. We're gonna start the reading, and then when he get in, we'll stop it and we'll come back to it. Okay?
Read this.
LaShonda says, "Okay, that's what I want to hear. Women, some of the
Hello.
Hello. Hello. All right.
She trying with that nice voice. Yeah.
We got Mr. Angelo on the screen, you guys. He is about to address the whole Cheryl Mack book insert. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
See how he was only going to her platform to do interviews because at this time he wasn't dealing with Oko and Larry and them. And he was all arguing over this too.
Angelo?
Before I address this with Cheryl Mack, I do want to say that it was one young lady that did say something. And I feel awful, and I mean completely awful about everything that I participated in with keeping her down and shutting her down. And all she wanted was, all she stood for was her truth. And she didn't have to reach out to us. She didn't have to put herself in danger in any type of way. And she did from the inside. And I want to say that was Shante McGee. Now, I know we all heard some crazy stories about her. We heard a lot of bad things about her. We tainted her character and this and that. And some of it, some people proven to be true. But what I can tell you, the truth is that young lady was the first one that reached out to me, and I'm sure to the Savages as well. And when she reached out to them, they tried to reach out to me. I didn't like her tactics. She did it through a web page because she did not know how to approach me. From the people she knew of me, told her kind of a once upon a time story about me. And I think that kind of kept her distance from me, and she didn't want to get too deep involved with me. And so she tried to do it from a distance. And her doing it from a distance only made me attack because it made me seem like she was hiding or lying or playing me in a way to kind of make me overlook something that had to do with my daughter. And the whole time she was 100% being genuine to the situation and really trying to make sure that we knew what was going on when nobody else would speak. And I mean nobody else. So I do want to take the time to say, if anybody know her that's in the panel that follow her, that's on the page, please let her know. I can reach right out to her myself. I just haven't yet, but I did put a post up for her, apologizing to her on my page. So I just wanted anybody else, I will make my rounds to apologize to her in private as well, because when you do things publicly, I think you apologize publicly. I think that's what men do, and all men stand to be corrected, and I stand to be corrected. We can go on to the Cheryl Mack.
Life is about love. It can be romantic. Is this a waterbed? Or fleeting. I'm so
in her position, it all made sense. So I didn't need to verify anything else except she was telling the truth. And I didn't listen by listening to all these naysayers and letting people get away of something that was right in front of me that was the truth. So now let's get into the Cheryl Mack. So what you want to know about it?
Oh wow, what can you tell us? Like, how did this book insert come about?
I don't know. You know, it was sent to me by the Savages that was very upset. John Gillen was very upset as a mother to even read it. She sent it to me. We talked about it for hours. I was pissed off, and you know, I immediately went into let me find out who the hell she is, and I need to know everything. And in a couple of days, I had it, and I reached out straight to her, and she avoided me a little bit. And then, of course, I had to let my better half know. And of course, she went nuts. We was ready to be on a plane and everywhere else. And so happened we wound up speaking to her, and through third party, through Tim and them. And I told her straight off, it was nothing she could say to me. I told her, just went over to my lawyer. You can put out whatever you want. Be prepared for all repercussion and prosecution from my family, from you sitting there watching a child that was 17 give a grown ass man fellatio, and you didn't open your mouth. See, I want you to wear that jacket that you could be a pedophile later on in life. Because if you can stand and watch it and think you get away with it, then it's nothing for you to participate next time in it. Or be a ringleader, because you already got experience now. So that was my thing. And then after hearing her testimony, and I mean, not all of it, I didn't get to all of it yet, but I will. But the most part of it I heard is that she was this as much of a victim as let me rephrase that. She wasn't always a damn victim because she left. She was a victim to the abuse of staff. Let me say that. That's what she was abused of. He treated her no different than he treated all the other staff. He treated them like trash, and he treated her like trash.
Right.
So I can see her a little.
But he's doing surprise
upset.
parties.
I could see her a little
Howard.
One, and I could see her a lot of afraid. Because we don't know to what level this guy was capable of doing whatever he was able to do. We can only wait and hear. Nobody, and I mean nobody knows what level of that this man will go to keep his organization in check. And you talk about grown people. You talk about grown people that went home to their families and went to their houses and still feared him. So imagine that times 10 with a child, with these children they took advantage of, or these young adults they took advantage of. And people keep saying, well, they could leave. Well, what about the people that left every day, like Cheryl Mack, that still didn't pick up a phone, an email, and reach out?
Right.
So this man's tactics was way deeper than what we ever want to believe. I mean, there was some serious issues going on. Something real deep right here that we missed, because they didn't say nothing, and they was allowed to go home every day. They could have easily dropped the dime and wouldn't nobody do it, but they didn't. So with that said, I just want to point back to the factors of what it is. So when she wrote the book, I think that was her escape route. You know, okay, I left, I got fired, or quit, whatever happened. You know, and that was a situation around my daughter too, as well. So whatever happened, she had no more of that income. I kind of feel on some of the things with Cheryl, because we found out later Cheryl had a lot of the properties was in her name. They was rented under her name. So guess what? She had fallen victim to that credit and all that, from the mansion to the 2 rental properties for the girls All that was in Cheryl's name, or the apartments or whatever she had else in her name. They all.
Oh, can I point out that ain't this something that Tasha K brought up? How did she get all that information?
Who?
They were saying in the chat that Tasha K was
some of the things that wasn't illegal, of course, came from me or the Savages. That's without a doubt. So I mean, I don't think she never denied that. That would be crazy if she did. I mean, but I don't think so.
Right.
But yeah. So I mean, me anyway. The Claries, we always spoken up about our truth. I mean, people can bend it, twist it, shake it up, roll it, cut it, shave it, remix it. It don't matter. It's gonna come back to nothing but the truth. On every platform you put it together, it may be worded a little different, but it's always the truth. Times don't change, dates don't change, and what our whole motive behind our daughter will never change. And we still behind our daughter to the day, to anything she wants. But we also have 5 other children, well, grown adults now, and we stand behind all of them. So that the people that can't understand it, that's fine. People that can, that's fine. But don't ever think that you could speak in a situation you've never been through. And that's why you could never see me, as much as I stand behind all y'all victims, all y'all. I never try to overstep my boundaries because I've never been molested. I've never been in a situation taken advantage of. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or things that I can't remember. Let's say that, because some things are suppressed and they just can't remember. They come to them like a light later on in life. We don't know. Trauma is different for everybody.
We have somebody in the chat. Unfortunately, I already have issues with him from time to time, but his name is Dennis, and he actually, before it got taken down, he says, "You mean to tell me, okay? You mean to tell me you was with your daughter? Your daughter was with R. Kelly for 3 years. After 3 years, now you want to say something."
So with them, listen, brother. You needed to have been on some of my lives, because I really will go back and forward with you. They can't all go back and forth with you because they don't know everything. But I would have. And I don't think that you saying shit just to be ignorant or get put off somebody's channel. They may be real valid things you have issues with me with because you don't know. So what I would tell you is, usually, yo, go do your research and come back at me. But because you here and you've been on this page, for the last couple of days, but I don't see you as a real disrespectful person. I think you just want real answers. And if to answer your question, brother, I think if you watch Whitney D channel, she showed you something where my wife was in handcuffs, my son was in handcuffs, right? So if you can see that, and that was before the cameras and all this around, what no lifetime cameras around. Could you imagine what I was doing? Because I'm not no dude that sit around and play video games or none of that. So if you want to really know, did you ever ask yourself why R. Kelly didn't say nothing about me, straight to me, Angelo Clary? Did you want to know, ask yourself why Don Russell went on everything, attacking, going straight at Angelo Clary, who met him in Chicago a few times, several times, and wasn't none of them on a pleasant time? I mean, I think he spoke about some of it. He didn't put it all out there because no man want to look belittled or no man want to look like a sucker. So, of course, they got to keep their dignity. But truth be told, I was in Chicago when these happened. Wasn't no cameras around. Wasn't none. None at all. When Don got faced with a real sensitive situation that could have changed his life, it's all in Chicago. So I don't know sure who told you or what parent you think I am, but don't get the rocks thrown against a steel caged in window that everybody on TV, I wouldn't have been throwing rocks. Well, what you'd have been doing? Taking your fist, banging through a wall, or trying to knock down a steel door that you couldn't get into? I mean, the dude is a celebrity, so you're quite sure that he's gonna have his stuff secure enough that he's protected when he's there, and his buildings protected when he's not. So I would like to see all these people what they coulda, shoulda, and woulda did. They wouldn't have did nothing. Because if everybody would have did so much more, you wouldn't be able to read some of the horrifying shit that happen with kids right now every day. Because I really don't hear nobody dying. I really don't hear nobody dying. We still got a goddamn guy who played as a security guard and killed a young 16-year-old child. For nothing. He had Skittles and a tea in his pocket. But guess what? We gangsters. Everybody can talk it. You talk about real life living it. Kelly wasn't a slouch in Chicago. Y'all see he had an undercover or off-duty or old police officer. And they said, what you think he had around him? You think they was all just friends and buddies? No, he had police, he had security, a company, he had a whole bunch of people around him. Yeah, the man didn't make it somewhere you was approachable. But that didn't stop me. If you was asking me the question, I've been fighting since 2016 when I found out. And that's one of the reasons I apologize to Ashanti. Because when I found out, your king did not answer no phone. Your king did not make sure he met up with me anymore. He avoided me by all costs, changed numbers and all. So if you really want to know the truth, you want to know the truth? My daughter got a whole lot of motherfucking ass whippings that I found out now from me not stopping, from me popping up, and he couldn't figure out how I was popping up every state that they was in trying to get to him. So it's a whole lot I think that y'all need to do y'all research on and find out. So I hope that answered your question, brother.
Well, you have a lot of support in the chat. I think Dennis done mosey on up out of here. But
I mean, he'd be back. I think he was just really asking. He wanted to know some questions. And sometimes when you can't give him questions, you can ask me a question. And I have no problem with giving you the answer.
Right. It's when you go off assumptions and you just talk. Niche said, oh, yeah, she said, I live in Chicago and they made it real comfortable for him.
Exactly. And they protected him. He was protected all the way around. I had so many people. I got family in Southside Chicago. Blood family. I never mentioned them because they got to live there. I never showed them because they got to live there. Chicago's not a slouch. It's not a city that's a pushover. I know that. I have mad respect for the dudes, the big homies, and everybody that paved the way and kept me safe while I was there, including my family. That's it. But I'm not gonna go on somebody, oh, I'm just gonna run through this town, all these dudes suckers. No. Because you got some real good dudes and real thorough dudes there. But Kelly is not no dummy like everybody wanna believe. And this dude was a real strong source there. And was strong on the streets because of what he put around him. And that's how he was able to not have infractions with all these little young people that you will find out that he had sexual encounters with. And why their peoples haven't done anything and couldn't do anything. You know, you'll learn that.
We have a comment, and maybe they need to be clarified on it because I kind of understand. I can break it down, but you know, she says they said Ashanti was a recruiter and enabler worker for him, so they're not understanding your apology. But if I can, and maybe you can piggyback on me just to confirm what I'm under the impression, everyone, just to clarify, she was or whatever allegedly, but in lieu of seeing what she saw, she reached out to a parent. That's what he's trying to get you guys to understand. Exactly. Say, for instance, what we heard about the Cheryl Mack, if she would have told what she saw. So basically, Ashanti was involved in that situation, but she reached out to the parent as she was supposed to. That's what he's trying to tell you guys. And that's why he's apologizing, because she got a bad rep, rightfully so. Let's be real. However, she was one of the enablers. She was one in the circle that did tell the parents, that did inform. So that's just to clarify, if I'm right, Mr. Clear.
And you're absolutely right, but I do want to clarify some other things. Unless I need clarity on it, because I did not read all her transcripts either. But I do believe that Ashante McGee was going to be hired as an assistant. She was going to be hired as an assistant. I never heard of recruiting. I never heard any of that. I didn't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I didn't. I didn't hear that she did this and she did that. I heard that she was trying to get a job. She was doing cooking, running, go get stuff for all the girls and this and that and that and this. That's what I heard. So right on that note, that's when I had to feel like, holy shit, I messed up. I let all these people that meant nothing have something to say about this young lady, and I went off. And when I tell you I went off, I know I shut opportunities down. I did a lot of things that I shouldn't have done if I would just listen to this young lady, because she had enough heart while she was still there to try everything in her power to get us to our daughter, to tell us that this wasn't right. When all them staff of me going up to Chicago, none of them admitted they saw it. They was helping me, but they didn't admit that this was going on. And she did. She said it. She gave me every uncomfortable moment that was going on that she witnessed or heard. And she told us. And she said, get your goddamn child. And from there, we went off. And that started the war. So I don't know about she was a recruiter. I haven't heard that yet. I could be wrong. But I have not heard that yet. That came from her alleged
ex-boyfriend, baby daddy,
ex-husband. Yeah. You know, he was scorned. He had his own issues, whatever it was. That's what it was. But as far as the people that was there, the young ladies that was there, all I know is she was going to get food, cooking. She was doing different things like that of the nature, but not really inside the circle.
So this was the comment. She said yes, but Ashanti treated your daughter bad. Still, at the end of the day, she went to the parents to get back at him. Stir up stuff. Do you think she cared about the girls?
Well, I can't agree. Well, how she treat my daughter bad? My daughter never said she had encounters with her. My daughter said that all she did was bought food and was trying to be an assistant of him. My daughter never said she had any encounters with Ashante McGee. So I'm confused again. Help me out.
No, thank you for clarifying that. I mean, a lot of people, we tend to get things by way of internet.
Transcript. You read
I really
did. Did you read that part that Ashante did something to her? I didn't.
I never heard Ashanti mention throughout any of the transcripts.
Yeah, she mentioned it. She said that she was the cook. She said she was the
cook. Yeah, she was assistant. That's all I heard.
She wanted to be an assistant, and she was doing the cook, running to get their food, and that she was trying to be his assistant. That's it.
Yeah, and
that's all I heard.
But that's all I heard. I didn't hear her throughout the transcripts like she was involved in all the acts. I cannot say that. Okay, so this comment, you guys, and I'm gonna let Mr. Angelo go because I know he got more stuff to do. But this question says, if Ashanti did not go to the parents, what would have been your next move?
I wouldn't have knew.
Thank you.
There was no move. I didn't know. I thought it was legit business. Like they were sending us snippets of music and this and that. Everything's open. Now my daughter was 18. This was 2016. My daughter had just finished school and everything. So it was nothing I could do but keep supporting my daughter. But then when she told us that all that was a lie and this was a lie and they lied to us, then that's when we went like insane. We went nuts.
And rightfully so. And that's the thing, you guys, that I've been trying to convey here across the channel. Is that you gotta know more.
And one other thing while we're here. Let's to clear this up, because I know you've been getting a lot of questions with this. They said, now the people are coming forward, the clergy's coming forward after all this time. Listen, do y'all think if I had anything illegal going on with me selling my daughter, doing this with my daughter, doing that with my daughter, with this guy, Do you think you're going to allow somebody to come in your house, tear it up, and you don't say nothing about them? You're not going to put out the truth? You're not going to show a contract to say, no, this is what we really did. I gave him that, and he took that, or this and that. None of that, because it never happened. That's why we never gave up. We never slowed up. And when Dawn presented that defense that they put on in court with all the witnesses and all the victims and all the shame and stuff that they threatened them with, then y'all got the text message, put it all together. Angelo said it on his live in 2017 or 18. I said it on my live. When Dawn sent me the email telling us to shut down, get Lifetime shut down, or we putting out all this on y'all. They researched my businesses, everything. So they had a whole bunch more on there to say. And you know what I told him? This was my reply to Dawn. He should told y'all. Excuse me for my French, but nigga, I don't give two fucks about what you say y'all gonna put out. Nigga, I know the truth. My daughter know the truth. And I don't give a fuck. Nigga, release that shit. You want a bigger platform? Let me know so I can put it on that. Because there ain't nothing stopping this shit. Y'all can put out every lie you want to put out. It don't matter to me. Do it. And I've informed all the parents that was involved and some of the people that was names on there and stuff. And I let them know this is what they trying to do. So if y'all got something to hide, fall back. If you don't got nothing to hide, I tell y'all keep moving. Because I'm not stopping this train. And that was it. And Dawn should have told everybody that. And the sad part about it, the defense used the same thing that this man, him and Cash Jones put together with that surviving lies, and they used that as a defense. That's the sorriest shit I ever seen in my life. All lies and all point back to him. And that's crazy part. I told Dawn that fucking day when he sent the shit about Faith, I said, don't you ever send me nothing about with nobody else's child in your life. I deleted it immediately to inform her mother and them about that. I never even looked at that shit. And I told him, I said, but the dumb part is you got that from your man. So don't you understand she gonna know who recorded her, where it came from? And guess what? They revealed that all that in court and said it verbatim, exactly what I said. They got it out of his phone, Rkelly phone, texting with this dummy. All that he did for you. Like put it together. Like, y'all hold defense and fighting for a guy who let a fucking idiot put his defense together to fucking Craigslist lawyers. And they followed up. And to the day, they still getting shit from fucking YouTubers. A YouTuber who's fucking sitting outside the courthouse talking about, give me all the information so I can give to the attorneys, when she dug up my information and put my information out there. But that's going to be dealt with too later on. But this is the person they follow on YouTube. She sit right there and put my personal information out from her job. From her job. So we'll see in civil court. We'll see how that job lover. We'll see everything. So it's a lot.
Mr. Clary, let me address this person, Marcel, sweetie. Okay. I was letting you speak and let you comment and stuff like that. Okay. I don't know what your vendetta is against Miss Ashanti or whatever the case may be, but let me make this very clear. Okay. Because I'm gonna have to say this for the people on back, because maybe y'all not understanding Mr. Clary's accent or what have you. So let me just be very direct. Okay. I don't care as a parent, if I was in the Clary's shoes, I don't care if it was John Doe that reached out to me after coming out of my child and said, you know what, I'm sorry, I was involved in this situation, but it as we just did this, that, and the third. I would thank him, sweetie. Okay. And so what you're not comprehending is that Ashanti did not do those things. If you want to continue to go off of hearsay or whatever you want to believe, then you can go through that. I read all of Asriel's transcript. She made mention of Ashanti in one note, and that was to name the people that were involved. There was nowhere in there where she stated that Ashanti beat her, did anything to her, okay? So You're not going to continue to spew lies. I don't know what your issues is with this young lady. Yes, true enough, hey, she was involved in whatever aspect with this thing. But she came out, and I'm happy for that. Regardless if she was involved or not. Hell, I would have been okay if R. Kelly trifling ass said, you know what, I'm sorry, get your girls. He didn't do that. So if you are knocking the fact that Ashanti was involved, but she decided to turn around, that's acidine. Because this is the very thing that we've been yelling out from our top of our lungs, that no one said anything. No one involved said anything. You have somebody who's involved that says something, and you still are saying shame on the parents. No, baby, you're deflecting. Okay? You're deflecting at this point, okay? Because this young lady did what she was supposed to do. And furthermore, you have a parent who's saying, thank you for the look at, and you still are trying to blame him. Child, please. You keep at it. Unfortunately, I will dismiss you from the channel because that's ridiculous now. I'm just saying. Okay? Sorry, Miss Andrews. It's ridiculous. Anyway,
What
they
say? What they say, Whitney?
Well, this person that was in here, I know you can't. After you responded, she stated, Ashanti treated your daughter bad and a liar, bad woman. She said that, and then she goes on to say that, but Ashanti said that she had group sex and showed us the room in Surviving R. Kelly. Mr. Clary, does not matter how old she is. You heard things before about R. Kelly. So that's why I'm saying, like, baby.
So now, hold on. Let me ask that. So you keep saying I heard about a lot of people. People heard about me. I was a street guy. That don't make what you hear the truth. That make me have a situation, whatever that person is, that believe whatever they said about me. I'm not an R. Kelly in person fan. When I say in person, I'm gonna keep telling y'all that in person. I'm not a female. I don't have women traits, and I'm not a fucking fanatic. He's a goddamn man. I like his music. I didn't grow up with him. I don't know this motherfucker. I like his music. Did I worry about running around seeing a fucking R. Kelly and following his court? That's women shit. That's what y'all did. I couldn't even tell you if the nigga ever had his ears pierced. What I do know is a whole lot of motherfucking lies come out about the Clarys and this and that. You knew this, you knew that. Let me explain something what I did know. I know in 89, he probably got his check or his first thing. I know in 89, I was probably on my second Benz and bought my third Rolex. So you process that. And I'm a young motherfucker. You process that. I don't know why y'all keep thinking y'all are so overwhelmed with money and this money shit makes people who they are. But you talking to somebody that was building his own empire, who wasn't worried about what R. Kelly was doing. I watched R. Kelly just like I saw the Michael Jackson, just like I saw the goddamn Sims, OJ. I didn't sit in front of a goddamn TV. I heard about it. He's not guilty. We moved on. That was it. Now, if they'd have stopped playing this goddamn music and this and that, then I would have been like, oh, what the fuck happened with that? That must have been some real shit. Not just barbershop talk. It would have been real. The man beat the charges. The big machines behind him, the record labels and all that covered it up. But don't ever get on here and tell me what the fuck I saw, because I'm not no goddamn fanatic of no other man besides myself and my family. So don't ever think that I'm your boyfriend, baby father, grandfather, or father. I'm not. I don't have them traits. I'm 100% about real shit, real men shit. I walk like a man, talk like a man, 100% a man, right here. So all that shit about, he's y'all king and God and all that. Y'all women supposed to be like that. He was a sex symbol for y'all, not a sex symbol for me. And let me tell you one other thing that Whitney been deep about. Oh, he saw the sex tape. Let me explain something to y'all. I just told y'all I'm 100% man. So all them men, and I'm telling y'all all them goddamn men that sit around and talk about, oh, I watched the tape and this to that, right? Y'all better start looking at them for what they are. Because I'm going to tell you again, I've never, and I said this from the beginning, I ain't never saw that motherfucking tape. I heard about the tape. I never saw the tape. Because the tape was presented that he was pissing on a fucking child. So after you said child, you lost me. Now, if he was having sex with a major celebrity,
Uh-oh. Did we lose him? Oh, we lost him. We lost Angelo. Angelo, if you listening, get back in here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Feeling fine? I mean, if you just get in here, baby, you probably are going to be lost. Okay, so let me clarify everything for those that aren't aware of what's going on, and hopefully I can get Mr. Angelo back in. I was in the process of reading an insert from Cheryl Mack's book that never saw the light of day because it just wasn't. Not for nothing, I brought Miss Angelo Clary on to be able to address because he had his daughter in there, okay? And his daughter was mentioned. So I just wanted to get more details because I bring y'all facts, okay? I wanted to get more information in regards to that book insert and, you know, the background. Mr. Angelo addressed it. The reason why I did not come out is because of the inserts of the information that's in the insert. Well, he decided to address a few things, which I understand, okay? What he was saying here recently about the tape that was passed around years back, I agree. That was child pornography if no one is listening, okay? So for him to voluntarily say, I saw that, no, you shouldn't have been. I said I did because at the time, she was my age or around it. I wasn't looking at child pornography because I was a child, if that makes sense. But it makes more sense like that than it would be a grown man, a grown women watching that. You were watching child pornography. So he basically said, no, I wasn't informed like that to where I was looking and listening and finding stuff. He got off of his charges in that court hearing, and that was it. I told y'all the same before. Don't act as if the world didn't continue after Aaliyah. Don't act as if the world didn't continue after he got off on that charge, on that case. The world kept continuing. I kept continuing to be a fan. So either you believe that he was really guilty and shame on them, they should have known better, or he wasn't guilty and they did no wrong by continuing to try to do music with this man. So which one is it? And if you say the latter, that, oh, well, we knew he was guilty, then shame on you to continue to be fans. Shame on you to continue to be listening to his music. Shame on you to continue to put money in the pockets of this monster. Oh, but the hypocrisy of it all. So the frustration that you hear is that people on this platform and the ladder can really think that they can fix their mouth on people and their lives and what they're going through. See, the difference between me and a lot of these people on this platform, I don't speak on nothing that I don't know. That's why I would call a person up to get clarification. Because I'm not living this life. These people are. And I'd be damned if I put out false information about something that I don't know nothing about. I'm not going to say what I shoulda, coulda, would in a situation that I wasn't in. Because I was a victim. And I'd be damned if I say my mama did anything wrong in that situation when she knew nothing about it. When this person in my family actually touched somebody before me. Oh, let's talk about it. Just like Uncle Ray Ray that everybody know about. Everybody know about in the family. But what you do? You clutch your child close and you keep pushing. Or little Johnny can't spend the night over there because we know how Uncle Ray Ray is. Don't act as if everybody hasn't turned a blind eye in certain situations. Now, I go on to say with the situation with Miss Ashanti McGee. Now, we all saw, the whole world saw the documentary. And we saw what she put out there in the ether. But I tell you this, like I just said, I appreciate the fact of the matter that if she was in the midst of that whole situation, that she spoke out. That's on period. I don't care what you say about that or what y'all think about that, because that's stupid. That's asinine. We sat up here and we was grilling Cheryl Mack because she didn't say nothing. But wow, look at here. Maybe she was safe for not saying anything. So, and also, you know, all this type about him allegedly selling his child and all this stuff like that, that's asinine. That's stupid. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not gonna go to war. I'm not gonna storm stages. I'm not fixing to throw rocks at studio windows. If I had a deal with this man, fair exchange, right? If I sold my child, why am I gonna act up now? We knew nothing about them, right? But they were fighting before we knew anything about them. See, this stuff got brought to the forefront, but this was happening in their lives before that. Yeah, see, we knew nothing about what was going on with R. Kelly. You couldn't act like you did. Kudos to you if after the Aaliyah situation, you stopped and you no longer entertained R. Kelly. Kudos to you if after he got off on that trial that you didn't listen to any of his music. You didn't attend the graduation of your child that they sung I Believe I Can Fly to. You gathered your kids up and you ran out of that auditorium, because shame on you guys for encouraging this man. Kudos to you. Because I remember singing at a graduation in elementary, I Believe I Can Fly. I remember Stepping in the Name of Love. Oh, I remember TP2.com. I remember hitting it hard from the back. I remember Feeling on Your Booty. Oh, yes. And this was all after all of these allegations. So miss me with that, boo. These parents knew nothing. When they did, they handled it accordingly. Maybe to none of y'all like it, but to hell with y'all. No shade, y'all were not going through it. How dare y'all sit up here and be judgmental to the parents and not hold this nasty, sick, herpy having bastard accountable? Because like I sit up here and said, if any of these parents sold their children, this punk ass nigga bought them. And not one bit did he send them back. Not one time did he say, oh, hell no, you too young. You trying to get me caught up. Go home. He beat them. He raped them. He sodomized them. He demeaned them. And everybody from the freaking police were involved. And you want to sit here and still yell out, shame on the parents.
The police was never involved. He just lied.
Did he do this to Celine Dion?
Mm-mm.
Did he do this to Lady Gaga? Did he do it to anybody that he sung with? No. So don't miss me with that. Like he can't work with nobody.
Too good for me.
This was a business move. On period. These parents did nothing different from the likes of Usher when he went to Jermaine Dupri and got mentored. He did nothing different. None of them, as parents, looking for guidance with this man. He had a choice. This nigga was a grown man. He chose the latter. And that's the reason why a lot of your sons and daughters are going to close their mouths when they get touched by their teachers, when they get touched by their uncles, when they get touched by their brothers, their sisters. Because they listen to this. And then we'll hear how you guys as parents, as aunts, are to blame. Feeling fine? Let me say something to you, baby. That's impossible. Many of you guys want to say, I separate the monster from the man. That's impossible when you have the likes of songs like Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, Going Down Ain't Nothing But a Thing, when you also hear in the same context as this song is reflective of him going down on a 12 or 13-year-old Aaliyah. When you hear songs like Feeling on Your Booty, and that's allegedly been brought about him talking about and John Doe. Feeling on a John Doe's booty. So miss me. When you guys can say that you can separate the two, because I remember in the Bible, those that are spiritual, that Satan, Lucifer, made the most beautiful music. And that nigga got spewed down to the earth. You can absolutely continue to separate the monster from the music, but it doesn't make sense. When you hear before him spitting on these tracks, he will have a sexual experience with these young minors to put it on wax. And it's similar to the way these rap artists get high and conjure up and get into the vibes of things. It's similar to the acts of Beyonce sitting here on the interview talking about when Sasha Fierce came over her. Chan. Barb says, you holding him responsible because you being abused in your past and trying to help him responsible turning your abuser. Sweetie, that makes no sense. Okay? Let me tell you how that makes no sense. Okay? You clearly have not been abused. So in turn, you are thinking that for whatever reason, with evidence and all, that he's, I guess, not responsible. See, because of my experience, I feel that he should be held responsible because of what he did. This is no alleged. This is no accusation. This is no assumption. He did that. And just as well as if somebody broke into your house, Barb, I would really hope that somebody hold them accountable. Or is it shame on you because you didn't take the proper procedures to lock up your home? Shame on you, right? No, he committed a crime. He should be held responsible. That's on period. It ain't got nothing to do with me. My abuser is still roaming around, baby. Good for him. But if you do the crime, you have to pay the time. I sat up here on last night and showed y'all another example of a situation where a teacher got into a situation with a 12-year-old and proceeded to have not one, but 2 children with this child. And his parents were none the wiser. But shame on them, right? Shouldn't hold her accountable, right? Child, please. Hi, Immortal. Elizabeth says, my daughter is 11 years old and she is an incredible singer. Whenever she goes to sing, I never leave her alone, ever, ever. I trust no one, ever. That's good for you. In these times that we're in now, I will understand that. But that's you, love. That's you, and that's great for you. That's absolutely good. That's not a bad thing. That's great that you do that. And that's just like what's his name? Beyonce's dad. He never left their side. Why? Because case in point, he knew Ray Ray, aka R. Kelly, was a pedo. No different from what I said, with y'all knowing that y'all cousin touches kids. You just be present. Well, I want to put something on your mind. As Mr. Knows sat in a studio with this normally pedophile, did he say anything? Oh no. He just stood and made sure it didn't happen to his daughter. Okay. Oh, okay. Just like Yo-Yo, the rapper Yo-Yo. Yeah. She said that her daughter received a piece of paper with R. Kelly's number on it. And she said nothing. Oh, okay. See, that's all great and fine and dandy that you take and we take the proper procedures to be better parents. But there's no parent that's out there that's perfect. And I wish people gave the same energy to the person who did the crime. Anyways, you guys, Matthew Knows. Thank you. Jay said Matthew Knows told Vlad he didn't trust R. Kelly. And he said Sony made them work with their songwriters. R. Kelly was one of their songwriters. Exactly. He didn't trust R. Kelly, but did he tell anybody about distrust about R. Kelly? No. He just made sure to be present, like a lot of people did. But what didn't you trust? What didn't you trust? So you made sure that it didn't happen to your child, but you allowed it to happen to others. That's just period, y'all. That's just period. Anyways, y'all, unfortunately this live got too long, so I wasn't able to get to Holly's transcripts. However, I am coming back tonight to read to you guys Faith. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add Holly's transcripts as well, and we're going to read both of their transcripts. I already started with both of them, so I'm going to read both of them. Okay, so we're going to get into that tonight at 7:30. Tanya says, all that testified who was underage of 17. No, everybody was not underage. And that's why I want people to understand, because it's crazy. Everybody wasn't underage. And he still beat them and abused them. That's these two girls that I'll be reading tonight. You're going to hear that. One was 19, one was 20, and he still beat the brakes off of them. Made them do some crazy stuff, gave them herpes. So, y'all still want to talk about parents? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I know that's why a lot of people can't take me over here. Yeah, I understand. I'm not straddling no fence. I'm very definite in my stance in this. Regardless if it has anything to do with what I went through. No. What I do with what I've been through is make sure my daughter don't go through that. Is make sure that my son don't go through that. See, I can only share my testimony, my story with you guys, and you're gonna choose to tread that way or not. But my decision making is not based upon what I went through when it comes to somebody else's experience. No. I understand it better when it comes to somebody else's experience. I can identify with tactics of the predator because what I went through. No. See, you get it misconstrued. I'm not on here to change anybody's viewpoint about anything. No, see, I'm here to protect my daughter. See, my experiences is for me to do better with my children because I went through what I went through. So you got a lot of people that get complacent because they didn't go through that. Yeah, see, my mother, she didn't know how to gather my experiences because she didn't go through that. So was it shame on her because of the lack of experience that she didn't really fully, quote unquote, protect me? No. Because most parents don't think that they have to have a conversation with their child or have to be freaking momatures, fathertures, and all this stuff over their children. They really, unfortunately, think that they can trust society. Oh, but shame on them for doing so, right? Shame on us for thinking that we can trust our teachers. Shame on us for thinking that we can trust our police officers. When off topic, me as a Black woman, I don't trust them with my life. Why? Oh, because of the experiences that I've seen. Have I personally had them? No. But see, I choose to listen to somebody's experience and to learn from it. Not to judge, not to say, well, why did he just get arrested? Well, why? No. But see, a lot of you guys like to do that, yeah, because you guys are some perfect parents. When I can look over your life and see where some gray areas was with your parents and with your children. Well, why isn't your baby hair combed? Why is your baby dressing like that? Your baby is slow? Your baby what? Oh, wow. You let your child do what? See, we can judge each other's lives. Or we can learn from them. So, no. I'm not judging or holding Rkelly accountable for what I went through. I'm holding him accountable for what he did, what he went through. What I went through is for my legacy after me to not to have to go through that. Yeah, it's kind of something like you guys working hard for your kids so they won't have the life that you did. Yeah, something like that. Anyways, like I told you guys, I will be back on tonight. And I will continue to read both Faith and Holly's transcripts. And we'll go from there. Jay, this is getting long, so I'll come in tonight, baby cakes, if you can. But I will be reading the transcripts and everything tonight. Oh, let me see what you guys have to say real quick, and I'm gonna get out of here. Tanya says, I have a friend that got molested. She told her mother it was her mother's boyfriend. Her mother told her she didn't believe her. Come to find out, the man was wanted by the military police for molestation. Shame on the mom, right? She should have did her research. How dare her expose her child to this monster? But in this sentence, Tanya, if I'm wrong, you said come to find out. So I'm guessing at some point in time, she found out, right? She was none the wiser, right? So in this case, I wouldn't blame the parent even in this case when it comes to her not being knowledgeable of that. However, I do blame that parent for not believing their daughter. See, that's the issue. That's the problem. But it doesn't surprise me because a lot of you in the chat don't believe these alleged victims. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's a worldwide situation here. A lot of you guys are this mother in this comment right here. Oh, well, she wanted it. Oh, well, they should have known better. Oh, well, didn't they do their research? Oh, she was fast. Like any of that warrant them to go through what they went through. I don't give a flying freak if all these girls lined up and started pussy popping on a handstand. This grown man should have turned away and walked the hell up out of there. Did he? No. Did he report any of the parents selling their daughters to him? No. He didn't do his due diligence of doing his research either. Anyway, sorry, I've been trying to wrap this up for the past 10 minutes. I love y'all so much. If you guys have anything you want to send to me, send it to reviewswithwinnied@gmail.com, as well as you know, any conspiracy theories, anything that you guys find on anything that you guys want me to research on and talk more about, send it to reviewswithwinnied@gmail.com. If you guys want to embark on a business endeavor, you need contracts, you need websites, logos, whatever you want to embark on your YouTube journey, hit me up at WinnieDavisPlanning.com or WinnieDavisPlanning@gmail, and I will respond to you, okay? All my monetary cash app, Zelle, and all that is located at the bottom of the screen. I promise you, what you give unto me is going back into my channel. I don't play with it. My graphics are the business, okay? Not for nothing. I talked about this earlier. They actually emailed me the link to my article in the New York Times. You said, can you link your article? I can, but I kind of want to go through it with you guys, man. Okay, let me do this real quick before we wrap up. Do y'all want me to y'all want to look at it together? Or do y'all want me just to give y'all the link? I already know what y'all trifling behind's going to say. Okay, don't be too trifling, all right? But what do y'all want to do? Because I have the link. And if somebody in New York can get it, get the article, get it for me, that would be great. And I will pay for it to be shipped to me. But if anybody can send me the article out, oh my God, that would be great. So what y'all want? Do y'all prefer me to read it with you guys, or y'all want the link to the article? Sabrina says, when in a toxic home, when your mom is beat to a pulp and your father is not there, have no one to turn to, you're being abused, and you met someone of that magnitude, they are easy to take advantage of you. Preach, Sabrina. Yep. And you don't even have to be in a degree of a toxic relationship like that. If you're mentally not capable of to distinguish different traumas that you've been through in your life, and I've said this before, I could have had, because I had a traumatic experience with losing my son. I was 16 and pregnant. And by the age of 17, I gave birth, but he was stillborn. See, that traumatic experience could have very well altered my experience of being a mother, but it didn't, by the grace of God. See, a traumatic experience could be very well getting a divorce. You didn't want it. I went through that as well. Okay, I fought for my marriage, and unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. See, that could have been an experience that altered my whole perspective of marriage, but it didn't. So yes, even in those physical abusive relationships, it could be you talking at me crazy. And so now I'm seeking somebody to love me, and I get a local joke that appears to be that, but then he is not, and he goes off the hinges. So that's what I want you guys to understand. Abuse and toxicity can be in all kind of different aspects, you know. But we as individuals kind of bend. We bend for different situations. Okay, so like prime example, abused girl will be like, well, he didn't kick me this time. Or yeah, he cheated, but he didn't get the girl pregnant. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? We kind of bend the rules. Well, yeah, he talks crazy to me, but he's a great father. You know what I'm saying? So you will get a girl that will be all you. Oh, she's put together on the outside, but mentally went through some crazy stuff. And then she get with the likes of a Rkelly or a Ray or whatever, and she'll accept it because, well, he gives me money. He bought me boobs. He's not that bad all the time. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me preaching in here. Oh yes, please. Parnelzamo, you in New York, please look for the article for me. Let's do this together. You read it. Thank you. Can you interview Kathy Landely? Who is that? Send me the information. I'll reach out. And y'all gotta, if y'all ever want me to interview somebody or you want to see somebody on my platform, y'all gotta be my witnesses. And y'all gotta go to them and be like, hey, we would love to see you on Whitney D's channel. Y'all can do that. That's how a lot of us YouTubers get interviews. They'll have their people reach out to us because they'll be like, dang, we've been hearing about you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, that's a good way. Nita says, I'm so ashamed now, but I too gave him a pass when he beat the case back then. No, baby. Oh, yeah. Vanita, I love you for this. And I always share a story when it came to like this girl that used to be in my chat, Nicole. She let me have it, right? Because she was like, you're so biased and blah, blah, blah. And I had to tell her, you know, when she came back, she was like, my bad. I didn't listen to the whole thing, right? So my thing is this. Don't be, baby. No, don't be ashamed because we all did it. We all did it. I did it. I just sat there and I told you. Baby boy, I hit it hard from the back and rolled around. What? TP2.com was my business. What? You better ask somebody. So, yeah, don't feel bad. You live and you learn. It's what you do with the information. That's the issue. Now you know, what are you doing? You know? Serena says, I love you, Whitney. I love you too, honey. I love you too. I love you too. Like, for real, y'all. Here we go again. Going 3 hours with y'all behind. I definitely love y'all. Keep growing. Keep asking questions. Like I said, that's how my relationship got with them. Don't get it twisted like I'm just, nah, baby. I was like, what, hey, this is my story, but I got some questions about what I've been hearing about yours. Okay? But see, what we don't do is we don't seek the answers from the source. We go off of what people want to put out there that didn't do a due diligence to obtain that information. So I don't be trying to flex nothing over here. I don't. I'm very humble. But if I don't know something or if I have a question about something, I will pull people to get it, you know? So, yeah, I love y'all, for real. Karen says, please stop making a million excuses for Robert Kelly. He should have kept his dirty hands off kids. That's on period. Chanel says, you can purchase it offline, Whitney. Oh, I can? Shut the front door. Don't play for real. What? Serena said, girl, I'm going to email you. You're a blessing. Oh, to God be the glory. Tanya says, can you read it tonight? I will. So the article, I was going to read it tonight. That's why I was asking. Because if not, I was just going to put the link in here and let y'all get at it. But I will read it tonight. I'm coming back tonight, you know, because, I mean, like I said, I'm going to be reading both of those transcripts as well as I'll read my article. We can read it together. And I actually because I don't know what's in the article. I haven't clicked the link. I just got it while I was on here. I don't know if they used all of the interview or just, pulled from it. So we'll be exploring it together. But I recorded the interview. So I got the whole audio of the interview so you guys can hear everything that we talked about. You can hear my responses and all of that. So that's why I'm like, what y'all want to do? Because I was going to do a whole big deal, about everything. And this came in just enough time, y'all. I'm so excited about this because check this out. Yeah, we are 104 away from being at 5K. Nigga, we made. Okay, I got to figure out what I want to do, what we're going to do for this. Okay, I got to figure this out. What we're going to do for this celebration. Because, child. Okay, anyways, let me get back to these comments because I got to wrap this up. I got to wrap this up. Serena says, say that, girl. Hey, Diva Time 2. My honey bunches of oats. Hey, honey. She says, what's up, Whitney B in chat? I'm behind y'all. Just know that, okay? Dee said, good commentary. Thank you. Do we have a verdict yet? No, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. My phone just died. Let me look something up. Let me see. Nope. Okay, live updates, convict him. Prosecutors say as R. Kelly's defense prepares for closing. Nope, we don't have nothing yet, y'all. Oh, but while we are here, I'm gonna make this announcement again. By courtesy of Mr. Angelo and myself, we're gonna team up. We are going to get a charter bus for support. On last night, Faith Rogers' mom, Kelly Rogers, came in our chat. Stayed in for hours, y'all. Y'all gotta go check that video. It was 5 hours long. But anyways, she came in the chat and she stated that where is the support for the victims? Like you go to the courthouse and you see all this support for Kelly, but it's done for the victims. So when Angelo heard that, he was like, you know what? I'll sponsor a charter for the support. And we'll pick a city, a central city for everybody that wants to come. And we'll go up there and we'll be there for his sentencing, not for the verdict, because y'all know that's going to be some time between today, tomorrow, next week. So if you guys are interested in that, send me an email. Shoot me an email, and I'm going to need your social media information because no shade, if you're a supporter of Kelly, you're not getting on this bus. And we're going to have a good time. I'm a hostess with the mostest. We're going to have a little drink. We're going to have a little razzle-dazzle. And we're going to go and show support to these victims, okay? So if that's something you're interested in, there go my email. And or if you're interested in donating to what we're trying to do, let me know by email, okay? Let me finish these comments real quick. Sabrina says, you need a network show, child. God got some things in store for you. No eyes have seen, nor ears have heard. Well, I'm going to tell you this. Well, no, because he'll get upset. That's all right. Y'all will see when it happens. That's why I tread a little differently, okay? So, yeah. Thank you. Miss Davis says, if she was on a network, she couldn't be herself. Well, y'all know ain't nobody gonna stop me from being who I am. Ain't no devil in hell. And that's the reason why, I'm not gonna sell my soul for nobody. But y'all gotta understand that the wave of the future is YouTube. So you never know. Just because I don't know. But yes, Miss Davis, you're right about that. We see how people switch things up. So I'm happy here. What y'all can do if y'all want the masses to see me, share my videos. That's like free. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to support me and you want people to hear about Whitney D, you gotta share my videos. Put me out there so other people can see me. You know what I'm saying? Sabrina said, God is making room for your gift because YouTube won't be able to contain that anointing. To God be the glory. I received that. I just want my own stuff. Really, I would create my own network, like for real. Bump that. I used to be a huge fan before the Aaliyah scandal. Me too. Oh, well, you stopped after the Aaliyah scandal? That's interesting. That's cool. There's a writer from New York who is the author of Baby Girl, better known as Aaliyah. Oh, okay. Well, hey, shoot, send me her information. I'll reach out, or Jade reach out. See if she would like to do an interview with me. I'll do it. He said, I want to hear about the article. Oh, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it tonight. I'm gonna read it tonight. For my members, though, I'm gonna post it for y'all after this live. My members, I will post the link to my article after this live. Members only. Y'all will get it firsthand, and y'all will hear the audio as well. But the rest of you guys, you'll have to wait until tonight. Sabrina says, when God has something no network can contain in favor, will rest, rule, and beside. Come on now. Miss Davis says, you are really schooling some folks today. Every time you on here, as a matter of fact, thank y'all. That's my purpose. See, I'm not on here for clicks and views. Okay? I'm not on here for clicks and views. I'm on here with a purpose. And I'm going to live out my purpose because that's what God called me to do. I don't care who I offend because God didn't care. He was radical. Okay? He turned over that table when he went in there and said, y'all up here thieving, what? In my father's house? Yeah, no. He said be meek, not weak. Baby, I ain't no punk. Hey, Diva Tom, thank you. She says, I have been missing you, Whitney D. I miss you too, my honey bunches of oats. What I'm trying to do now is I'm coming to you guys early in the day, but I'm doing this podcast, and then in the afternoon, evening time, I'm coming live and full effect. Y'all, I love y'all for real. Y'all need to get on this daggone bus, okay? So I can love on y'all, because I'm going. Now, I don't care if it's 3 people on there. I'm going to take pictures with you guys. I'm going to love on y'all. I got some new Rewind shirts coming. Shouts out to Shazazz Creations. It's going to have Rewind on it, and those are coming. I have my Keep It Cute or Get the Boot shirts if you guys are interested. And I can put those links and stuff in there, but y'all got to show me y'all interested, baby. I ain't gonna play with y'all. Tanya said, you should be tired from last night, Miss Whitney. Child, Tanya, when I tell you, y'all, we stayed up to about 1 o'clock, and Miss Kelly Rogers stayed up there. I was like, I know I'm getting on y'all nerves. And my husband turned around like, stop saying that. But I'm just a realistic person. Like, how long can you listen to a person? I know y'all got lives, and I know y'all be like, girl, shut up. So, yeah, I'm a little tired. I was a little tired, but I got up, dropped the kids off, and then I came back and I went to sleep. Alice says, what city will sentencing be in? I would think in New York. I think everything is the same. The thing is that, you know, we'll hear the verdict and they'll say, hey, come back this date. And by then we'll know when to charter the bus. But Angelo already said it's a wrap. He is done. Like, we're getting it. Mr. Clary, I commend you for your loyalty and dedication. I apologize for judging you. Oh my gosh, Nicole, that's beautiful. And ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with coming back and saying, you know what, dang, I messed up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I respect you so much, Nicole, because she did the same thing to me. She went off on me in my chat, in the comments under a video. Then she came back, you know what, I'm sorry about that. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Diva says, why she say nothing right? What? Why she say nothing? Why she say nothing right? I don't know what you're trying to say, honey bunches. Diva, come back in. I don't know what you're saying, baby. Nicole says, I'm apologizing for judging you and the other families without knowing all the information, sir. Dang. That's so sweet, Nicole. Tanya says, I can't go. I've been on your vlog more than anyone else. It's okay. Sabrina says, let's go. Okay. Alice says, ha ha ha, you guys can't leave me hanging. Did prosecution close today? They did. They wrapped it up today, y'all. Last I checked, I think they're in deliberations. Let me see. Let me go back up. Says, okay, so this was 30 minutes ago. So their defense is preparing for closing. Concluded its case. Okay, yep. So prosecution, the singer's defense will begin its argument. Oh, okay. So now y'all, they ain't closed nothing. It says right here, and this is the New York Times. They said the singer's defense will begin its argument on Thursday afternoon. And this was updated on 38 minutes ago. So I don't think they... Tanya says, I can't get membership. Why can't you? Who said you couldn't? Anybody can get membership. I don't mind y'all. I mean, what Tanya, what are you talking about? Yeah, you can. Now, if you choosing not to, now that's another thing. But the membership is up top, y'all. It's pinned up top. If y'all want to get the link to my article from New York Times, yeah, I'm going to do that first for the members. Sabrina says, I can send some teas from my I Am Queen line for the trip. Oh, that would be wonderful. Get in my email. We got to talk. And anybody else have any products and or services? Y'all, I'm a brand ambassador and I'm a brand affiliate of a lot of different brands. Okay. So if you got stuff that you want me to do like a review on or advertise, get in my emails, get in my DMs, because I don't mind and I'll do it for free. And you know, like I said, I have my 5K. We're gonna do something big for being at 5,000. I want to do like a giveaway. I want to be live with you guys. I just want to do some interviews. I got some stuff set up. Y'all know the young lady, Crystal Crave, that I be having on my intro. She's going off on that girl. And the story behind that, I love my white women on her. Y'all know I do. So no shade for y'all. But this lady out of nowhere. And I really don't have issues on my Facebook. Like, seriously. My Facebook is very personable. Like, I had a Facebook before YouTube. And so when people come on there and they are messing with me, it's weird. I get it here. But on my Facebook, I mean, if you guys really want to know what's going on in my life, like, it's on my Facebook. This woman comes onto my Facebook and get in my DM and said what she said, and y'all can see it at the beginning. I actually posted about it on my Facebook, on YouTube, on my Instagram. And she's talking about my lace, y'all, like everybody do. When they don't have any other legs to stand on, they want to insult me in my eye. And when I can go straight to the doctor and get it fixed if I want to. But anyways, she started talking about my eye for no reason. I didn't even know her. And so y'all don't know who I'm connected with. I have a lot of connections with people, not just Angelo. I just, like I said, don't flex. It ain't that serious. Who cares? She saw it, heard it, and, you know, we reached out and talked about it. And she got in on it. So that's that clip that y'all be seeing at the beginning. But she is an artist. She's a rapper. So I will be actually doing an interview with her. And I'm excited about it. And this woman is viral. Crystal Crave, if you don't know about it, she's the one that says, hey, Jay, is this you? She was on World Star. You know, she went viral because of that. So, yeah. So I'm going to have her on the show. So, yeah, I'm late. I'm behind on these comments, y'all. I have learned from you and your wife life as a parent to be more loyal to my children. I am so sorry for my negative judgments. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Thank you, Diva. Tanya says you're going to have to go through Oklahoma. I don't know where we're going to be stationed though. So I don't know. Wherever we at, I'm going. I'm gonna be on that bus. You give your love and soul to your channel and your brand. I do. Jay says, when you said turning over the table, I automatically thought of K. Michelle. Ooh, he's shaking the table. Yep. I know what you're talking about. Nicole says, Whitney, thank you for bringing me to the light and changing my mind as a former R. Kelly supporter. They only look at one side. They do. And it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Jay, even she wouldn't testify for that fool. Okay, y'all talking about something else. Nicole says, if you hadn't intervened, referring to the parents' abuse, escalate, and someone could have been killed. Yep, that's what y'all don't understand. Yes, you are interesting, not annoying. Oh, thank you. Flawless says, hey, Miss Whitney, I'm sorry I haven't been here. I've just been laying low and focused on my brand. I sent you a message on Instagram. You did, baby? When? I got y'all. I'm so sorry. Look at me telling y'all to get in my DMs and stuff, and I'm not even in there. Lord, let me see. Oh, I see the request. Okay, I got it. I just accepted it. I just accept. See, y'all, simple as that. I'll respond. I do. David says, I wish I could give you 1 million likes. Thank you so much for your hard work. To God be the glory. Keep it up. Yes, ma'am. I'm telling y'all, how y'all give me 1 million likes is share. Let the other people give me likes. Alice says, I wonder if the witness for defense not being able to commute was a setup on defense's part for something. Tane says, I'm going if I got to jump on top of the bus and ride. Laugh out loud. It's okay. You can go. I explained some stuff to Angelo. Your eye is what makes you unique visually, but your personality is dope. Thank you. Because I was trying to tell people, y'all, I wasn't born with this eye condition. And before my eye got like this, I was a dope person. But I still am. But thank you, baby. Yeah. And people be reflective. I child, like, child, I like this or not, baby, please. And on my worst day, honey, on my worst day, you could never, okay? Sabrina says, I've been rocking with you since you were talking about surgery for your eye. Hello, you're real as real can get. Yep, and I was, and I have another channel that's talking about it, and I'm still, and what happened was COVID, because I was doing my research. So, anyways, y'all, yes, I'm finally getting down to the bottom. Diva says they are going to have to have an intervention for Robert Kelly supporters. They are, and I get it. You get so disappointed and you believe in something so hard, what I'm saying, and then you come and find the truth. But, you just do better. Miss Davis says, tell your husband, thank you. I will. He's out there working. Alice says, OMG, can you imagine the sorrow that will partake for R. Kelly supporters at courthouse once verdict hits? I can't. And I feel so sorry for them. But anyways, you guys, that is the video. Tell me what you guys think down in the comments below. While you're there, make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already, okay? Now, I will be back on tonight. I'm going to pre-schedule it for 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, okay? I actually have self-defense with Demi Dan, my daughter, so that's at 6. So I'm going to be rushing. Hopefully, I don't be late. But if I'm late, I'm going to push it back a little bit. So, but I probably won't. I'll be good. We'll be good. Not for nothing, you guys. Stay tuned tonight. And don't forget on Fridays. Music and combos with your girl with Edie. We be turning up. We be having a good time on Fridays. So hey, if you're not doing anything, you want to slide through, want to get you a good drink, and I'll be playing some good music. We have a good little combo that's already pre-scheduled.
I died. or whether.
Man, I'm busy, man. You know, trying to make sense out of all this stuff, man. I'm trying to make sense. That's it. That's all we can do.
Right. How's your wife doing?
Everybody, you know, we trying to mend lost time. That's all. Everybody, you know, everybody is a growth period. You know, some people get the wrong impression when they think somebody come home, they the same. You know, my daughter, a grown woman now, you know, totally different, totally independent. Got a lot of father in her, you know, a lot of mama in her. So, you know, she want things her way. And still dealing with a lot of things, brother. Torment, slander, defamation, you name it. You see it. You didn't know who she was. You had 90 people, grown ass people that could be her grandfather or her grandmother that had something to say about this young child. And all we talking about is somebody that was 17 that was involved with a grown ass man.
Right. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Well, I'm gonna ask you a lot of. We're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go put it on the charger. But go ahead. I'm getting something out of the machine. I'm with you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, where you from originally?
Baltimore. Born and raised. That's original. That's all through me.
All right. Now, what was your upbringing? Was it poor, middle class, or rich?
You know, you make your upbringing. When my parents had it, you know, I come from the projects, into middle class. I'm into the ghetto, you know, upscale from the projects. We was homeowners, you know, mother and father married 40-some years. So, you know, how that go, working to make ends meet. You know, not the perfect dad, but you know what I mean. But I had a blessing with an angel as a mother who made everything right. So all his imperfections, she made right. So, you know, you know, I changed my own faith. So my upbringing was very fortunate in the game early and very wealthy by 15.
Okay. Now, so you grew up in a co-parenting home?
Oh, yes. No doubt. Family, everything. You know, projects bring you family, mean everything.
And can you say how many siblings you have?
I got 4, 2 sisters and 2 sisters, 4 brothers, 2 sisters. Well, 3 brothers, one deceased, and 2 sisters.
And where you stand in age with your siblings?
Next to the baby.
Next to the baby. All right. So your sisters more or less raised you?
No. Sisters was young sisters that was raised by a very, very good mother that took her godchildren in because her best friend passed away as in an early age. So they became my mother's children. And
gotcha.
We took them in. You know, that's the same thing she would have did for my mother. You know, that's when people bonds and God parent meant something. Not just a word, not some shit to show off. You know, it really meant something. When it happened, they took over. And we took over.
Right. All right. Well, so in Baltimore, what did you aspire to be as a kid?
Let's get to the meat. Let's get to the meat, Joe.